Tiger bullpen settled down. Tiger bats. Torkelson leading away in extras. Ticket Texture says, here's the solution, guys. This overtime baseball gripe. Mm-hmm. Overtime baseball should start with a runner on second with 1 out. It's Jim and Metamora. Play a 2-out extra inning. You prefer first base?
Yes.
With 3 outs?
Yes.
Because you don't want to bastardize the game by starting with an out, playing 2-out baseball?
Well, the game is bastardized anyway with starting a guy on second base. Yeah. But, I'd rather have it the way it is than do that.
I just accept the goal is to keep it moving, finish the game,
I understand
put a guy on
why
second base is the
it.
quickest way to do it, and I don't really have a gripe. I would never want this in playoff baseball. It's not on the table for playoff baseball.
It's like the same thing with hockey. They don't have shootouts in the NHL and the
3-on-3.
Playoffs.
Yeah, none of that stuff.
Can you imagine, like in basketball, if they had like first basket wins, how much pressure would be on the jump ball?
Possession. Man. Yeah, that would be pretty lousy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What if they did that in the regular season? Hey, we don't need to play overtime basketball. You just win the jump. Make a jump shot.
Game over.
Game over. Go home.
Yeah.
Everybody hit the showers. 248-539-9797. We started with the Tigers. We hit on a bunch of stuff from last night. We have Stoney in this morning, and we will do Dear Stoney. We'll do the 2 Grand Slam, and I will have a papal pick later in the show.
Ooh.
I know that John is fascinated by this. He's like, you'll bet on everything. The papal pick. They are officially in the conclave right now.
Uh-huh.
Black smoke so far.
Yeah. We're
no
waiting,
picks yet.
We're waiting for white smoke. Mm-hmm. That means they picked Pope.
So if we've had black smoke twice, you said?
Twice.
So that means they've had 2 votes and with no winner, so to speak.
How familiar are you with the process?
I just know the basics. I don't know.
So it's 133 Cardinals this time. You have to be under 80 to vote. It's a secret vote, and they're very strict about this. No electronic devices. They go as far as to limit certain foods because they could conceal messages from the outside. So no pies, no chickens.
No fortune cookies?
No. not
of those.
Nope. In fact, they get lamb skewers, spaghetti, boiled vegetables prepared for them so that nothing from the outside can tamper with this very important process that is now underway at the Vatican. So yeah,
when it takes longer than expected, are they allowed to like shower, take bath?
They have to let them bathe inside as it is. I imagine they're showering daily.
I would hope so.
Or bathing daily.
They use Pope on the soap, Pope on a soap. You ever see that?
I haven't seen that. Here's the thing. Like, they say it should take a few days to a week is kind of standard. It did take like 1,000 days, but that was back in like the 1200s. So this should be, I'm thinking by Monday you'll have it in your news, Heather.
I think so.
I think
it could
so.
be tomorrow.
It would be faster if they put the Pope on second base.
Exactly. Narrowed it down.
Yeah. There
are a couple front runners and a couple favorites. I will reveal the papal pick later in the show. 248-539-9797. I was doing all this. John would laugh at this. I was doing all the research on where the Cardinals are from, and the makeup has changed dramatically. So, 2013, over 50% of the voting Cardinals were in Europe.
Right. Well, one of the favorite. Well, I don't want to give it away.
No, go ahead.
Is from Africa, right?
Yes. There's a couple guys. One from Ghana who is considered one of the 4 or 5 front-runner candidates for this. But that's the big change is Pope Francis appointed more cardinals globally.
Right.
So Africa's seen a little bump in terms of their cardinals. Asia was one that got a huge bump in terms of the cardinals that are now part of this process.
None from the United States, huh?
I think there's a couple. There's a guy from New Jersey who actually could be the Pope. Yeah.
Wow. I figured if there could be any, it'd be either from St. Louis or Phoenix.
Bump. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, jurors in that Christopher Schur murder case deliberated all day on Wednesday, but still have not reached a verdict. We heard on Tuesday, the panel told the judge that they were deadlocked, but she said, you know what? I need you to keep deliberating. I need you to keep going in there and talking more, and that's kind of what she said again. So they're going to be deliberating yet again today, and we'll see if they come up with a verdict or not.
It's a huge hot button, right? Because you have people who feel very strongly, and it's clear that they have a true mix in that jury room.
Mm-hmm.
people who do not want to back down. And good for them. That's
And
how the
they're not-
process is
right,
supposed to go.
They're not supposed to, but hopefully with more conversation and chatting. I remember her statement before was like, politely, calmly, like, I'd love to know what's going on in there. Like, are there arguments being had? I mean, it must get a little heated when you have people who feel so strongly one way or the other.
Right.
I know. I mean,
I would. Yeah, absolutely.
definitely. I would like to witness it.
Have you seen the movie 12 Angry Men?
I've never seen it
Oh,
or
it's
heard of
great.
it.
Oh, yeah. It's a classic.
Yes.
They've remade it even, so
Oh,
you don't have to
really?
watch the black
Who's
and
in
white
it?
version.
Oh, it was in black and white?
Well, the original,
the original
was. Yeah.
I think Jimmy Stewart was.
I couldn't tell you the cast. I'm not great with that stuff. But the
So they're
premise
jurors.
is the premise is they all just want to get this over with. But one guy says, "No, hold on, we actually need to look into this." And one by one, they sway everybody, and the verdict goes the other way.
Oh, wow.
Maybe that's what's going to play out here.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they backed down.
They back down.
FanDuel Sports Network Detroit is saying goodbye to another longtime local sports media personality, Trevor Thompson, who's been with the network for 25 years, confirmed on Wednesday that his position has also been eliminated, which is just like the position of Mickey York,
Yep.
which we talked about yesterday. Now, Thompson isn't really saying much about this, kind of saying, you know what? I'll talk about this a little later. Not ready to talk about this right now.
I think they're going to hire some people like Johnny Kane is still doing some stuff.
He is,
freelance.
Natalie is still doing stuff. Kerwin.
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
It's a bummer because like I could look at it like this. All I've known is growing up watching Trevor Thompson. I mean, I remember back when he was
you're
playing
right.
Keep Away with Pavel Datsyuk, and they do these fun features. And Mickey York, 25 years. I mean, for me, that's since I was 7. These guys and Keats along with them.
Right. Well, Keats saw the writing on the wall. He got out at the right time, I think.
Yeah. A high school in Redford is closed today for a day of healing after a student was injured following a shooting on a school bus. So the incident occurred on Wednesday at Thurston High School. And while the investigation is still ongoing, police say the firearm was recovered and that there's no ongoing threat to the community. They also say that student that was shot was transferred to a hospital and is in stable condition. So that's the good news. But the school district said that it wanted to allow the school community time to process and heal. They also said additional support services will also be made available to students and staff who might want that. So they're reminding people who are gun owners to lock up your guns as well. This is interesting. And something when I read this, Stoney, I thought this is something your wife would do if given the opportunity.
Okay.
There is a police officer in White Lake Township that helped deliver a fawn
Oh, yeah. She'd be right there.
after its
Would
mother
she
was
really?
hit by a car.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. When I saw this, I was like,
Yeah, because remember,
yes.
there's a deer in the back of our
Yes. She's always in like the turtle, and she's always like
helping out.
coming to
people.
the rescue
Yeah.
of animals. So I saw this. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. So according to the police department, Officer Wright responded to this car versus deer traffic crash. And the doe that was struck was just about to give birth. And unfortunately, the doe passed away, but the officer delivered the fawn, warmed it up, got it breathing.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. Brought the fawn back to the police station where another officer continued to care for it until this wildlife rehabilitation center eventually came to take it away and take care of it on its own. So pretty cool.
Good
And
for the
the police are
officer.
saying like, you never know what you're gonna do on a daily basis. And this is something they never thought they would be doing, like neonatal care for a deer.
A deer,
So,
right.
Yes. This is an interesting story. The Ice Age is back in Utah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, after 13 months of, fan votes. They had over 850,000 fan votes, some trademark drama as well.
Yeah.
The Utah Mammoth was revealed as the new name and permanent identity of the NHL franchise on Wednesday.
I like it. I would have rather them done what they wanted to do, which is the Yeti.
Yeah.
I can't
A
believe
Yeti.
that was the original one.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Kind of like, the abominable snowman or whatever. Anyway.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, exactly. And they couldn't come to an agreement with the company that makes the Yeti. And
Well,
that's where they are.
which I get because as soon as you said that, well, I know what a Yeti is
Right.
and I'm well aware. I instantly thought of the company
Yeah.
and the mugs
well,
and the
that's-
coolers and but like Mammoth is cool, though.
The
It's
logo
on its
looks-
own.
Yeah, the logo I like because
But it's just like the Predator logo, basically.
except they have those mountains. You see,
But they
there's
got the mountains. There's like hidden
on
little
there.
little Easter eggs in there. The mountains and
yes.
stuff.
It's better than hockey team or hockey club.
The Utah Hockey Club. Yeah, I said that funny.
Although, like for Washington, I thought Washington football team was better than the Commanders.
Yeah, the
But you're
Commanders
getting
not
used
great.
to it, though, aren't you?
No.
No, because they beat the Lions. But no, they're not. They're still the Redskins to me.
Well, yeah, I get that. So anyway, the colors that
Well,
they had
these
are
are
staying the same as well. Sorry.
Nothing. I was going to say, these are still the Coyotes to me then.
Well,
They'll always be the Hawk Tua Club to me.
It's Heather with the news. All right. Stoney, you were at Trajan Langdon's press conference
Yes.
yesterday, and I thought he was very measured in what he had to say, but we'll get to some of the big takeaways and what the Pistons' top priority should be. That's next, 97.1. Big offseason ahead for the Detroit Pistons. Made the playoffs, big turnaround. Got the place rocking at Little Caesars Arena, and there's expectations around this team. Something Trajan Langdon acknowledged yesterday at his press conference. Stoney, you were there. Stoney in for John this morning.
Yeah, whenever you hear Trajan Langdon speak, you just feel, as a Piston fan, comfort. Comfort in the fact that you think that your team is being led by a smart, competent person.
He's not rah-rah, but I do come away feeling good after I listen to him because he does seem intelligent, competent, which doesn't sound like a compliment, but given his predecessors is a big deal to have someone
competent. It means you're good.
What's the bare minimum? I mean, you should be a competent general manager, but my point is we have not had competency for a very long time from the organization. So he projects some of that calming effect on the fan base, which what's he going to do? We're going to find out.
Look, his first year was stellar. I mean, seriously. I mean, the guys that they picked up exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
From, Hardaway and Tobias, they wanted veteran presence. They got there. Malik Beasley, the same thing. I don't think when they signed Malik Beasley, they thought that he would be like the leader in the league in three-pointers.
That he'd be one of the great three-point shooting seasons of all time? No, yes. I don't think that they all thought that.
At the trade deadline, getting Schroeder just was a perfect fit for this team, considering, Ivy was hurt. Yeah. And, the jury's still out on Ron Holland. I mean, but he's a young guy, showed a lot of promise.
I liked a lot of what I saw.
So, we'll see what happens this offseason. They're in a situation where he even said they didn't expect to be.
Right. So how do you handle success, I think, is the central question for the Pistons. What you don't need to do is fly off the handle and trade for the first available star.
No.
And he did not give off that vibe, which is what I appreciated. Now, he's not going to come out and say, we're going to be hot in pursuit of star players.
No.
Never going to say that because you can't force those guys to be available. You can't force teams to trade them to you. But I think he's going to take those phone calls.
Absolutely, I think, because the Pistons do have, aside from, extra draft picks, they don't have one this year, first round, they have a nucleus of some really good young players that a team that wants to dump salary of a really good player, depending where they are, in the standings, that they are coveting what the Pistons have.
I think there's a finesse that's required for this offseason. Because you can make the case that Asar Thompson, give him a full offseason.
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. He had the blood clot thing. He had no summer whatsoever.
You can make the case I need to see a full year, a full offseason, a full season of Asar. I want to see Ivy with Cade. I think everybody's excited to see that extended opportunity. Jalen Duren from January on seemed like a more formidable player, and there's still more to unlock there. They don't have to make a trade. So when I see the Zion proposals, I immediately shut it down. To me, I mean, if you're out there in listener land and want Zion, well, God bless. The guy doesn't play basketball. That's kind of the biggest part of this.
Well, the thing with Zion, and it makes the Pistons' pursuit of Zion so unique, is that if they trade for Zion, I'm going to say, I mean, he doesn't have as much, shall we say, stuff on his resume, like with Brad Holmes, so to speak, but it's like, all right, Trajan makes this trade, I'm all for it. Because there's nobody in this league currently employed as a general manager who knows Zion Williamson better than Trajan Langdon. He was with them in New Orleans for a few years. He knows his strengths, and he certainly knows his weaknesses. So if they go get Zion Williamson, I think Trajan Langdon knows the player. I mean, the whole Duke thing, I think he might be able to be something he would know. Conversely, if they don't go for Zion Williamson, he knows why. More than he knows a lot of stuff that we'll never know.
Well, and he knows that Zion has missed 60% of his games over the last 4 seasons. Mm-hmm. The Bleacher Report trade that was floated out, I think, Tom, you had found this in the prep. The Pistons would get Zion. They'd trade away Jaden Ivey, who I don't feel like is bolted down.
He's not an untouchable.
I'd use him in a trade for the right player. But Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, Bobby Klintman, a first in 2027 and a second. Would you do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Only because the only way I do that is if our general manager was somebody else and that same trade was made, I wouldn't be in favor of it. But I have enough faith in Trajan Langdon that he knows everything there is to know about Zion Williamson, that if he wants him, he knows under a right environment, culture, whatever word you want to use, he'd thrive here.
We don't have the same food scene as New Orleans. Is that part of the right environment?
Maybe.
Look, I mean, he's a poor 3-point shooter. He's not an elite rim protector. He's an awkward fit, and that's when he plays.
I know. Look,
and when he plays is the leading discussion here.
Right.
He's played 129 games over the last 4 NBA seasons.
Everything you're saying, Jim, is correct, which is why I don't think that Trajan Langdon would make the trade.
I'd keep Ivy at that point. I'd keep my first, and I'd either use them to make a jump next season, or I'd use them to trade for a player that I think could actually help them make a jump next season.
Okay, so when I saw this, my first reaction was I thought they could probably get him for less. Because in the end, I think New Orleans just wants to get rid of him.
Yeah. Joe, I heard Joe was hired. One of the things is to get rid of Zion Williamson.
Yeah, so is it taking Ivy out of the deal?
So Tobias in a 1.
And maybe another another first in later years, like 2032 or something, would that change? Because
let me just ask, where is Zion on the list of players who may be available that you would want to add to this team? Because he's near the bottom.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm changing the trade.
I'm saying, but why would I jump to get a guy who's like the 7th most interesting star who may be available?
Obviously, I think you would be trying to get, if you're going to go for the big name, Booker first, maybe Sabonis.
Giannis, even if it's a long shot.
Yeah, get that out of your mind. Because there's no way that trade would ever be made.
Because it's in division?
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
It's because he doesn't want to play here.
I don't think Giannis wants to play here. I just don't.
He'd rather go to Miami and play with Tyler Hero. God bless. God bless.
No, it's not even Miami. I just don't think that trade is realistic, personally.
But my point is,
yeah,
I would have all these names ahead of Zion on my checklist.
Right.
I'd call again. I'd circle back. Zion, I've never understood the fascination, because this is not the first offseason or the first time it's been brought up on Detroit radio.
Oh, I know.
The Zion thing. Yeah, fine. If I can get him for pennies, I suppose I'd roll the dice, but I'm not giving up notable young pieces or multiple first to get that deal done.
Like I said, if Troy Weaver was still here, or if they had another general manager, it was Danny Ainge, no, I'm not making that trade. But because if it's Trajan Langdon, and I think Michael Blackstone and a lot of the whole Dennis Lindsey, Fred Vitt, they know him.
So my trade proposal that I made there is, it doesn't stop you from doing the other things. He becomes potentially your 3. You're buying totally on upside without giving up anything that matters to you other than maybe a couple firsts. But when you go into winning mode, you don't care about your first as much anymore, right?
Correct.
So I've got all my future players that I really think are going to matter. I'm taking on the salary, and I'm not giving up. So it's all upside to me what I'm doing. But you better be in the market to get something else in there. Like what if you then move Duren and Ivy for Sabonis? And you got a world of Cade, Sabonis, and Zion with his upside. And
all good passers, all good scorers.
But that's what it has to be, because I agree with you. This should not be like the home run target.
Yeah,
this is like taking a flyer on somebody who's going to reinvent themselves.
Yes. Yeah, we want to know the top priority. What should their top priority be? What do you want it to be as a Pistons fan? Because I'll add some stakes to this, right? Langdon acknowledges expectations have changed.
Correct.
Which is a good thing, by the way.
I'm glad he said that, too.
I am, too, because I know people are fixating on, and we're going to play some audio, people are fixated on patience, sustained success, and they're making it out like this guy doesn't want to acknowledge the significance of the season and what's ahead. I think he did both. I think he was measured. I felt encouraged by it. And Stoney, the other thing I'm encouraged by is the general disarray in the NBA Eastern Conference. Mm-hmm. I know Valenti's a big Celtics guy, and he's talked about he doesn't know how long Boston's going to keep this core together.
Well, after at least 2 games, not long.
This core's losing to the Knicks, who the Pistons were in a steel cage fight with.
Right.
So I'm not suggesting the Pistons are beating the Boston Celtics as they currently sit.
No.
But what I'm telling you is I think it's closer than you realize, which only amps up this offseason. You want to bet on Ivy and Thompson and Duren taking a step and Ron Holland taking a step. Okay. But there is some serious opportunity for this organization regardless.
And by the way, just to let you know, Zion's contract, he's got 3 years left.
Yikes.
At 39 next year, 42 the year after, and 44 the year after that. So I don't think there's a chance in hell they would do it.
Ticket texters. Zion is the Anthony Rendon of basketball.
That's a great
comp.
analogy. Analogy.
Greg in New Boston says, I don't want him at all. Multiple exclamation marks.
You know how old he is, by the way?
Rendon?
No.
Zion? I don't 25.
24.
Oh, okay. Keep Zion out of the Conies. Valeni wants Zion so bad for some reason. He also wanted Ben Simmons. Texter says, I think they should run it back until the deadline. The only free agent I would want, he has a player option, is Naz Reid.
Naz Reid's been very popular because of how he's played.
The style of play.
There's a guy who's on a lower list that I would love to get is, and if you watched the Olympics, because nobody was watching Philly this year because they sucked, Gershon Yabusele from France. He was really good, and he's 29 years old. He's 6'9". He can play stretch 4. He can play 5 if he had to, but he's really a stretch 4. And I didn't realize he was a pretty good three-point guy, and that's the reason I really I'm intrigued by him. He shot this year 38% from 3, which is pretty good.
Is anybody else surprised how flawlessly he pronounced a French basketball player's name? Yeah. That was my big takeaway from that. Yeah, they could use him in the front court and all that, but the pronunciation from you.
Thank you.
That's unexpected.
Just call him Gershon.
Gershon. Yabusele?
Yabusele.
248-539-9797. Could be a player, could be a person, a position, a philosophy. What is the Pistons' top priority now that expectations have changed? We'll play some of the best of Trajan Langdon coming up next. It's 97.1. Trajan Langdon, president of basketball operations, Detroit Pistons, had a press conference yesterday. Yeah, that clip to me was what I was most interested in. I know he used other words like patience and continuity and sustained success, and it may have dampened people's expectations for a bold offseason. What I took out of it is he's not going to tie himself into knots. He's not going to do something stupid. He recognizes they have a hell of a foundation. And Stoney, I would add into this, given the events of last night, it only furthers this Eastern Conference is there for the taking.
Pretty much. Cleveland, I still think is really good. The injuries are killing them.
They had a big question about postseason. Could they break through?
Right.
And the series isn't over. They may get healthy and finish this thing up. But Boston's the big bad boss, and they're down 0-2 and are having trouble closing games out against the Knicks, who the Pistons famously put in a steel cage and battled tooth and nail to the wire.
Right, and couldn't close out either.
If the Pistons get 5% better, 10% better, are they in the thick of the Eastern Conference as quickly as next season?
I don't know. I still think they'd be a year away, depending on who they added to the team.
And that's why this is so fascinating now, is what do they do? There's the camp that says full year of Ivy, full year of Asar, a full year of the Duren we had at the end of the season. That team can make some noise. But I don't feel like Trajan's going to rest on his laurels. I certainly didn't get that vibe. You were in the room. What did you take?
Well, I asked him a question, and it's like he doesn't want to deal with this right now publicly, but how do you make that next step? What is the weakness on this basketball team? What do you need the most?
What would you say?
A stretch four.
Yeah.
Somebody big who can shoot from the outside. That's the way this league is getting. Now, digressing for a second, it seems watching these games and even the Pistons, they're starting to bring physicality back, so it's not as much as, it used to be. But, yeah, you need somebody who can shoot from the three and a bigger guy. And, look, as great as Jalen Duren played all the last half of the season and most of the playoffs, he can't make a shot from outside 5 feet. In today's NBA, you need somebody who can do that at that position, that length.
Especially a lot of the crunch time playoff lineups.
Yes.
You have 4 or even 5 shooters on the floor at the same time. Teams will play a little smaller and they'll have a stretch big. Right. You can't play Tobias as your center. You need somebody. And
Correct.
That's a spot to upgrade.
And you have to have somebody who's an offensive threat, especially from the outside, if you want to play Osar Thompson in for defense, because unless he develops an outside shot, then you're playing 4-on-5.
Yeah, you can't.
Which worked when Ben Wallace and that team was here, but they're not at that level yet.
Look, you want to argue there's been a little bit of zagging in the sense that defense seems more important now.
Yeah.
Fine, and the Pistons seem to be uniquely situated for that. It's a little bit like in the NFL. Passing league, little zag to the run game.
Yeah.
Who was built for it? Lions with an offensive line and a couple tailbacks. You want to zag. Oh, we got Ron Holland and Asar Thompson who could be bulldogs on the perimeter and defend some of these shooting lineups. The Pistons may be setting themselves up for where the league is going to be, but you will never play basketball without shooting.
No.
The three is analytically just too valuable, too important. They're going to need to keep hammering it. And I think, you're right. A stretch big is their biggest need.
I mean, everybody talks about Lauri Markkanen and, to use a Valenti term, a cat enthusiast, because that's his rep. He's not tough enough. He's not tough enough.
What about Sabonis? He's tough.
Sabonis I like a lot. I don't know what you have to give up to get him.
But my argument would be, would you be opposed? Like, what are the Kings doing? They traded away De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
What are they doing? They have to trade Sabonis.
Yeah.
Whether they realize it or not, they have to trade Sabonis. Could you give them 3 firsts and Jaden Ivey and get the conversation going?
Yeah. I don't know if you're giving up on Ivy too quick. I like Sabonis a lot, so 3. I don't think you'd have to give him 3.
I don't know that Duren is enough to be the centerpiece, but I'd be comfortable putting Duren in a deal where I'm getting a big like Sabonis.
Yeah, Duren and 2 number ones. Yes, I'd do that.
Sure.
Everything I've heard you guys say, and I would even extend this to Mike and Rico, you got to trade Duren this offseason.
Yeah.
You're not paying him. You got to get rid of him. And if from that class, you'd rather keep Ivy and pay him, right? I think Ivy can potentially become a nice 6th man in this league. I really do.
If you believe in Isaiah Stewart, and they're paying him a good chunk of money.
Right.
And you believe you're getting a big back in the deal, I think Duren becomes a guy you're shipping out.
Yes.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
You think 2 firsts and Duren would get Sabonis?
I don't know.
I don't think they're going to trade 3, but
why not?
You know how
These are late firsts.
I know,
we're winning now,
but
right? This is the change. This is what happens.
GMs teams love their first round draft choices.
Sabonis would fit here very nicely.
Yes, he would.
Well, first of all, they're not 3 in 3 years. You're not allowed to do that in the NBA.
I know that.
So you'd still keep first in alternating years. That's the other thing, man. It's why you're more willing and why teams are more willing to say
Pick swaps,
and we'll give you multiple ones. And you're thinking, how can teams justify it? That's why they justify it.
The guy I wanted them to trade for, 'cause I was wrong. I thought he was taller, but he's really just a big guard, and that's Desmond Bane from Memphis.
Yeah.
Who makes a decent chunk of change, though, but you'd have to give up. But that guy's it's a shooting machine. You know, he's like Devin Booker light.
Yes. As an off guard who can fill it up and
Yes.
go crazy. I mean, the Devin Booker thing is never going to go away because he's from here and loves here. And
I know.
I don't get the knock. Some people don't want him, which I don't understand.
No, I don't understand either.
He had 40-point outbursts in the NBA Finals.
Dates
Yes.
a Kardashian.
Oh, yeah, we had that call this week. He dates a Kardashian, so we can't trade for him. Does that make him a cat enthusiast? Too soft?
No,
Because he dates a Kardashian?
Blake Griffin dated a Kardashian. I mean, a lot of people have dated Kardashians.
Ain't it the truth?
Yeah, I don't think Lamar Odom's coming back here, though.
A couple texts. Keep everyone but Hardaway and Simone. Let Stu work on his 3. Have that be the stretch 4 that Naz Reid is. Asar and Holland give me hope. Sam and Dearborn.
I'm not banking on Isaiah Stewart being a guy who's going to shoot a lot of threes.
I don't know if you've talked about this, but the Knicks are benefiting greatly from that series against the Pistons. The amount they've had to battle, I think, is helping them now against the Celtics.
Well, the Celtics are also helping them because not only are they missing like 10 of threes, it's ridiculous what they're doing. They're taking them early. A lot of them are like early in the shot clock.
Work for a better shot.
It's amazing they've blown 2 20-point leads in the second half.
They missed 45 threes in game 1. And how many did they miss yesterday? It was like 10 of a big number. They were not very good again.
It's unbelievable.
Hold on. The Knicks are up 2-0 against the Celtics. You don't think this young Pistons team could beat the Celtics?
No.
I'm encouraged by how open the East is. I'm not going to go as far as to say they're beating the Celtics right now. The only person I wouldn't give up anything substantial for is Booker. Or no, the only player I would give up anything substantial for is Booker. Great player, love of Detroit. He'd fit the culture. He grew up in it.
By the way, the Celtics were 10 of 40 from 3.
Yikes. Yeah, that's terrible.
So what's that, 70? They've missed 73s in 2 games?
73s in 2 games. I know Zion's a name, but no thanks. He's a walking injury. How about someone like Markkanen or John Collins? Siakam instead, much better fit, and they could actually play on the court. Brian.
Siakam's not being traded.
I don't think so.
He just signed a big deal with Indiana,
and they're
right?
probably going to be in Eastern Finals if all holds, so I can't imagine they're blowing that up. All right, 7 o'clock hour. We got a lot to do. We've got the 2 Grand Slam, and we have Dear Stoney. Life advice from Stoney. What could go wrong? After the update, George Pickens was traded, and people are revisiting the great wide receiver duos in the NFL. Where do the Lions stack up? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. It's death, taxes, and torque this season for the Tigers. They would tack on one more to win at 8-6. It was a back-and-forth affair in the first 4 innings, though. Javi Baez had 2 big hits in that stretch, along with 4 RBIs. Job departed the scene after giving up his 6th earned run off a 108-mile-an-hour single by Jordan Beck. It was 6-6 at that point, and neither team would score again until that torque hit in the 10th. The NBA playoffs resumed yesterday. The Knicks rallied back from a 20-point deficit to win by a single point, 91-90. New York now has a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. The Thunder, on the other hand, emphatically tied up their series with the Nuggets thanks to a 149-106 win. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way with 34 points and 8 assists. The Warriors had the night off, but they received some disappointing news on sharpshooter Steph Curry. He'll miss at least a week with a hamstring strain. This is the first muscle strain of his career. The Utah Hockey Club is officially rebranded as the Utah Mammoth. The team announced it on X yesterday, posting a video with the hashtag #TusksUp. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
George Pickens traded yesterday. Pittsburgh to Dallas. Pairs him up with CeeDee Lamb. That's their 1-2 punch, their duo. Now, look, it's the classic Dallas has got to get a head case right. Do you want to be trading for a receiver that Mike Tomlin is willingly giving up? I don't know, but it'll be a fun reality story.
By the way, I know I watch, especially now that I'm not working full time, way too much of the talking head shows on ESPN and the other places. You would think that Patrick Mahomes was traded yesterday. Oh my God, George Pickens was traded to the Cowboys. Okay, it was a nicely story. 4 hours later, it's still breaking news. It's like, come on. It's not that huge of a deal.
You know what it is? It's a football nugget in an off season where we're
right in the middle of the playoffs.
I know. We're going to spend a couple minutes on it here.
I know.
You found a list.
Yeah.
And it's not really a Pickens topic. It's a good check-in with the Lions, the 1-2 punch. Where does the Lions duo stack up with wide receiver duos in the National Football League? CBS Sports put this together, and we want to know if you agree with where the Lions are ranked. So I'm going to go through this, Stoney.
Okay.
Number 10, I think some of this is projection. There's a lot of excitement. Jacksonville. Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter as their 1-2 punch.
Wow, you're putting a lot on Trevor Lawrence and Travis Hunter, basically.
Thomas was great last
Thomas
year.
was really, really good, right? That's why I didn't mention him there.
And there's a world where next year I feel very good about that duo. They put him at 10.
Yeah.
Number 9, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
Look, Evans is spectacular. I mean, he looks like he could still be doing this when he's 50. Godwin gets hurt a lot.
Not really. I mean, he averaged 1,000 yards of 5 years prior. He got hurt last year.
Didn't he get hurt the year before, too? No.
Maybe at the end of the year, but he was productive. I actually think this is a little low for these guys. These are proven. I expect both to produce.
And but you got to give them maybe credit for what they did draft-wise because they got Igbuka, right?
They did. Maybe they're the best trio.
Caution, yeah.
Commanders are 8. They added Debo. 7 is the Dolphins with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, who feel like maybe their best seasons together were a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams at 6. They added Devontae Adams to put with Puka Nacua.
I think that's a little high. I mean, Devontae Adams is still good, but I mean, he's 32. I'm not saying he's a bum or anything like that. I wouldn't put them in a top 6. I mean, they have a terrific quarterback, as we know.
I think I might put the Bucs as high as 6.
You might flip-flop that?
Yeah. Now the top 5.
Okay.
Here's where we get a little more drama. The Cowboys are in here. Lions are in here. Vikings. Let's go in order. Number 5 is the Detroit Lions with St. Brown and J-Mo. 4 is Dallas with Lamb and Pickens. 3 is the Vikings with Jefferson and Addison. Chase and Higgins are 2. Brown and Smith with the Eagles are the number 1 NFL duo. What do you think of where the Lions are, and what do you think of the list?
I like where the Lions are. I think it's fair. I might put them a little bit ahead of the Cowboys. I might flip-flop that a little bit because, I don't know, Pickens to me is so mercurial. Who knows what is going to happen with him.
As opposed to J-Mo?
I don't think J-Mo during the games is crazy.
Right.
Pickens during games seems
has Pickens been suspended twice?
No, but that's...
Okay.
No, I just think Pickens is considered a bad teammate. People didn't like him.
I would consider people who get suspended multiple times as someone who hurt the team. I know we don't want to do it because we feel like J-Mo's turned a corner, but that's not fair to Pickens, who's produced for 3 straight seasons, as opposed to J-Mo, who only has the 1. I maybe there's an element of projection here.
Okay.
But I have no issue with the duos ahead of the Lions here.
No, I would flip-flop 4 and 5. That's it.
Like, I also think Lamb probably ahead of St. Brown, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And Jefferson is ahead of St. Brown, and Chase is ahead of St. Brown. So I get, like, even carried by the weight of the number 1, a lot of these teams can be ahead of Detroit.
Right. Well, look, obviously winning means a lot, but I would, believe it or not, flip-flop 1 and 2. I mean, I think A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are terrific, but I think Chase and Higgins are better.
Yeah, I'd put the Bengals number 1. I'd put the Eagles number 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vikings 3.
Mm-hmm.
I get the fight about the Cowboys and the Lions. I think it's just maybe more proven with Pickens.
Yeah.
At this time next year, the Lions could be 3 or 4. But right now, 5. Because it's just the 1 year that J-Mo produced.
Well, actually, next year it's going to be, the Lions are going to be 3 because it's going to be St. Brown and Tesla.
Did you not like that pick?
I didn't mind the pick. I just don't think it was necessary. But that's the whole thing about the draft. We have no idea what goes on. What other teams were actually interested. Could they have waited and not done anything and got him? I don't know. I mean, there was a story. Michael Silver was in Jacksonville's war room. And they talked about all the Lions calling and all this stuff, and other teams were calling. And there's an inference from some people that it was to get Tesla, and there was no indication of that. The people wanted that pick, but to take other players.
So, but I think a great point to make here is Tyreek Williams, the night of the draft, people thought was a reach. And then the next day he confirmed, Buffalo really liked me.
Yeah.
And the belief was Buffalo was going to take him at 30. Mm-hmm. So the idea of the Lions could have traded back and gotten Tyreek Williams in the second doesn't hold true. We base a lot of this off of what the mock drafts tell us.
Right.
And the mock drafts aren't war room big boards.
Correct.
They're not the same thing. So I don't know. With Tesla, was her team at 73 or 4 or 5? I mean, a big receiver went 74. If they had reason to believe he was going to be gone and they liked him, go get your guy.
Yeah. I still think it was a little rich for what they paid, but whatever.
Once a draft, Holmes does a little bit of a heat check, though, right? And it's typically in that third round.
It's the Broderick Martin, it's the Manu, and it's this.
Even Hendon Hooker. You go, I'm going to roll the dice on a guy. It's a once a draft Brad Holmes free roll where he takes a chance on somebody. Which, if you're going to take a chance, isn't that the space to do it? Using late day 3 capital, late third round capital to move up and get a guy you like?
Yeah, but like the one was a Broderick Martin where they gave up a third round pick to move up in the 4th round.
Yeah,
I mean, that makes no sense.
I think Manu was similar to that one.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, so negative. J-Mo is definitely better than Pickens with the antics.
See, the J-Mo stuff, I think he's past that. Hopefully I'm right. And I don't think, once the game starts, I think he's terrific. Pickens is on the sidelines. He's pouting. He's this, he's that. Now, granted, if you had those quarterbacks thrown to him, he'll obviously be, you would think, better with Dak if you think Dak's better than Wilson and Fields.
Yeah, I think short term Pickens gets a boost here. He's going to get more favorable coverages. Think about it. He was the number 1 in Pittsburgh with poor quarterback play. Mm-hmm. Now he's going to get one-on-ones. I think he's a great one-on-one, go up and get it, win the battle receiver. He's going to get a ton in Dallas, a big quarterback upgrade. Now, it's combustible. Like, there's a world, you look at all the guys that Mike Tomlin moves on from at the receiver position, and it's a short life.
Correct.
There's a world where he burns out, fades quickly, and we're not even having this conversation a year from now. But we are having it today. And I think today, he is more proven than J-Mo.
Just as much, I guess. I mean, J-Mo had 58 receptions last year, and Pickens had what? He had 59. Okay, and they were targeted. Pickens 103 and J-Mo 91.
Okay,
but J-Mo
give me the career stats.
Hold on, I don't have them with me.
So Pickens has almost 3,000 career yards. J-Mo has 1,300.
Well, that goes
twice as productive.
Part of that is because of what you said before, because he was suspended for a few games.
Sure, and some of it J-Mo's injured, which is not his fault.
Correct.
But that plays into proven versus unproven.
But
track
J-Mo,
record versus not track record.
I don't know if you take this into consideration, but J-Mo can do other things.
Yeah, I think he complements St. Brown well.
Reverses, runs the ball, just don't have him throw it.
How long are you setting that one up? 248-539-9797. Just a little check-in on receiver duos. Lions have the 5th best duo in the league, according to CBS Sports. We've got 2 Grand Slam coming up next, 7:25.
I thought the Bears would be in there because Ben Johnson makes everything better.
Oh, my God. Yeah, were there any glaring omissions, Stoney?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you?
Not off the top of my head.
I mean, if Tank Dell was healthy, I'd say maybe, because Nico's really good.
Nico is, yeah. Maybe the best receiver not on this list.
Right.
But he doesn't have a running mate. They drafted receivers in the 2nd and the 3rd trying to solve that problem, and they added Christian Kirk. So they clearly are trying to figure something out
right
in Houston. All right, we have Dear Stoney in place of Dear John coming up at 7:35. Busy morning, fun morning. Fun morning, it's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, if you're injured in a car accident, you're looking around, you need someone to help you out, and you want someone who truly cares about you, who's going to go the extra mile to win for you. There's a law firm out there that cares. It's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I've met with him. I've met with his team. They're experienced. They're staffed up. They're not cutting corners, and they're going to get you the biggest payout possible. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you're not just a number in this insurance game. Him and his team are going to look after you when you need it most. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's spelled K-A-J-Y. kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
All right, so Tom Brady has admitted to a major parenting fail. He says that he effed up by doing the 2024 roast, right? Apparently his kids, 17-year-old Jack, 15-year-old Benjamin, and 12-year-old Vivian, were just not very cool with it. And he did express his regret while appearing on the Logan Paul Impulsive podcast.
Okay, what did he think was going to happen with a roast? And second, I'm saying this because I don't want him to beat himself up too much. It shows that their dad has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
He could take a joke.
And some of it wasn't
that was in the
appropriate for a
public.
12-year-old.
Well, yeah.
Sure. I get why the kids felt that way.
They're making fun of mommy. They're, all that kind of stuff.
Right. That's your dad. That's your mom. And some of the she wasn't brought up in many of the jokes, but she was. So it was your mom.
When they were pretty.
They were. So I understand the kids' feelings.
Yeah.
But yeah, you signed up to do a roast.
Yeah.
That's what a roast is.
Right.
They're going to make fun of you.
They are.
Well, he
hard.
didn't mind that.
No, and you learn to laugh at it.
Yeah.
And look,
So you live and you learn,
Yeah.
kind of what he's saying. Now he regrets doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brady's not saying that, like, he knows what he signed up, but the kids didn't sign up for that.
No,
so
the
the
kids
kids are
didn't.
going to interpret that differently.
Right. He had no, if he didn't have kids, he probably wouldn't have had a problem with it.
No, I'm guessing he probably spoke to the children before it took place. Like, as a 12-year-old, you might not really understand what a roast is.
Yeah.
And what they're going to be saying about your dad. So I'm guessing he talked to them before. It's not the worst thing you can do to your kids.
Or you say, listen, there's this thing you probably heard about that I'm going to be doing.
Right.
You can't watch it.
well, then they're going to
Yeah,
want to
but-
watch it.
Yeah, even if they don't watch, though, people are talking about it.
Of course,
the
friends,
internet,
the internet.
like it's just, it's out there. Smokey Robinson's camp is saying that the sexual assault lawsuit that was filed by 4 former housekeepers is filled with nothing but lies and is purely a shakedown. So Smokey's attorney says that as this case progresses, the evidence will show that this is simply an ugly method of trying to extract money from an 85-year-old American icon. And he calls out the plaintiffs and their lawyers, saying that they're all displaying some bizarre theatrics and they're using lies to enlist the public as an unwitting participant in the media circus that they're trying to create. The attorney also says that Smokey himself will respond in his own words, and they will file a motion to dismiss the lawsuit.
When did these allegations take place?
Oh, I don't have all of. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. It was like 2012 to 2024, I believe.
Okay.
It took place for quite a while. These women had worked there for a long time, and all of them. It sounds like we're never sharing what was going on to each other while they worked there, but now they're now sharing their stories and coming out with their side of the story. Excuse me. FanDuel Sports Network Detroit is parting ways with another cherished local media personality, Trevor Thompson. He's been with the network since 2000, confirmed on Wednesday that his role has been eliminated, which is exactly what happened to Mickey York. His role has been eliminated. Thompson isn't discussing any further details of this, but he's no longer working there.
It sucks. A lot of times that happens when, big national companies come in and they have to cut costs, and, the people that are replacing them are being paid by, in this case, the Tigers.
Yeah, said it about Mickey yesterday. Loved watching him. Trevor Thompson, the same, especially on all those Red Wing games.
Yep.
Sucks.
Hey, anyone listening, if you want to win $2,000, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. Give us a call now to play the $2 Grand Slam. I'm going to wrap up my news with this story. Paul Pierce was so convinced that the Boston Celtics would bounce back from their Game 1 loss to the New York Knicks, to take Game 2, that he made a really extremely ridiculous bet. And now it's time for him to pay up. So on FS1's Speak, he promised to walk 15 miles from his home to the studio for work barefoot if the Celtics lost the game. He's telling them. Is he going to do it?
Is he going to do it?
If they're smart, they'll make them do it and, get a lot of publicity out of it.
Put the cameras on him. It's, by the way, he posted a photo. It's actually a 20-mile walk.
Oh, it's 20 miles?
He posted like a screenshot of his Maps app going into work.
How many hours did it say?
8 hours.
See, he screwed up. He should have just said, if he didn't say walk from home,
I'll walk to work.
I'll walk to work. He could have just, walked like a block.
Right.
Oh,
we'll find out.
He was very adamant. Like, I feel like it could be a good show, have a camera crew out there following him.
And again, I felt pretty confident the Celtics would bounce back
Me too.
but you know what? Down 0-2.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
This is it, guys. Our chance to give away $2,000. We did it recently, Stoney, but
I know.
It's been a while, so I'm
I
ready
was
to do
here.
it. Oh, were you here for that?
Yeah. Jim
Then
wasn't here.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You weren't here.
Let's make it John's fault today.
I forgot about that. Hopefully we can do it again today. Our rules are really simple. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if we can get them all right.
It's not an easy one, I don't think.
Don't put that out in the universe.
Oh, sorry.
Brendan, you're going to do great. Brendan and Adrian, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
How you doing, Brendan?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Have you played before?
I have not.
Excellent. Well, let's see how you do. You know the rules. If you don't know one, pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready?
Sweet. Yep.
Okay, here we go. Who was the starting pitcher for the Tigers last night?
Jackson Jobe.
Who are the Golden State Warriors currently playing in the NBA playoffs?
Pass.
This American girl group had the 2001 hit Survivor.
Pass.
The Kentucky Derby aired on this TV network last week.
NBC.
Newport is located in this Michigan county.
I don't know, Livingston.
The Lions opened the 2024 season against this team.
The Chargers.
This Detroit Tiger had 4 RBI last night.
Javi Baez.
Stanford University plays football in this conference.
American Conference.
Who played Loki in the Avengers?
Pass.
The Detroit Lions won their last playoff game against this team.
Time's up.
How do you do, boys?
He had what?
3?
1, 2.
I got 3.
3.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
$75, Brendan.
Sweet. Thank you. Could have done better.
It's all right.
Yeah. Could have
Don't
done
beat
worse,
yourself
too.
up. Yeah,
Could have done
exactly.
worse, too.
You could've.
This was not an easy one.
No, not at all, as Stoney had told us. Do you know the answer to the last one, by the way, if we gave you time?
It's not the Commanders. It's the Bucks.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the least talked about playoff game the Lions have played these last 2 seasons. We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. Because we always focus on, last year they lost, or the NFC title they lost, or the euphoria of winning their first playoff game at Ford Field. The Bucs game kind of gets lost.
It's probably the least, the playoff game talked about the least since the Seattle loss.
Yeah.
In their last playoff game with Stafford, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody talks about the Dallas game because they got ripped off.
Yeah, the Seattle one kind of gets lost in history. Let's go through this. The starting pitcher last night was Jackson Jobe. The Golden State Warriors are playing who, Stoney?
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, and Timberwolves may have a shot with Steph hurt now. Destiny's Child was the group we were looking for, the 2001 hit Survivor. Kentucky Derby aired on NBC. He got that correct. Newport is in which Michigan county?
I had no idea.
I didn't know it either. John would be so disappointed in us.
Yeah.
It's not Livingston, it's Monroe. The Lions opened last season against this team.
The Rams.
All the
Sunday night
pageantry.
football.
Yeah. Oh, Sunday night. Javi Baez had the 4 runs batted in last night.
He got that one.
Stanford plays in this conference.
The ACC.
He said the American. You're throwing a dart. You know it's something weird because the Pac-12's not around really, although they're trying to bring it back. Who played Loki in the Avengers?
Tom Hiddleston.
Yep. There you go. This was not an easy one.
No, not at all.
It's not your fault, Brendan. Sometimes we dog the contestant. We're like, how do you not know this?
Right, no.
There's some tough ones in here.
And very tough. Sneaky tough.
Sneaky
Absolutely.
tough. All right, coming up next, I'm excited for this. Heather, I think you're pumped for this too.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear Stoney's
I'm nervous.
advice.
Because again, John does not know the questions ahead of time.
Yeah.
I'll give you some prompts. Dear Stoney, your topics are golfing too much, living at home, Mother's Day, and never wear those. People need advice. We'll get Dear Stoney's thoughts next, 97.1.
Hey, frankly, I was pleasantly shocked. 6 years ago, after a brief and painless procedure at the Yaldo Eye Center, my blurry, faded eyesight was transformed into brightly lit HD vision. Like the Pistons exceeded our expectations this year, Dr. Yaldo exceeded mine when he replaced my age-damaged lenses with his amazing bifocal lens implants. The same type of totally safe procedure that millions of cataract patients get every year. If you're over 40 and sick of needing reading glasses just to see the damn menu or read a text, then let bifocal lens implants set you free too. Dr. Yaldo also features the most precise LASIK available in Michigan. Imagine seeing better without annoying contacts or glasses than you ever did with them. Most patients get better than 20/20 vision. It's amazing. Bump up your lifestyle. Get a free evaluation. Just log on to YaldoEyeCenter.com. Also, just mention Stoney or 97.1 The Ticket and save big.
It will be Dear Stoney today with John out. By the way, how did you pronounce pterodactyl? Okay.
Yes.
This is the man we're going to for life advice.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Your categories today.
But I pronounced Gershon Yabusele correct.
Flawlessly. I was stunned. The guy's pronouncing French basketball players like he grew up in Nice. The topics today are golfing too much, living at home, Mother's Day, and never wear those. The first one, golfing too much. Father of 2 here, and my wife isn't happy with the amount of golf I'm playing. For context, currently I go to the range for about an hour twice a week after work, and on the weekend I play every Saturday with the same group of guys. We start around 11. By the time we finish, grab some food, it's 5 or 6 o'clock. It's the highlight of my week. I don't feel it's excessive. I don't get behind on housework, and I'm super present at home on Sundays. She accused me of being a part-time parent. When I snapped and told her it's not my fault she doesn't have a hobby, she lost it. I know I screwed up, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable with the golf time.
He's right. That is not too much. Going to the driving range twice and 1 round of golf and some food and maybe some pops afterwards. No, it's one thing if he plays 36 every, both weekend days and doesn't see his kid. No, she's bitching too much, if you ask me. And he's right. Get a hobby.
Heather, you winced at that.
Oh, yeah. Well, how old are the kids? Because let me tell you, juggling a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old is a lot of work. The 2 days a week after work driving range, that's really cool. Every single Saturday, basically all day until the kids are taking a bath and getting ready to go to bed. That's a lot. And that's like the only time you're together. I for me anyway, I'm speaking from my own life, right? Like basically the weekdays, they're going, he's done, if this was Colin, he's done with work, goes to the driving range, and they're going to bed. The weekends are the only time we have to hang out as a family and do things.
So what's the answer? Every
I don't
other
know.
week? I mean,
I
if you're a
don't
golfer,
know.
like you got to golf to get good at golf.
Now,
If the kids are 14 and 15, not such a big deal.
Okay.
They're off on their own anyway.
I could say a compromise, see if you can get a tea time earlier.
Be done
maybe.
sooner.
Yeah, I could see that, but
Be done
Getting
before
home by
dinner time.
6?
playing once a week? Come on.
Mom's already done dinner, getting him in bath, getting him ready for bed. I mean, my kids go to bed at 7:30. Like, I've done the whole day by myself.
Okay, well, let's split the difference. Let's say the kids aren't 17, but what if they're 10, 11, 12? Is that okay then?
It's easier then. Yeah. But
Because
for
guys allowed
little
to have
toddlers,
hobbies. I mean,
it's-
it's active, it's
Yes.
social, it's healthy.
Right.
hobbies are healthy. I'm all for that, but I do.
When does she
you were
want
very
when does she want
adamant.
when does she want him to play?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe not every single Saturday. But again, to me, it depends on how old your kids are.
Weeknight might be better here.
Oh, yeah.
9 holes. Or I think you got to play earlier on Saturday.
Yeah.
A little bit. That's
You need
the
to
compromise.
you need to hit the early tee time, 7, 8 o'clock, and get it out of the way and be home midday. Or you do it every 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right, the next one. Dear Stoney, what's the best way to deal with our son, who's 28, who still lives at home? We've helped him through college and have had no issue supporting him while he starts out, but it's gone on too long. He's been out of school for years and doesn't seem very motivated. He works, but has switched up his career path along the way. He hasn't found a thing that he's really passionate about. I worry we've enabled him and made things too comfortable. I brought up charging him rent, but my wife, who babies him, doesn't want to do that. She claims then he can't save to move out. How should I handle it?
Wow. That's a tough one because I could never like throw my kid out of the house. There's no way. I mean, there's people. We had this discussion when I was in with Rico last week about Olbricht's kid, and he was basically close to disowning the kid. Mm-hmm. You try to figure out a way to get, if he needs help, he needs help. If he is working,
Right.
Sounds
That's
like it.
good. Yeah.
and and if he's living at home, he is saving money. So no, I would never, unless the kid really was breaking the law or was just a bad person and getting fights with me all the time. No, that kid stay home as long as he wants.
Yeah, I can't see kicking my kid out.
No.
I just can't. Obviously, I have not had to deal with this, but I'm guessing maybe you sit down with him and you work on goals.
Yes.
Like, let's come up with some goals because I guarantee you at 28, this guy wants to get out of the house soon too, right? Like,
yeah.
Unless there's a problem there.
Right. Well,
but
then let's.
either way, let's figure that out because I can't imagine you're 28 and you want to be home with mom and dad.
No.
You want to have a place of your own.
Of course.
But I think it's harder for a lot of younger people.
Yeah.
Well, things are really expensive. Moving
Yes.
out, getting an apartment is expensive. Getting a house is even more expensive. But I do think maybe you sit down with your son and you go over some goals and how to get there. And
if he's working, maybe if you don't want to, if you feel bad about charging him rent, just have him chip in with some of the other utilities or something.
or groceries, maybe.
I know
Yes.
people have said you could collect rent, but really you're just setting it aside for them to then
Yes.
use towards something
Yes.
for themselves, and then you're helping in that way. All right, this next one is Mother's Day. Dear Stoney, I'm divorced, but we're on good terms. We have 3 children together, and she really is an excellent mom. This is the first Mother's Day we aren't together, but I still want to send flowers and a card like I always did. The issue is I'm seeing someone new, and she's really sensitive about the ex. She wouldn't like it, but I do want to show how much I appreciate the mother of my children. Is it okay to send flowers?
Yes, it is. Because it's Mother's Day. It's not Valentine's Day. You're thanking her, especially in a divorce situation, that she is being a great mom, and you're honoring that she is a great mother. I see no problem with that at all.
100%. I was hoping that would be your answer. It is definitely yes. Send her flowers. She's the mother of your children,
Yes.
and you appreciate the work she has done. Also, when you're dating a person who's divorced with kids, guess what? There's an ex involved some way, and they're always going to be intertwined because there's kids involved.
Yes.
So this new girl needs to get over the Mother's Day flowers.
Right.
The issue's her issue.
Yes. Finally, dear Stoney, I'm dating a new girl who I'm really wild about. And yes, Stoney, she's hot. So with the weather getting nicer, I busted out my favorite pair of sandals. She said they give her the ick and I should never wear those again. She said men should not wear open-toed shoes. She's being ridiculous but seems serious. How would you handle it?
Well, if she is, as you say, really hot, I would maybe, listen to her and abide by her wishes. However, I would say, look, okay, you don't like them. I like them. At least I'm not wearing socks and sandals. Those are that to me is like, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
that's
socks
an
and sandals don't mix.
That's an awful look. I've seen that before too.
Like, I have a question. Is it his feet are gross? Like, as long as there's nothing gnarly on the feet,
Yes.
like, guys should be able to wear,
Absolutely.
especially on the beach or a nice
Yes.
day.
Yeah.
Open-toe shoes are fine.
Maybe
Now,
she could
there-
go get a pedicure with him.
Maybe now there are some people who believe that they think feet are ugly. They're don't touch my feet. And
Sure.
I don't know. To me, there's nothing wrong with
You
that.
gotta stand up for yourself, too, though. You can't get
Yes.
pushed around.
Maybe you could say, I'm going to wear open-toed sandals, but if you don't like these ones, maybe we can go find another pair that would be
Yes,
acceptable.
That aren't ick.
Exactly. That
she's-
don't give you the ick.
Men should not wear open-toed shoes. I don't think she's going to be picking out a different pair.
I've got certain fashion statements I don't think men should wear, but other
Like
women
what?
like it. I don't like turtlenecks on men.
Really?
But I know men wear it, and I know other women like it, but I don't. Or cutoffs. If you wear a shirt like a tank top, no, men should not wear tank tops.
I pulled a tank top up just at home. Just to lie around the house.
Okay, well that's fine, I
What
guess.
if you're working out? No? Got to have some short sleeves.
Or take the shirt off.
So you'd rather them have no shirt?
I don't like tank tops. I don't like the cutoffs. I don't
You think it just looks like ratty?
like it.
Okay.
So like flip flops and things like that. What does this person expect when you go to the beach or the pool? What does she want you to wear?
That's a good question. Like those
Slip-on
weird,
shoes?
yeah,
Or
or
like,
those
Skechers? Like I have.
they make like water
Not
shoes.
Skechers.
Oh, what a!
Have you seen
I
like
have
people, like
Skechers
rocky
on.
beaches? I've seen them on vacations. But yeah, like you're
Yes.
gonna wear sandals or no shoes sometimes.
Right. I mean, Paul Pierce is supposedly going to walk barefoot 20 miles.
All right, there you go. That's Dear Stoney. You can send them in every week. Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. We get John's advice next week. It's 97.1. Stoney's in for John Jansen today. We played Dear John, but we got advice from Stoney.
Usually that's not good, but I think today was okay.
Ticket Texture disagrees, says awful advice by Stoney across the board.
Really?
Yeah. And this other one says...
What?
What was awful?
And this one says, oh my, the advice is bad today. We'll go through it. I didn't think you gave bad advice at all.
I didn't love your first response, but the others were fine.
Which was the first
The
one?
golfing one.
Oh, the golf.
Well, let's get into the golfing one, because
Okay.
that by far got the most
Yes.
response. Texter says, get a 7 a.m. tee time like an adult. Says he needs to have an 8 a.m. tee time and not 11. She will be much happier if that's the compromise.
That's
And I think
true.
You gave that advice.
I said that at the end.
Tell Heather she needs to grow up. This is not an excessive amount of golf. And someone says if she has an issue with it, she should find something to do on Sunday for 7 hours.
Yeah, 7 hours.
I don't want to do something for 7 hours. Like, I do want family time with my husband and my kids. Yeah, I could go in the morning, get like a mani-pedi or go get
with
brunch
the
with the
girls.
girls. Sure. But I still want time as a family.
7 hours is a little extreme. I'll grant that,
Okay.
especially, so you figure 4.5, if it's a public course, probably. You don't need that much time before and after.
Yeah. Golf guy here. Heather's right. Basically, when my daughters were 1 to 5, I played very little golf. Now at 6, she's in school. I get a little more time with less complaining from the boss.
I'm telling you, 2 toddlers, it's a handful.
Right.
There's a lot going on.
I just think I look at it once a week does not seem to me as excessive, even with the driving range stuff.
Stoney, you're insane and lucky to be married. That's way too much golf time.
Okay.
Stoney, you're wrong about the golf. Weekdays are working. I think golf would be better during a league on a weeknight or an early tee time Saturday. The guy's basically not present for 30% of his time with the kids.
This is how a Saturday looks with little kids, okay? If you're going to go golfing, you need to get out there between 6 and 7, tee off, and knock it out in 3.5 hours. The course moves faster earlier in the day. All these things play in. And then you're walking in the door between noon and 1 o'clock. You're done. You got in your golf. And you can take over and help the wife that's been doing it all morning.
And
I
in
would
an
argue
ideal
kids
world,
are
you're
easier.
right.
Young kids are usually easier in the morning when they wake up and stuff, and you get them to their nap, and then the golfer can take a nap and recharge himself. Sounds like normal Saturday there, Heather.
Yeah.
I mean, nap time's huge, right?
Nap time is huge. However, we're getting to the point where one is no longer napping and one is. And yes.
This guy says, as a man who doesn't have kids but golfs a lot, I think the guy's wrong. To dedicate every Saturday away from the family is not right. Tee off at 7, and then you're home and can spend most of the day with the family.
That's the compromise. I get that.
As a dad of a 1 and 2-year-old, I fully agree with Heather. No golf every Saturday. I literally just did my first night and morning by myself since the wife is on a work trip, and it is difficult. Golfing every Saturday is way too much. You can start golfing when the kids grow up a little more.
Like, if you're going out to golf like 10 and 11 on a Saturday, I would argue it's more than a 7-hour day. Seriously, the round is 4.5, 5 hours. You have to drive to and from. Let's just say that's a half hour each way. And then you're going to spend time in the clubhouse with the guys and on the range. I mean, that's 8 or 9 hours. Like, when we had our golf outing, I've participated a few times in it, and I'm like, I can't imagine doing this every Saturday. Now,
Well, especially where you drive,
I know
where the course is and where you come from.
Chop an hour each way.
Yeah.
You know,
It's still a
driving.
long day.
Yeah.
Some of the other stories, questions. We had the, what do you do with the kid that's still at home? Charge him rent, put the money in a different account, give it to him when he decides to leave.
Decent
That's a good idea.
Decent idea.
Sure.
It says,
Absolutely.
put it in a savings account, save for a down payment on something. On the Mother's Day, says, hard no on sending flowers to the ex-wife, Stoney. I would say Happy Mother's Day. I'm sure she would. I'm sure he appreciates what she does, but if she wants flowers, she can get them from the new guy I'm sure she's dating.
Well, how do you know she's dating somebody?
Again, you guys are insane. Presents from the kids are fine, but you're obviously not divorced. Oh my, the advice is bad.
We're clearly not
We're
divorced.
clearly not divorced.
So in my
Are
mind,
flowers
yes,
really
flowers
that problem?
are fine.
Are they that problematic to send flowers? That's what they're saying. Like, it's almost like you're trying to like hit on her
I
by
say
sending her
obviously
flowers.
I don't think so,
No,
but
me neither.
I apparently it is.
But then again, I'm friends with all my exes.
It's true.
so-
One of them stood up in his wedding.
Yes.
So
That's very different circumstance.
yes.
On the last one about the ick, she said the ick. What is she, 5? It says let the bitch walk. I wear socks and sandals from an unnamed ticket texter. the hot chick's not wrong. Men should not wear open-toed shoes. I say that as a man. If you're a teenager, it's still gross but tolerable. Drew in Woodhaven.
It's situational, though, right? You're going to wear sandals to a pool.
Right.
Or
To
the
like
beach.
a beach party. I don't know.
Look, if you don't have a fungus on your foot, you can wear open-toe shoes.
Yes, absolutely.
And where are you going? If you're going to a nice restaurant, yes, please don't wear open-toed shoes.
Right.
But if you're going to get ice cream or something, I don't
cares?
know. Throw on
Yes.
some sandals.
Heather, no tank tops? That's a weird take.
I don't like the tank tops.
She must dig the farmer's tan. Blake at work.
No, I don't love a farmer's tan. Just wear sunscreen. I don't like the tank top look. I especially don't like the short sleeve shirt ripped off the sleeve, and then you're wearing those like really like when you're at the gym.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's the big deal?
I don't like those.
Because most of the guys who do that, they do it because they want to show off or something, or they think they're cooler than they are.
I'm not telling you not to wear it, but I'll definitely give you my, like, if it was my significant other, I would say, I don't really like that. I'm not going to say you can't wear it,
Right.
but I will tell you, not my favorite.
Texas says, I think Cookies doesn't know what a tank top is. What did I say that made me look like I don't know what a tank top is? Rip the sleeves off. That's a tank top, right?
No,
Or you have the straps.
Straps.
Yes,
Yeah, but
a
I
tank top and a sleeveless, a cutoff are different, but
Yeah.
I don't like either.
I don't, but I see him at the gym, and I never think like, oh boy, this is poor taste or trashy.
When you see the guy with the tank top who's grunting, doing
that's
the lifts.
different. But that's the person, not the attire.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're a DB, I mean, if you're trying to put on a show for everybody
Right.
at the gym and slam your weights down and look how tough I am. But that's separate from what you're wearing,
Yeah.
whether you're showing off or not. 248-539-9797. Thomas in Detroit, you got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I got two things. Number one, we're not wearing sandals. I'm sorry. If we go to a pool or something like that, that's why you wear slides to the pool.
Okay.
You wear
Okay.
slides.
Well, I still consider slides
And
sandals.
That's
right?
open toe,
and
though.
this is coming from a guy who get pedicures. Now, the thing with the ex-wife, no, I'm not messing up a potential relationship. I'm not messing up a relationship that I just started for my ex-wife. She's an ex for a reason. This is why you got a divorce. I appreciate you and the kids, but the most you get out of me is a happy Mother's Day, maybe a card. But I'm not sending you flowers. My kid's mother tried to do that now to get stuff out of me. I'm like, yo, you're not my responsibility anymore. It's been 20 years.
Okay.
I love you for having my kids, but no, you're an ex for a reason. I'm not finna mess up nothing that could potentially be good and better for me.
But why would
just think it's
why would that
innocence.
mess it up?
Yeah, I think the flowers are innocent.
Man, okay?
None of us are divorced here.
You sit back and have that conversation with with the woman that you with about your ex-wife because she think you still got it for her. Nah, that's a conversation I'm going to avoid.
I understand what you're saying, but
And
to
Stoney,
me,
you should know. And Stoney, you should know. Happy wife, happy life.
oh, I know that. Yes, believe me, I get that.
Thomas, love the phone call. Thanks for calling in. All right, 8 o'clock hour. I'll have a papal pick. I did
Oh.
promise, now that they are in the conclave, I will have a papal pick for the people today. We have to get into bad bets because of what Paul Pierce did. And we got to talk about the Pistons. You were at the Trajan Langdon press conference. If you look what's going on in the Eastern Conference playoffs right now, it's clear this offseason is critical for the Pistons. We'll get to all of it. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Tigers relied on the bullpen and their offense to squeak out an 8-6 win over the Rockies in extra innings last night. Jackson Joe blasted just 3 2/3, allowing 8 hits and 6 earned runs. This guy remained hot. Manager A.J. Hinch recorded his 900th career win as well. 4 relievers combined to shut out Colorado. Will Vest received the win after pitching 2 innings, the 9th and the 10th, allowing a single hit and 2 walks. Spencer Torkelson drove in the game-winning run in extras. Before the game, Manuel Margot was activated from the injured list and sent to Toledo. Kenta Maeda was also placed on release waivers. The 40-man roster is 2 players short currently. After a 10-game road swing, the team returns home tomorrow to face the Rangers. The Tigers announced yesterday that Saturday's tickets are almost completely sold out. They're encouraging fans to buy tickets to Friday and Sunday's games. Tomorrow is Scuba Day as the start was pushed back following Tuesday's rainout. A popular golf resort in northern Michigan is in need of a new clubhouse. Lakewood Shores in Oscoda is the victim of a fire. There were no injuries, but crews battled the flames from midnight to late morning, according to Tony Paul. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'll tell you what, people might not love the advice, but Dear Stoney has certainly generated the reaction this morning.
They're good questions.
They were, you gave some thoughtful answers to them.
Yeah, they didn't like them, but whatever.
Whatever, they don't have to take your advice.
That's true.
Some ticket text, some phone calls. You heard in the update, Tigers won late last night. Extra inning game. You had an epiphany. This is not a new rule, but this extra inning rule really got you?
Yeah, I just, especially since it was late. I fell asleep and I woke up and I saw what was going on. I woke up for the bottom of at the top of the 10th inning. I just think that if you're going to do the ghost runner, whatever you want to call
Zombie runner.
Yeah, put him on first base. That way you at least have to get a base hit usually to score a run. Because the way it is now, it's like, bunt, sacrifice, fly, 2 ground outs, run scores, game over if it's in the bottom of the – I just don't think it's tough enough to score a run. That's my –
I think their point, though, is they want you to score the run. Let's get the game over. You had 9 innings. Nobody won. We're doing this in the regular season because there's 162 of these. Is it cheap and chintzy and gimmicky? Yeah, just get it over with. If you can't do 2 ground balls or 2 fly balls to score a run, you don't deserve to win the game anyway.
I get it. I totally get it.
And both teams deal with the same things. You would want to tweak it to put the runner on first. I have no issue with it. We have some ticket texts. We got some phone calls. By the way, the other thing I thought was significant with that Tigers game, that was a one that got away written all over it going in because you had rested a couple days. Job leaving stuff over the plate in a ballpark where fly balls go to disappear.
Which he did.
And I'm going, boy, you could chalk this one up to a kind of one of those lousy one that got away games. But true to form, this Tigers team does not lose like that. They fight, scrap, and claw, and they won the game.
They came back. The bullpen did a great job. Jeremy mentioned, Will Vest get the win, 2 innings. Connolly, he had control problems, but he got out of a bases-loaded jam in the 8th inning. Herder was really, really good. And, they came through. And look, let's give Javi some credit again.
4 RBI day.
Mm-hmm. He's incredible.
Is this you want proof that it really is our year? Look no further than that.
Oh, yeah.
That is the most unexplainable. He was dead. His career was over.
Javier Baez, he's going to be comeback player of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. If you look, by the way, the odds for the Tigers, they have 3 guys in the top 5 for AL comeback player of the year. You can guess the other 2.
Yeah, Mize and Torque.
Yeah, exactly. But to have 3 guys, I mean, that is why this team has jumped out and has started so much better than we anticipated.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right. Callers. Really struck a nerve. Rob in Clinton Township, good morning.
Hey, always a great show, but you folks are so far off on this one here. Hey, divorce it's war. I'm on my 3rd wife. It took me 60 years to find the perfect one, right? The first 2, just the horror stories. But you do not send flowers. Absolutely not. And if any of her exes send flowers to my house, I'm going to knock on their door and somebody's going to get a beating, and that's a promise.
Oh,
wow.
Even if it's just, what the reason is, it's for being a good mother.
Stoney, you've never paid a dime of alimony
You're
in
right.
your life, correct?
You're correct.
All right.
You're right.
You don't even know. Everything gets changed. You get ripped. You could be the greatest guy in the world, and how you go through that divorce, man. I got a good one. No ex has better send any flowers to my wife on this Mother's Day. I'm going to deliver a beating, and that's a promise.
Okay.
Message sent.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
You surprised by that, Heather?
Yeah, but again, I don't.
Right.
I've never been there, never been in a divorce, so I don't get the situation. To me, it did seem harmless.
And look, it's not something I think I would do.
But this guy, this scenario is the first year since they're divorced. He normally sends flowers for Mother's Day, wanted to do it.
Right.
And was
What if he
concerned
said-
about the jealousy from the current girl he's with.
Will he still go? I don't know how old his kids were in this Dear Stoney,
Yeah.
but like, would he still go to the store and help his kids buy a Mother's Day gift for their mom?
I would hope so.
I would hope even this last guy would acknowledge that's okay.
That's okay, right?
Because kids aren't going, especially if they're young, like 7,
Right,
8 years
they're
old.
little.
You're gonna help them pick out a card or
Right, and make
a card or
something.
give them. Isaac in Royal Oak, you see it differently?
Yes. So I had a contentious divorce. We do not get along. She birthed 3 children into this world, carried them for 9 months, breastfed them, still cares for them, and is an excellent mother. I've got a girlfriend, a serious girlfriend. It's her suggestion that we get her something. We're going to do some homemade cards and flowers. And I would contend, I don't like judging people, but if you're that insecure that you're going to go knock on somebody's door and promise them a beating if they gave the mother of their children some flowers, there might be a reason that you're on your third most prayer.
Yeah.
Isaac, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, there's just no reason to be that angry about it. And we don't necessarily get along, and I'm not expecting anything on Father's Day, but she's a good mother, and I don't know if you've been you haven't yet, Costa, Stoney, you have, and Heather, you went through it. Childbirth is an experience, and I didn't have to go through it, so she can get a bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
It should be innocent.
Just to be fair, I didn't go through childbirth either.
No, but you were there for it. You watched
Could
your
you
wife go
imagine
through
how much
it.
you would be wussing out?
Oh, my God. It's
You guys,
unbelievable.
there's a reason men don't birth babies.
Right.
Because you can't handle it.
You're right.
I don't think you'd be able to.
What about when we get kicked in the balls? It's like the worst argument.
I know.
Andrew on a cell. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing? Heather, happy early Mother's Day.
Thank you.
So I don't understand how these guys call it in. Like, if you've got kids with your ex, why wouldn't you buy flowers for they provided you a child. Stop being insecure. You're not getting back with this person. You're buying them flowers. What if that child can't buy flowers on their own? Should mom not get anything for Mother's Day? Come on. Don't be so insecure. And my man on his third wife, bro, come on. Third time, hopefully, is a charm? Really?
He said it was. Yeah, I know.
Andrew, it's a promise.
Yeah.
It's a promise.
I know, yeah. Pinky promise at that. I don't understand the whole insecurity. Just buy the flowers. Thank you for the child that I have. My ex-wife and I don't get along all that great, but I'm still going to send her a text. I mean, you spend a bulk of your time with that person, they at least deserve that. So
it's just a respect thing.
In fairness, a text is a little different than flowers, so you wouldn't send her flowers, would you?
I agree. Well, I have a 26-year-old son with her, so yeah, I probably would.
Okay, good.
But at this point, maybe not. I mean, it's been 20 years since we've been divorced. He can buy them for her now.
Yeah.
But aside from that, no, I would have earlier.
Okay.
But not now. I mean, it's been 20 years, but I would have before.
Sure,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have been a big deal. Oh, the ticket text loved the angry guy.
I'm sure.
2 divorces in 6 years? Sounds like he might be the issue. First rule of relationship advice, don't take it from the guy in his third marriage, Tony in Oxford. Mike in Clarkston, don't take advice from someone on their third marriage ever. They're abject failures and have zero credibility. Oh, boy.
Wow.
We got some caller on texter crime, vice versa. We do have some thoughts on Baez. Jake in Ferndale, you got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Yes, sir. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to say I was the biggest Baez hater for years, and I have changed my ways now. He is one of my Tigers now. I'm actually debating getting a Baez jersey.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Was there a
I'm just
moment?
amazed.
Was there a moment, or is it just kind of slowly it's turned?
No, just this season. I mean, he's shown that he can do it again, and I'm so impressed.
Well,
him and Pork.
It's still a small sample size
maybe
to a
don't buy the
certain
jersey
extent. I
yet.
wouldn't buy the jersey yet. But look, what he's done, he still strikes out a lot, but he's not chasing at bad pitches when he strikes out. He gets overpowered at times. He's playing an unbelievable center field, and he's have his timely hitting like he did last night. I mean, even last year when he sucked, he was really good with runners in scoring position. That seems to be his forte. It's a bonus we didn't expect.
Yeah, it's to the point he's played so well in center field defensively. Even when Veerling's back, I still think defensively you like Javi in center.
Oh, absolutely.
And Veerling can play the corner and third.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. We're saying you can't get him out of the lineup. We were fighting, please don't play Javi. Now we're saying keep him in the lineup.
So if and when Meadows comes back,
Well,
then he's your center fielder.
That's your center fielder.
Can
yes.
Javi play corner?
Corner outfield?
Yeah.
I mean, he got the range.
You would think so.
I'm not about the arm. I don't know. I mean, if you can play shortstop and third, you'd think wouldn't get him killed in the outfield.
He could do anything.
Can he catch?
I don't know. He might.
Are we going full Don Kelly here?
No.
Can he pitch?
Maybe he could do a Shane Halter game. Plays Andrew Romine, right? Did they play every position?
It's not far away from it at this point.
I know.
248-539-9797. All right, some ticket texts, some phone calls. We'll keep the conversation going. And I did promise, and John's not in, but he really wanted me to deliver on this, a papal pick, who I think the next pope will be. And we'll give you some info on this whole process. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the best in the world. I love it. I go to the one in West Bloomfield all the time. And what I do, I'm a cardio guy. I get on the elliptical, the recumbent bike, and I love it. It's, as you know, a judgment-free zone, and you want to get in good shape, especially for the summer, and it makes you feel good, not just physically, but mentally as well. Right now, they have a great deal going on where it's $1 down, $15 a month. That's right. Only $1 down, $15 a month. It lasts through May 16th. Now, some of the local locations are 50 in the Detroit area. They got all the new equipment, the plate-loaded hack squat, the supine bench press as well. Get the Black Card membership as well, $24.99 a month. Bring a guest free anytime. Black Card is great. You get the hydro massage and all that stuff too. Planet Fitness, over 50 locations, like I said, in the Detroit area. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Yeah, baby.
There you go.
Doubleheader today.
Chock full of baseball.
We don't. When Casey Mize is pitching the opener, we have not seen who's pitching in the nightcap yet.
It's not Scooble because they're pitching him at home. Big weekend coming up with the Rangers in town.
By the way,
and the Red Sox extended stretch here.
By the way, speaking of, the extended stretch at home, and they're suggesting people get tickets for Friday because Saturday's close to sold out. Are we at the point where this might be like a summer like when they had the runs, the run of really good teams where every game is going to be, 30, 35,000?
I hope so.
That'd be cool.
We know what this city looks like when they get wrapped up in a baseball season. 06 was my first taste of it. I'm younger. I mean, I didn't have the magic of the 80s. 06 is when I was introduced to, this can be fun. You can have a summer that you fall in love with a team. Last year it happened so late. We saw the crowds, in the postseason and in September. Weather breaks, teams winning, best in the American League.
You got two good opponents coming in.
And the starters, that's the other thing with those teams that you cited. You always had a guy on the mound that you felt like you
must see JV.
But then it's Scherzer and it's Price near the end of that. It's Fister
Skubal and the rest of the guys.
Yeah, but Flaherty's a big swing and miss guy, and I know you want to see him work later into games. Job, there's an intrigue.
Mize has been great.
Mize has been very good, and so is Olsen. Both those young arms have settled in. It's not quite 4 Cy Young winners, but I think people are craving a good baseball team. I can't wait to see crowds this weekend.
Just wait till Cobb comes back.
Oh, God. You get to see Valeni's boy Wyatt Langford this weekend. And my guy, Alex Bregman, and the extended series into early next week.
Do they boo Bregman?
I think they will. You agree with that? They'll boo Alex Bregman? He didn't pick us?
Yeah, they might. I don't know. I'm sure he'll be asked about it.
You're making a face, Tom. You don't think so?
I just think it'll be scattered.
Oh, I don't think it's going to be like a coordinated, thunderous.
It's not going to be F you, Bregman, like it was for Brunson.
Well, maybe it should be.
Let's start it.
Do you have his jersey yet to wear there on Monday night?
I have the Tigers version that I ordered back in January.
Oh. What's the number you pick for him?
Oh, God. What we're going to do is talk a little. You mentioned Brunson. We're going to talk a little bit about the basketball stuff going on right now because Trajan Langdon's press conference was yesterday. And I think this offseason, if it wasn't already critically important, look at what's going on in the Eastern Conference playoffs right now. There is a real opportunity for our Pistons. We'll get to the biggest priority at the end of the hour. All right, I promised a Papal pick. I'm just bummed John's not here for this because he got a kick out of this. I bet on everything. So I did some research into the market, and I did a little research into the process. For people who don't know how this goes, they are sequestered. The Cardinals, 133 of them will vote. You have to be under 80 to vote. And they are essentially locked in this chapel, this process with nothing from the outside meant to throw them off. So, in fact, they go as far as to limit the food that they get because they don't want notes to be snuck in pies and other foods. So it's very specific and particular.
No fortune cookies.
No fortune cookies at the Vatican. And they're so sequestered that there are obviously no electronics. And as one CBS News reporter pointed out, that's people would say that's yes, the Cardinals will be doing that.
That's what they call it.
No electronics.
It's raw dogging.
So
I think it started with on flights. Most people instantly put on their headphones.
Yeah, right.
So it started at no technology on a flight, just being with yourself.
So basically,
a book maybe.
We've morphed from being off the grid to raw dogging. Is that basically what it is?
Yes, Stoney.
Okay.
Yes,
But that clip we played was from an actual broadcast discussing the next pope.
CBS. Yes, CBS. And there's one thing we know, they're not checking their Instagram because all their devices have been confiscated. I believe the kids are calling it raw dogging.
Oh my gosh.
So that's what's going on at the Vatican. A whole bunch of that while they try to figure this out.
No.
Trying to figure this out. And they're going to do it with their own thoughts and their own deep conversations and biblical teachings, and they'll pick the next pope. We're going to get black smoke until we get white smoke. When we get white smoke, we'll know we have a pope.
Just to be clear, I do believe that is part of the Catholic Church is believing in.
Oh, don't. Okay. All righty then.
Are they going to bastardize this process? Are they going to get naming rights for the Vatican or something like that?
Boy. It shouldn't take that long. Typically, this is a few days to a week. Historically, there are some examples of it going on for years. That's not expected to happen here.
Wow.
There are some front runners, and Stoney, I'm not sure how much research you've done into this, but
well, I did a mock Pope draft 2 weeks ago. And
did you?
No.
Pietro Parolin is the favorite. He's Italian. He's the current Secretary of State, the number 2 for the papacy. But there's a concern over whether the Italian vote gets split. This is the stuff I'm looking into.
Okay.
Because there are
Deep
several
dive.
other Italians, including this guy with the last name Pizzaballa.
Oh,
I
Which,
like
I
that.
mean, you gotta have a Pizzaballa as the Pope.
I had
mean,
our buddy Freddie the Pizza Man.
Yeah,
I
get
mean,
him in
come on,
there.
Pizza Bar.
Pierre Battiste Pizzaballa. He's a young candidate at 60 years old, so people don't know if he'll get the candidacy.
Oh, he's got to pay his dues.
And Matteo Zuppi is another Italian. So if the Italian vote gets split, I don't know that I want to bet or back one of the Italian candidates, especially when you consider that Pope Francis promoted more cardinals globally during his time, so it spreads that out. See, Europe used to have 50% of the voting cardinals. Now, only 39%.
Oh.
Do you know which region grew the most in terms of voting cardinals?
St. Louis.
No, and
Arizona.
it's not Arizona either.
Ball State. Okay, that's enough.
Asia. So my pick, Luis Antonio Tagle.
What are his odds?
He is number 2 right now. 20% chance to be the Pope.
And where's
How
he
old is
from?
He is from the Philippines.
Oh, he's a young guy.
Young for a Pope, late 60s.
67.
Very close to Pope Francis. Very beloved. Kind of a hip Pope.
Looks
as
like a
far as
nice
Pope
guy.
standards go. And I just think if he can get the Asian bloc, that'll help secure enough of a base to where you start picking people off later in the process. He's likable. I'm going with him.
The Thriller from Manila.
The Thriller from Manila will be our next Pope. You heard it here first.
All right.
Did you put money on it?
If one of these apps will offer it, I will bet it.
Because didn't we talk about that? That there was some place where you could put money on it?
Like there's stuff like Polymarket and there's like. Yes, like you could bet on the president. You can bet on this.
You should seriously. You and Mike should do a Cash the Ticket
breakdown?
episode. Oh, absolutely.
I'll hit up his phone today. We'll see what we can do.
Absolutely.
We are into this process. It could break literally any time now that we will have a new Pope.
Do they do it at the end of the day, right? Release the smoke?
Twice a day.
Oh, they do it twice a day.
Yes.
Okay.
Once a day for the first day, but now twice a day moving forward.
Oh, so it could be any time.
Yeah.
We could see that white smoke.
Did I miss anybody that you've seen as a candidate? I know there's a couple African candidates.
Yeah.
One from Ghana. It'd be the first African Pope in more than 1,500 years. Oh, I have stats on
He'd be
this.
the Jackie Robinson of popes.
Sure. I'm sure people would call him a DEI Pope. We'd have a whole controversy with that. And on that note, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, 2 police officers are suing the Dearborn Heights Police Department and others alleging sexual misconduct by their former superior. Now, that former superior and former sergeant now works at the Ann Arbor Police Department. He has been placed on administrative leave. And according to this lawsuit, which also names the city of Dearborn, it alleges persistent sexual misconduct by the former superior and a culture of silence within the department. I mean, it goes into big details. The suit alleges that this former supervisor, sergeant, was sending sexually explicit messages and nude photos to these officers, or at least one of them. Then that escalated to coerced sexual acts that were taking place and being recorded right there on department property. The suit alleges that the department was fostering a hostile work environment where officers feared retaliation for reporting any of this misconduct. It also alleges that leadership failed to intervene or protect these subordinates. And one of them is currently on administrative leave due to mental health issues. Now, the attorney representing the plaintiffs, John Marco, calls the alleged acts by the Dearborn Heights police officers sicko misconduct. Yep. Good news to this story. A Roseville teen who has been missing since Easter has been found safe in North Carolina. So the Roseville Police Department announced that the teen has been found, is safe, and her family has been notified. They've also arranged travel arrangements for her to return home. They say the 17-year-old left her house in the early morning hours of April 20th and then hadn't been heard from or seen since.
Do we know how she got to North Carolina?
I don't have all of the info, but I'm guessing they will know soon if they don't know yet. Obviously, bringing her back home. So, Mother's Day is right around the corner. You know, you can send your ex flowers if she's a great mother, or not if you want to go beat her new boyfriend. I don't know. Whatever that guy's name was, But if your mom is a big movie enthusiast, she's a movie fan, Imagine Theaters is celebrating the big day with some special Mother's Day deals. So exclusively at the Imagine Royal Oak, they're going to have a brunch and movie special this Mother's Day. So the brunch will be served from 11 to 12:30. Lots of different food to choose from, a breakfast buffet, but also lunch as well. And then movie showings will feature Mamma Mia, Lily, and Wicked. $50 for the tickets, cash bar available as well. And then also to honor Mom, they'll have special movie snacks. This is at every Imagine, where you can go and get a special on popcorn and a drink for $12. So,
You guys ever done the Mother's Day movie?
Never.
So, no.
So my mom wanted to do it once. So this was like 2004-ish. And she was a huge Denzel Washington fan.
Yeah.
And he was still in like that was his prime.
Yeah.
And she goes, I want to go see Man on Fire. Watching Man on Fire on Mother's Day was quite an experience.
Wow.
About
It's a good
halfway through
movie.
it, it's a good movie, but seriously, with the knuckle scene, I'm like, this is Mother's Day. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be about love and joy and
Yeah.
all that and stuff, and we're watching this. Quite.
That's great.
Yeah, there was definitely
Let's
no
go see
movie like that
Silence of
here.
the Lambs, okay?
Yeah.
Thaw.
Yeah. Might not be the best choice, but if that's what she likes.
That's what Mom
then-
wants.
We did what you wanted to do.
Yep.
Mom gets what she wants on Mother's Day. All right, coming up next, we're going to work the Pistons in, but first, Paul Pierce. We've done it. You've done it in your career. I've done it in my career. Dumb bets you've made and had to pay off. It's 97.1. was driving home yesterday listening to the Trajan Langdon press conference. Stoney, you were sitting in that room.
Yes, I was sitting next to Wojo, actually. Oh. Birchie was in front. Then Rieger was there.
Oh, contingent.
Yes,
Yeah. I mean, we did it up, and it's a big offseason for the Pistons. We're going to get to it at 8:50, work it in at the end of the hour, and take it into the next hour about priorities and what Trajan Langdon said and how it had you feeling. Paul Pierce. You've been in that spot.
Yes.
I've been in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Pierce. He was so confident the Boston Celtics were going to win last night. And they lost, which, again, adds to the heightened urgency in the Eastern Conference. It looks wide open.
It's
Hello,
amazing.
Pistons.
It's amazing. And if you're a Celtics fan, 20-point leads they've blown back-to-back games at home. Shooting ridiculous, missing 73s, I believe I said, between the two
we did the
games.
math. Yep.
And it wasn't just that they missed threes. A lot of them were early in the shot clock again.
But even late game, you're supposed to be this battle-hardened championship team. It's Brown with a turnover in game 1. It's Tatum with a turnover in game 2.
Right.
Ruh-roh. That's the best in the East? The Knicks could win the series? The Knicks that were in a steel cage match with the Pistons?
Although the Knicks play better on the road than they do at home. The Pistons beat them twice at the Garden.
That's a good point. A lot of Pistons talk. But Paul Pierce was so confident that he made a guarantee on his show on FS1.
Just don't wear sandals.
No open-toed shoes.
Yeah.
So he ended up posting last night after the game that his walk is actually 20 miles and would take 8 hours. Stoney, stupidest bets you made?
Oh, there's a few. There's in the Rich Rod era, I was on TV on Channel 7, and I said to the Vic Faust, who was the co-host of the Sunday Sports Update, we're going names of the past, that if Michigan lost to Purdue, I'd come in the next day or the next Sunday dressed as a woman.
Yeah, you followed through with that.
I followed through with it. Yeah, absolutely.
I've seen the photos.
You can see the video. Yeah. Let's see. There was another one where back in 2005, when the San Antonio Spurs destroyed the Pistons in the first 2 games of the NBA Finals, I said if the Pistons came back, I'd shave my head. They went to a game 7 and we're leading. My kids were like 4 or 5 years old. Daddy, you might cut your hair. They didn't understand. And then there was one when I was here.
Wait, hold on. I want to back up. You would have been at the parade bald.
Yeah.
Man, that would have been a scene.
Mm-hmm. And then in 2012, the Tigers were, not playing like they should have. I think the White Sox were ahead of them. And I said, if the Tigers win the division, the Tigers are not winning the division, they're done, whatever. I'll get my chest waxed on
radio.
On the radio. Did it live. And there's video of that too. Because the Tigers came back and won. They ended up going to the World Series. So those are 3 notable ones.
The great thing about the Tiger one was that he did it like after Labor Day.
Yeah.
So
why?
3.5 weeks later, they were trailing by 3 or 4 games. They had not been playing.
There's a lot
well.
of time left at that point.
He jumps the gun.
He did.
Yeah.
And then when you got waxed, seeing the bleeding.
You were bleeding?
A little
Yes,
bit. Yeah.
From the tape.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Don't forget I have hair.
Who
hairy chest.
waxed you?
People that worked at some establishment.
Okay, so they were professional
Professionals.
waxers.
And they still had you bleeding.
Yeah.
Is that common?
Sure, you'll bleed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Stoney, me and you had one in 2016. When I said Michigan would win 10 games in Harbaugh's second year. And
that's right.
And so the bet was if I was wrong, I had to let my hair grow out for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't cut anything. You couldn't cut your facial hair or anything.
Oh, wow.
And
Oh, no.
and then it was the same thing with him. So with me being bald, I felt like I had a lot to lose. I don't even know what was going to happen, to be quite honest with you. But with Stoney's, it was because of the ear hair.
Yeah.
And so I won the bet, and I early February,
Yeah.
I let him off the hook.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him.
Right. And I would make a donation. I did something for charity instead.
Yeah.
We'll collect them. The dumbest, stupidest bets you made. 248-539-9797.
What's yours?
So in radio, this does happen time to time. I was starting out. I was in Grand Rapids. I'm a Central Michigan Chippewa, but I was in Western enemy territory. So we were going to do a bet on the game. The rivalry game.
People care about that rivalry? The Rico said nobody cares about that.
I get it. It's not your rivalry, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Okay. Matters to us. And it did, and we needed someone to represent Western Michigan on the other side of this debate. And I was surprised we were able to pull some strings. And Danny DeKaiser, who was a current Red Wing at the time.
Played hockey at Western Michigan.
And played hockey at Western Michigan. By the way, he was at the Frozen Four.
Oh, he was?
I flew on the same plane down to St. Louis with Danny DeKaiser.
Did he remember the bet?
I wasn't going to bother him. He was over doing his own thing. But we bet on... We had to eat like a really hot wing, like one of those hot wing challenges from a local place in the area. So I lost. I had to eat this wing. It was actually not terrible.
Right.
But that was the first stupid radio bet I did. The second one was here. Stafford's first playoff win. Rieger and I did that watch-along watch party. Some of you guys tuned in for it.
That's right.
Smoker's Cough, which is what Jaeger and mayo. You have to do a shot of Jaeger with mayo. I would have had to if Stafford lost that game. They blew out the Cardinals, and Rieger had to pay off the bet at the end of the night.
God, that was Jaeger and mayo. That's just an awful combination.
Yeah, not fun. I'm very happy I didn't have to do that one.
Now, Heather, how about you?
Oh, you know,
women don't make bets.
Not like this, you guys. Sure, women gamble.
I know.
But I don't think we make bets like this.
Right.
And if we do, we're not usually serious about following through with them, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a gambler, a bettor at all. I mean, I would make a simple bet, like I'll get you lunch or something like that. Like,
sure.
Things like that. But I'm not making a bet where I'm drinking Jaeger and whatever, mayo.
Like the afternoon show does a lot of lunch bets. I know the midday show does shoot the boot.
Right.
Which I did. No, I did another one. I had to shoot the boot with Central and MSU a couple years ago when they played.
Oh, really?
So I guess I have done a few of these.
Yeah. I feel like this is a total guy thing.
It is a guy thing. We do stupid bets. We've kind of cornered the market on stupid bets. If you're a woman who's made a stupid bet, though.
Oh, there are women I'm sure who have, but
yeah.
I do think it's more of a guy thing.
Break the mold. Let us know. 248-539-9797. Alan in Detroit, good morning.
Hey, yo, mayo, gross, disgusting. Sorry that you had to do that.
Well, I didn't. Rieger did. Because he doubted Matthew Stafford.
Well, as Rieger goes. But hey, listen, fellas. So I was playing 2K5, the basketball video game.
Oh, yeah.
Against my late buddy Spencer. And I was the Suns, with Steve Nash, Amari Stoudemire, Sean Marion, all that. And he was the Pistons. And going into the fourth quarter, I was up by 25. So I bet him, hey, I'm going to win. I was so confident that if I lose, I will never play this or any other sports video game again. I ended up losing by 15.
You had a 25-point lead after 3, and you lost by 15. How do you get outscored? I'm not a big video game connoisseur, but how do you get outscored by 40 in the fourth quarter?
It turns out that he was just incredibly good, and he was really going easy on me.
He's hustling
and
you.
all of my guys were just exhausted, and I don't know, karma, I guess.
Were you talking trash?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the whole game. My trash talk was on 1,000.
Yikes.
Yeah. So I haven't played a sports video game since, fellas. And Heather.
Wow.
It's forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, at least you stuck with it, though. I give you credit.
Yeah, it's kind of worked out for me. I've had a lot more time to listen to you guys and do some other stuff in my life, like clean and stuff. But anyways, thanks.
Maybe go golf at 11 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday.
The guy says, look up Jim Rooker.
Oh, I know that. I know that
story.
story.
The story? Baseball announcer said if the Pirates blow a 10-run lead, he would walk home from Philly, and actually did a year later as part of a charity event.
Yes, he walked from. They'd stop on the way so he could sleep.
Yeah.
But
that's neat.
He walked, because it's a 5-hour drive to begin with.
Wow.
Texter says, I call BS. How would it take a retired pro NBA player 8 hours to go 20 miles? No, that's just like what the maps suggested.
Right.
He would probably do it faster.
I don't.
Barefoot in a robe? I don't know.
20 miles.
How long to walk a mile? You're a big cardio guy.
Well, for me, I do like basically average 15 minutes for a mile.
It's fine. Yeah, that's a standard walking mile.
Okay.
You got to do 8 miles.
It's 12. 8. No, it's 20 miles.
Or sorry, 20 miles. Yes, in 8 hours is what they said.
Yeah.
You do it faster than that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you would.
But he probably got a little tired. I don't know what kind of shape Paul Pierce is in. Well, knowing his past, they probably have to give him that wheelchair. Remember that?
He'll never live it down.
No.
How about when all of you opened up the disco? There was no price paid for your recklessness. I think public humiliation was our punishment for that. It still gets brought up to this day.
Not your.
Your. John was part of the disco.
Oh, he was?
Gov was part of This is how it works on this show, Stoney.
Oh.
And things have changed a little bit. When things go poorly, it's all my fault. When things go well, we share in the riches.
Well, that's...
You know why that is?
You just took my... Yeah, you just took my
I'm sitting
place
in the
for that.
seat.
Yes.
Because it starts the name of the show with Costa.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Fine. The disco has not come back since. I think that's the punishment, is we buried that. There's a reason disco died. All right, bets and stupid bets that you made. We'll get to the Pistons in this pivotal offseason. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. If you've been thinking about getting a new hot tub, take it from me. This is your moment. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and me and my family are loving it. We've already been using it actually way more than I thought we would. My husband and I are getting in there after workouts. We're using it to relax in the evening. Plus, my kids love it. It's like a swimming pool to them, and they're always asking when they can get in it. And let me tell you, Beninati Pool and Spa made the entire process of getting our hot tub super easy. They helped me pick out the perfect tub. They delivered it, installed it, and they've been there to help us take care of the maintenance too. They handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa, it's right in Utica next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township as well, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you'll be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Also, until May 12th, you can get 0% interest for 60 months. Some exclusions apply. Visit BeninatiPool.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Some ticket texts, some phone calls. Dumbest bets you've made. Paul Pierce said the Celtics won't lose game 2. And if they did, he'd walk to work 15 miles. And he posted last night it's actually 20 miles.
Wasn't the line on that game like 10.5 to tip?
Yeah, and it was another blown, was it 20-point lead for the Celtics?
Yeah.
At one point live, you got the Knicks plus 17.5. Like, sheesh. Celtics, supposed to be the team with championship pedigree. If that's the best in the East, ... certainly says something about how wide open the East is. We'll get to that in the Pistons in the offseason ahead.
Maybe Steve Kerr knew something. Not playing Jason Tatum in the Olympics. Just kidding.
Valeni has him on the block.
Oh. Okay. I'd take him.
Let's put together a trade.
Yeah.
Okay, Texter says, not just radio, there's lots of dumb bets in restaurants. I once drank a quart of water in under 10 seconds. It wasn't fun, John in Lake Orion.
Wow. A quart. So you're chugging water for 10 seconds.
Get sick.
Yeah.
Bad bets. Our fantasy football league punishment is a tattoo of a chain link on your butt cheek.
Well, if it's on your butt cheek, nobody really gets to see it, so that's not
You'll
that
know,
bad.
but you'll always know.
Yeah, you'll know. Yeah, I get that.
I bet an X that the Steelers would beat the Packers in the Super Bowl. Steelers lost. I had to get in her bikini and jump into the snow. The pictures are floating somewhere on the internet.
Oh, let's see them.
New Orleans I don't want to see
Or
them.
not, Stoney.
No, thank
I
you.
laugh at that stuff.
New Orleans sports show host dressed in drag and walked in a parade. Carl in Milan. Okay. We got Shane in Farmington Hills. Shane, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, this is Beaver Me Shane calling in again.
Oh, the legend.
Yeah. So I can't remember. It was anywhere between like 2013 and 2017. My brother is a huge Packers fan. I made a bet with him that year that the Lions would beat the Packers in both regular season games, and they ended up losing. And the bet was I ended up having to wear a Green Bay Packers women's romper to the bar.
Oh, no.
That's a good bet, though. I
Yeah.
like that. That's funny.
I went through with it. It was pretty funny, so no like tattoos or, hair altering things, but it was a good time. Everybody knew it was a bet, but it was pretty funny. And yeah, that's what I got.
Was that a night at the bar you're looking to go home early? Like, guys, it's not the place is kind of dead. Let's go home.
Yeah, just get the drinks real quick. So it makes it easier access to just leave early.
Well, it wasn't a bet, but at least you didn't bury Brett Favre like I did.
Yeah, right.
When did you bury Brett Favre?
Oh, God.
How many times?
Just once. I just said they'd never win another playoff game, right?
It was like 04-05.
Yeah.
Oh,
Joey
God.
Harrington and the Lions defeated the Packers at home. Like, they beat them pretty bad.
Yeah.
Then he went on to, go to the NFC Championship game with the Packers, lost to the Giants. Then he went to the NFC Championship game with the Vikings, lost to the Saints. You have to win playoff games to do that.
Yeah.
Remember when he lost to the Saints? The radio call?
Oh.
Yeah, we're not. This is not Detroit.
This is the Super Bowl. Hoping to change that.
Yeah, hopefully one day.
One day.
One day. By the way,
Yes.
you mentioned that. I was listening yesterday on my walk.
Can you please weigh in?
I always think about, there's things when I listen to your show and every show on the station where, not working, I have no avenue. Maybe I should just go on like Twitter Live or like make a video. How the hell does anybody with a pulse not take the guarantee of winning a Super Bowl?
We could check for a pulse for one John Jansen because I didn't understand it either, Stoney.
It's like,
But Heather also said she wouldn't take the deal.
To me, it's super easy. Don't take the deal. Don't you want to earn it and compete for it?
Well, you're still playing. It's just in your mind. If you know
it's going to happen. Woohoo! You know the ending. Then you have 9 years where you know nothing's going to happen.
As opposed to 60 years where nothing happened.
Well, no. Then if you don't take it, you've got 10 years to make more happen. It's more exciting. You're more engaged. You don't take the deal.
You take the deal because you can you can still win more, right?
After the 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you can after the 10 years, but
Yes.
within that 10 years, you're doing nothing.
You only win
sure,
one Super Bowl.
on year 11,
okay.
yes, you could win more, but
you don't know that while it's going on, right?
Yes, you do, because the AI said Detroit only wins in 2025, and then no one wins for the rest of the 9 years remaining. We never win again. You know who's going to win. Like, what's the fun of that? What's the point of playing?
To me, when you haven't had any success relatively since 1957, you'll take it any way you can
Even if it's
get
just
it.
giving to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's the freaking Super Bowl.
Do you know what I'll be doing for the next 9 years? Polishing their Lombardi trophy.
Yeah. Do you realize how long people have lived off of one championship? John Jansen won one national title at Michigan.
Exactly.
And he would even tell you, like, that was a huge feather in his cap.
Yeah.
How much do I have to hear about the 84 Tigers? I wasn't alive. I know more about that team than any other team. I mean, if you win one championship, it lives forever. It's immortality. It's joy for life.
To take a chance on, with all due respect, to this franchise, doing it on their own, too? I mean, come on. Really?
And to gamble, it's going to happen
much better
multiple
if they did.
times. Multiple times. That's where we've reached. Multiple Super Bowls. Before we've even won one. Multiple Super Bowls.
Okay, but it would just be like that one. So if you made the guarantee, you're the only one who knows. Everybody else is still joyous and all that. They don't know.
I don't know all those rules of who knows what. I mean, now we're getting into the nitty gritty of this AI projection. But if you still knew that Detroit was only going to win in 2025, and then for the rest of those 9 years, they weren't going to, I mean, maybe come close. I guess that's what you wait and see. How close do they get? But you know they're not going to win. Well, what's the point in that? That's no fun.
Yeah, you just relived the Barry Sanders years where they had a lot of excitement and didn't do anything.
It wouldn't be new to Lions fans.
Right.
And it comes
Exactly.
at the price of getting a Super Bowl? Absolutely.
Or relive the season in which you just won the Super Bowl.
For 9 years?
Yes.
For 50 years, till you die, till they bury you in the
Just
ground.
watch that season over and over and over. And then on the 11th year, you can get back into it.
Yeah, of course. For the record, Colin, who is a super fan, would take the deal. So I think
He would take the deal.
Of course you'd take the deal.
I wouldn't take the deal. I would like to earn it and compete for it myself.
Okay, good luck with that, Heather.
Thank you.
To me, it was like one of the easiest questions of all time.
I thought so too, but you get ultimate competitor, tough guy, John Jansen. I'd want to go out and test myself.
And John saying, by the way, if you are a true competitor, you won't take the deal. Implying that if you do take the deal, you are not a true competitor.
Well, you know what?
We're a bunch of weenies.
I'm not a competitor.
I'm a fan.
I'm a fan.
Thank you. That's what I told him.
It's not about the guys who actually, strap it up,
Well,
strap it on, whatever.
be very careful with that.
Yeah.
But I said to him, I go, you don't play anymore. He goes, but I can't take the mentality away. We're going to move on. 9 o'clock hour. Trajan Langdon, the quest to win 3 championships. How about try to win one first?
Yes.
It starts this offseason, a pivotal offseason for the
Would you
Pistons.
take one Piston championship for the
No. We'll get to it. Your priorities and what he said and how you're feeling. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers avoided a Game 1 disappointment against the worst team in baseball, the Rockies. They found themselves down 3-0 after 2 as Jackson Jobe was knocked around a bit as well. He allowed 6 earned runs off a pair of homers in just 3 2/3 innings of work. The game went to extras. Spencer Torkelson immediately knocked in the extra inning runner, Riley Green, with a double. Torque would later score off an error to put the Tigers up 8-6 as well. And after a scoreless 9th inning, Will Best remained in for the 10th, searching for a win, and a win he got. 2 innings of one-hit ball with a pair of strikeouts and a walk his line. Detroit now 23-13 still, leading the American League in wins. The Knicks, who knocked out the Pistons in 6 games in the first round of the NBA playoffs, took down the Celtics to grab a 2-0 lead in that series. They rallied back from 20 down, 91-90 the final score. Michigan Panthers QB Bryce Perkins has been named the UFL Offensive Player of the Week. He ranked 2nd in the league in passing touchdowns. He had the last week while tossing 800 yards. That'd be something. 188 yards through the air. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Trajan Langdon season-ending press conference. We carried it live on the station. I was listening on my drive home. Stoney, you were there. He asked a question. You took it all in. The feeling around the Pistons right now, this offseason is critically important. One, because they got a taste of success, and even Trajan Langdon acknowledged expectations have changed.
Which is nice to hear.
Yeah, I know people are fixated on patience and sustained success. I came away feeling confident that he understands what he's got in front of him here. He's got a great opportunity in front of him here. They have some young players that he's more than comfortable nurturing, and that can get him to the next level. But I also don't feel like he shut the door on a trade.
No.
You sat right there, right in front of him. I mean, did you feel like he said, we're only going to do this with our homegrown guys?
No. I mean, he didn't seem really enthusiastic about anything, really looking ahead.
He seemed measured.
Yeah, which is fine. Basically, playing it close to the vest, which is what other really good general managers have done in this town in the past, like Dave Dombrowski. Was always close to the vest.
Yeah, he was. Langdon came across to me as composed, intelligent, competent, which it doesn't seem like much, but for this organization, it means a hell of a lot. And Stoney, in watching last night, I'm watching an Eastern Conference eat itself alive.
Yeah.
Who's the best team in the East right now? You want to tell me it's Boston? I don't know who it is my point.
I think it's Boston. Even if they lose this series, I still think they're the best team in the East. Going forward, because they might break up their team.
Exactly.
Cleveland still has a really good nucleus. They're getting battered by injuries. I mean, they didn't play, Garland and Mobley the last game, and that kills you.
My point, though, wide open.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, there's not like there's this team in the East right now that you think is miles and miles ahead of the Pistons.
No.
Like, I would make the case to you, I think the gap is smaller than we may realize. Based on what's happening right now.
Yeah. That's right.
I mean, neither home team has won a game in the Eastern Conference playoffs. It's clearly more open than people may have given it credit.
Yes.
So then I put more on Trajan Langdon this offseason, where you got to make some calls, some tough decisions.
Mm-hmm.
What's the priority? 248-539-9797.
I think the priority is obvious to me, and I actually asked him about it. He wouldn't really answer, which I understand. To me, it's a stretch 4 or a 5 who can, shoot from the outside. That's the way the game is gone. Now they're bringing back a little more physicality, as we saw in the playoffs this year, but you still need that big guy who can shoot from the outside. It creates spacing for Cade, and if Ivy's still there, the two of them. I mean, you get a guy who's 6'10", 6'9" through 7 feet who can shoot from the outside. Boom, there you go. That's what you need.
If Isaiah Stewart plays, do they beat the Knicks?
My gut is no.
Okay. Would it have gone 7?
Maybe.
Okay. And these are the discussions that they have to have internally. Okay, if we just run it back with Isaiah Stewart, are we moving the needle enough? How much are we banking on Jaden Ivey? How much are we banking on a full season of Asar Thompson? A Jalen Duren, if January on becomes who he is moving forward, how much do we have and how far can we go? I think any trade they make, because they should discuss trades.
Yes.
Jalen Duren is at the center of all of it.
No doubt. And for the reason that I gave. I mean, as good as he played, like you mentioned, since January, he was pretty good in the playoffs, but he's limited. In today's NBA game, you need somebody who can shoot further out than 5 feet.
And you can't have two of them on the floor at the same time.
Right.
I think we all came away from the playoffs infatuated with Asar Thompson.
Yeah.
Excited about the player he can be, the disruptor he can be. Really feels like they lost Game 6 when they took him out of the game.
Yes, I was sitting with you. We were going crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Befuddled. And they won Game 5 because he was in late, closing it out at Madison Square Garden. So if you think, hey, Asar's here, I want him bolted down to the floor playing 35 to 40 minutes a game, I can't have a center who doesn't shoot.
Correct.
So now I'm picking Asar, which means Duren becomes expendable. I have my first-round picks moving forward, not this year, but every year moving forward. Duren, firsts. Ivy, to me, is a player I'm intrigued by, but I'm not viewing as untouchable. These are pieces that Langdon can use to close the gap in the East.
Look, I don't think anybody but Cade is untouchable. Asar Thompson, to a lot of people, is close because you just need one more year to see if he's going to be, as good as his brother as far as getting an offensive game. And look, in fairness to him, and Langdon mentioned it yesterday, because of the blood clot, he had no summer. He had no training camp. And, young players, especially somebody like that who hadn't had a lot of structured basketball coming from G League or whatever it was, elite, needs that. And so, yes, I would be very interested to see what year 3, which is really year 2, is for him.
You could see a vision forming here. If Ron Holland and Asar Thompson are the players they look like they're going to be, you got 2 Bulldogs on the perimeter. Mm-hmm. How have the Knicks closed out the Celtics the last couple days?
Defense. Besides Brunson's heroics and Bridges getting hot, but it's been the defense.
But it feels like there's a little bit of a zigzag going here, right? Mm-hmm. Like, shooting's important. That's not going away. But defense, perimeter defense, the Pistons may be setting themselves up to be playing that way, winning way in the playoffs. It's just accenting the guys you have. How do you help Cade, and how do you help these young wing defenders? Shooting.
Yeah.
Shooting. So whether that's a compliment in the backcourt or a compliment in the front court, guys who can take the pressure off late in games and make big shots and space the floor are the guys I think Trajan Langdon should be targeting. You know who that guy isn't, by the way? Zion. Because I think this is important when we have the Pistons discussion. Not all names are fits.
Correct.
They shouldn't add a star to add a star. And I came away from yesterday with Trajan Langdon feeling like he's not going to add just to add.
Correct.
He's like, I know what I got. I'm excited about what I got. We're going to win more even if I don't do anything.
He doesn't care about the whole splash thing.
No. Zion, to me, would be a mistake.
I don't think he'd be a mistake because of who would be signing him or trading for him. And that's the guy who was with him for, 3 years or whatever before. And that's Trajan Langdon. When they want to say it's the Duke thing, it's, but in New Orleans, he was the, general manager, assistant general manager where Zion Williamson was. So if the Pistons would acquire Zion Williamson, I have enough belief in Trajan Langdon that he knows it would work. Conversely, if he didn't trade for him, I have the confidence that Trajan Langdon knows it's a bad fit.
Okay, fine. But in the interest of having the discussion,
I know,
where we don't get to just opt out and defer to whatever Langdon does is right.
I know.
My opinion is Zion's missed too many basketball games. He's played 129 games the last 4 seasons. He's missed more than 60% of NBA games over the last 4 seasons. He has not played more than 50 games but once in the last 4 years. And when he does play, because that's the payoff, right? When he does play, it'll all be worth it. He doesn't shoot threes well. He's not an elite rim protector. I mean, sure, in theory, if he's healthy, he can be an all-star. I'm not emptying out my young players and draft picks to get Zion.
Stoney, did you just turn Trajan Langdon into Brad Holmes?
Pretty much.
Whatever he does, I'm good with it. He knows.
Well, for that particular player, yes.
I'm just messing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I wouldn't do Zion unless the Pistons offered less. Like, I would make it some sort of like I've come to the conclusion today, listening to you guys and also Mike and Rico lately, that Jalen Duren isn't part of this.
He's the most movable piece.
Correct.
Yes, he's got value still.
Yeah.
You can't have him and Thompson.
Correct.
You can't pay them both.
Also true. Duren's got 1 year left.
And I understand how people, because I like him as a player too, but you got to remember, if you haven't been watching the NBA much in the last 5 to 7 years, you can only have one of these guys on like that you're going to pay.
Teams typically don't pay centers who can't shoot.
Right.
They're valuable because you need guys who defend and rebound and all that stuff, but typically teams do it on the cheap. Right? They get pogo sticks. They get guys who can catch alley-oops. They don't pay premium for guys who can't shoot in the front court.
So I'm going to take Ivy out of the deal, and I'm going to put Duren in it. And then I think Ivy's still got a future with us. Plus, they're both due contracts after this coming season.
Ivy and Duren, yes.
Yeah. So you're going to have to decide if you're going to pay him. Now might be the time to unload Duren while he's still got value. And I would say with a couple picks for Zion, I'd take the chance for Zion then to become actually the 3. The upside there with him, but then you can still go make a move for a Sabonis because you still got Ivy. That's how you kind of get some sort of big 3.
I mean, if they're giving away Zion, it's a different conversation.
Right. I think they might. Stoney said earlier, Joe's been told to get rid of him. So maybe has Joe completely converted to the new NBA? Maybe he falls in love with an athletic Duren, and sees him for, this is a great guy to kind of build around here and stuff.
Kind of reminds me of John Sally.
Oh, God. I didn't go back that far.
I know.
I don't know. It's all speculation.
Yes.
Bottom line is, I'm not against Zion, but I'm not giving up that much.
See, these are great conversations. We got some calls to get through, ticket text to read, 248-539-97.
Have some other names for you that might be interesting, too.
I love names. We can play these games now. Trajan Langdon acknowledged it. Hey, expectations have changed. He said patience and sustained success. If that rubbed you the wrong way, we can have that conversation as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, spring is here, and that means it's time for baseball and getting back outside. And I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's Trajan Langdon, Piston president, basketball ops. He spoke yesterday. He's very measured, reasonable.
He just seems so smart. I mean, there's a lot of that's perception, but
there's a couple words in there that may trigger some people. Sustained success and patience. Oh, it's going to be a boring offseason for the Pistons. They're not going to strike while the iron's hot. Look how wide open the East is. I didn't get that impression.
No, because he said expectations changed.
He acknowledged that expectations changed. He did say if they were going to add like an all-star caliber player, it would be via a trade, and he stressed just as a hypothetical. But I think he has a pretty good grasp of what he's doing, and I think this offseason couldn't be more important for the Pistons. Supporting Cade Cunningham. If you believe that's Ivy and a full year of Asar and Duran developing a jumper, but there's a case to keep your own. I'm not going to fly off the handle and trade for Zion. I think that would be reckless and stupid. The guy never plays basketball.
Yeah.
But there are names out there that will be bantied about, and I think it's fair to discuss. Stoney, you had some names before we get back to the calls?
Yes. Gershon Yabusele from France. You remember him in the Olympics? He was great for France playing with Wembanyama. Free agent, played this year in Philly. I mean, he started his career in Boston, didn't do much, and went back to Europe. So came over to Philly, 14 points a game, 5.6 rebounds, shoots 38% from three. He's 29 years old, free agent, and he's not going to be an expensive player, okay? Here's another one, John Collins.
Okay, bounced around. He's a dunker.
Utah Jazz, shot 40% from three.
Yeah.
Okay, averaged 19, 8, and 2.
Very gettable.
Okay, he's on the last year of his contract. It's $26.5 million a year.
This is not a guy you'd be giving up multiple key young people
He's
for.
27 years old. And then, of course, everybody wants Sabonis. So
Yeah.
Sabonis, 29 years old, 19 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, shot over 41% from three.
He doesn't do it at volume, but he can. You have to respect his 3-point shot.
The problem is he's got 3 years left starting next year at 43, 46, and 49 a year. It's a lot of...
But that's the going rate for an all-star
I
big
know,
who can shoot.
I know.
I wouldn't bristle at that.
No, look,
I really
and
wouldn't.
if you got into a situation where they were worried about a luxury tax, say what you want. I think this owner will write that check.
I absolutely agree with you. Let's get to John in St. Clair Shores. John, what's up?
Who has another name that I was going to mention, but that's why I didn't.
I'm sorry. Let me get you off of. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
John, you got a name. We held off. Stoney wanted you to make this pitch.
Yeah, I wanted to say Naz Reid of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I believe he has a player option this year.
Yeah,
I believe he's in his mid-20s, and he has been behind Rudy Gobert and Anthony Towns the year before, and then this year he was behind Julius Randle and Gobert.
Yeah,
so when he gets his minutes, he can hit the three.
Yep.
And I know that's what Stoney wants.
Yeah, and look, he shoots 38% from the three this year, 14 points a game. He comes off the bench. He's 6'9". He's that type of. That's exactly. You're right. That's what I want. A big guy who can space the floor and shoot from the outside.
And can defend a little bit. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's like out of a lab for what this team's missing. This has come up a lot on the ticket text. That's a sharp phone call to point him out. With the player option, the argument is he'd opt out to get a big payday.
Right.
Yes, and then that's how you get him.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket texter says, Duran ain't going anywhere. Keep dreaming.
Okay, give me the rationale of not even thinking about trading Jalen Duran. I don't say you have to.
No.
But in today's NBA, don't you need a big guy who can shoot from outside 5 feet?
Yes.
There's no world where you can pay him and Thompson. Is there?
Forget pay. How about play? You want to win an NBA championship, not have a feisty first-round series. You want to win late game, you can't have two non-shooters. I don't care how good they are defensively. And between the two, Thompson, I think, is the one you'd pick. So you need
plus
to
you don't have to pay him for longer.
Yeah, he's cheaper longer. But we're going to run into this. You have to give to get.
Yeah.
Stoney, you've done this way longer than I have. It drives me up a wall. We have good players here. Do you want great players? You have to give up good players. Pick one or two that you aren't married to. I'm not moving Cade, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pick Asar because of the defense and the perimeter and all that stuff. That means I have to give somebody.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe the answer is give up nobody and you have the greatest team assembled and just wait and see.
Look, if they bring back, Duran or don't use him in a trade. I get it. He's a good player.
Stoney.
But your point is correct. When you have people who are good and you want to be great, you can't just
Sacrifice.
get every free agent.
How about the Knicks? Do you know who helped close out the game last night with 14 fourth-quarter points and a key stop? Mikal Bridges?
Yes. He did nothing for 3 quarters, but he came through.
Did they draft and develop him? They gave up 5 first-round picks. Now, you could say that's too much, but the Knicks have been aggressive. They added Bridges. They added Towns. They're up 2-0 going home now against the Boston Celtics. What offseason do you want to have?
I know.
Do you want to have an offseason that pushes in the East that's wide open? Or do you want an offseason where you say, I hope everybody's healthy and they get better in the daycare, everybody all grows up and we win?
Look, you have to be able to make tough decisions and trade good players to get better in your mind. And whether or not that player is popular. I know I'm going to go back in time here, but Gov, you were there with us? When Jerry Stackhouse got traded for Rip Hamilton, a lot of people were pissed. Because people loved Jerry Stackhouse. But you know what? They wouldn't have won a championship without Rip Hamilton.
You're right.
Because the plan was probably go to Chauncey the next year. We didn't know that at the time. And Stack ended up having some solid years after he left here. He went to the finals with the Mavericks.
A good player.
Look, people have to realize you can't pay 2 people that can't score in the NBA. So one of these guys is going somewhere or he's walking in free agency. There's no world where you pay both of them.
Unless you actually think that in the offseason, Asar Thompson is going to develop an outside shot.
Well, why didn't Ivy last year? See, that's why. Duran.
Yes.
Right.
Why didn't Duran last year?
I don't know. It's probably not his skill set.
Well,
right, exactly. That's our point.
So this one says, why can't he develop a shot? Good free throw shooter. That's predictive of good shooting in the NBA.
Okay.
But he has to.
Yes.
You got to realize, fine, maybe he does. We're living in the real world right now where this most likely isn't going to happen.
Correct. And you have to plan for it. Phone calls. Steve in New Baltimore. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. Cookies, fire up chips as usual. A name that I am interested in for the Pistons, the situation to at least monitor in Memphis. Jaren Jackson Jr., last year of his deal, do we think Memphis is going to add another $200 million contracts with Morant and Bane? Former defensive player of the year, big man that can shoot.
He'd be a dream.
I don't know what it would
block
cost.
shots.
Yeah, right. Given the contract, I don't know what it would cost, but man, he'd be a perfect Piston.
Well,
I'd give him 3 players besides Cade, and they can pick their 3 players and at least 2 number ones.
Yeah, I'd say a combination 5. Add up to 5 picks and young players. You want 3 firsts and 2 young players, but I'd do that.
Yes.
Even with no.
No. There's an extension coming. There's an extension coming.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it without an extension.
You're right.
Okay. Yeah. Right. That makes more sense.
But he is a perfect complement, right? Yeah. He's athletic. He can defend the rim, move his feet, defend in space. A big who can shoot, finish. And Tom Izzo's not coaching, so he won't get benched for Ben Carter. Let's get to Bobby. Good morning. That's an old bit.
Hey, good morning,
Bobby.
gentlemen.
What's up?
No on Zion and hell no on Darren. Stop that, man. We already a smallish team. So you saying Stewart is going to hold the fort? And this thing about him not being able to shoot, what about Turner for Indiana? He was a bum, pretty much. They were going to get rid of him. Okay, so now he can shoot. We're talking about a 20-year-old you want to get rid of that can give you 15
See,
rebounds,
why is that the narrative, Bobby? We're not. Hold on. Why is that the narrative? We're not packing his bags. We're saying if you're getting a better player.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
We do have Mobley at Cleveland, right? We also have an Indiana team that's very good. So you're saying that we're going to be able to compete without Darren? We're already down to one center.
Let me ask.
Leave the center position
Bobby.
alone. Go ahead.
We're talking about putting him in a deal. Who would you rather have, Jalen Duren or Sabonis?
Oh, okay. If that in that scenario, yeah, but you don't just get rid of.
No. Nobody's saying just toss him. He'd be part of a deal to get a
Bobby,
great player. That's all we're saying.
I'm not trying to fight with you about it. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. It happens. Miles Turner was shooting threes by his second year in the league. Mobley shoots threes. If you're going to be a big in this league, you got to shoot. You got to shoot from deep. At least a mid-range jumper for Durant.
Right.
If you don't have it, you're expendable. That doesn't mean we're getting your bags and packing them and driving you to the airport and getting you through whether you have a real ID or not. We're not going through that with him. I'm just saying you have to give to get. If we're looking to get much better and really go for the Eastern Conference, he's a piece I would be willing to trade.
Yes. Nobody's saying, pack your bags, get out of here.
No. People have a hard time with this, though. We fall in love with our guys.
Oh, I know.
And this team was really likable.
This happens in a lot of cities, too. It's not just us.
I don't mean to say it's unique
No,
to
I
Detroit,
know,
but we live here and we see it, and we deal with it with what we do maybe more than most people. 248-539-9797. Hey, heads up. 97 won the ticket, and Detroit Pal have this combine going on, a junior NFL-style combine. You're going to want to sign up for it. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders will have a chance to compete in an NFL-style combine. They can show off their skills, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, 3-cone drill, pro agility, and more. The event is open to all boys and girls, 5th through 8th grade, who play any sports. You want to register early by May 16th for the $50 early bird registration. Afterwards, price goes up to $75. You can get more information, 97onetheticket.com. We have Dear John coming up next, but without John Jansen, we get life advice from Stoney.
Oy.
What could go wrong? It's 97.1.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Stoney.
Well, it looks like we might get a new team in town. Only they won't be playing in town.
What?
Yes. You know the TGL, the golf league, or whatever the hell it's called, an indoor thing, Rory and Tiger and all those teams. According to Tea Times Pub on X, there's been I'll say they confirmed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, TGI Holdings, LLC, filed a trademark application for Motor City Golf Club. According to the Sports Business Journal, the Ford family was in attendance at TGL matches during its first season earlier this year. Of course, there are as we all know, the other teams include Atlanta Drive Golf Club, Boston Common, Jupiter Links, which is where Tiger's team is, Los Angeles Golf Club, New York, San Francisco.
So I'm going to plead complete ignorance here. How many teams are in this?
Well, right now, this year, their first year was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6.
Okay.
And they all play at the SoFi Center in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, that incredible indoor facility.
Is that the plan moving forward to keep doing that?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have a team in the sense that you could go and watch them compete here.
Yeah. See, that's what bothers me. It's kind of like the big three with our team, the Detroit Amplifiers, I believe they were called. Yeah. They're only going to play one. It's like a traveling barnstorming. They can play once at LCA.
Yeah, doesn't like this is when
this is a cool idea, but I totally agree with you. I don't know if we have the facility to do it. Obviously,
right?
How can they want the Motor City to get behind their team if they can't see them in person in front of them?
This is when the Spring Football League started with the Michigan Panthers, but they didn't initially play their games here.
Right, that was ridiculous.
And it's like, how are you going to get by it? And even though they are playing here, it's a slow process.
Yes.
I mean, what level of competition is this?
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, you got the best golfers in the world.
Okay, so that they are.
Yeah.
How do we get? So we draft. There'd be an expansion draft.
I don't know. I have no idea. But I mean, I know on Cash the Ticket you could have bet on. I mean, this stuff people bet on these matches.
Evan's our golf guy, and he knows a little bit about this, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've watched it. It's weird. It's basically you're hitting into a simulator. And the putting greens change undulations by hole. And
wait, they're not actually playing on a golf course.
No, it's an indoor thing. It's cool, but it's like, and it got much better ratings than you would think.
Okay,
because you have it's
got to be because of the names that are playing.
Absolutely,
because the concept to me seems kind of funky.
Yeah, it is, but. I don't know.
So we could sort of maybe potentially be getting a team that wouldn't compete here, but would use our names with a roster TBD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The Motor City Golf Club.
Motor City Golf Club.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say we're getting like a WNBA team or something. I know that's been rumored. Or
they're trying. Yes.
What's the we've shown out for women's hockey?
Yeah. How was it Seattle's getting one before us?
Even though we've set record crowds.
Yes.
I don't.
Hey,
one thing at a time, Stoney.
Yeah, I know. We'll just worry about making the Pistons better and keeping the Tigers hot right now.
Yep.
Doubleheader right here on 97.1 The Ticket today.
First pitch is at 3:10?
Something like that, yeah.
We don't know who's pitching game 2?
Not yet. I haven't seen it.
Who could
Casey
it be?
Mize is game 1.
Yeah, Mize will pitch game 1. Game 2 won't be Skubal because they've made the announcement he's pitching Friday when the Rangers come to town. You're not going to bump anybody else up any earlier. It's not going to be a regular starter. It's going to have to. It could be.
Is Keter Montero on a plane right now?
No, you got a flight tracker.
Yeah. No.
You could do bullpen day. The problem is Job only went 3.
Right.
That's hard to.
Herder, Vest. What's his name? Canali.
Canely. Yeah.
Canely. He went.
The guy's got Yabusele today, but
yeah, I know.
But yeah, with the doubleheader though, you don't want to overtax your bullpen.
No.
On top of the fact that you just asked them to pitch into the 10th inning and your starter didn't go very deep. Not an ideal situation for a bullpen day.
No.
I would imagine it's Montero then, right?
I would think.
You get the extra spot for a doubleheader, but I haven't seen it. It may have broken this morning. I haven't seen an announcement as to who they've called up.
Well, I don't think any of the beat writers were actually there.
In Colorado?
In Colorado, no. I think I saw somebody named Andrew Graham wrote the news piece, no McCoskey. So, and there was no Dateline, Denver, which means he probably watched the game here. And, Got to save some costs. You know what I mean?
Cody Stavenhagen says that Cater Montero is in Denver today and is expected to be active as the 27th man. He said that late last night. Possible.
Okay.
Possible that the
Good
Tigers
for
use an
Cody.
opener, but he will pitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
That solves that mystery.
It makes sense.
Yeah, we kind of got there. Figured he was the most logical choice.
Yes, indeed.
We spent a lot of time on the Pistons. People missed it. Odyssey, Rewind. You can go back. We had Dear Stoney. We had a Papal pick today. We talked about wide receiver duos. With the Pistons, we threw out a bunch of names. They don't have to do anything crazy.
No.
I just think these are fun, healthy discussions that we should have in the coming weeks and months.
Absolutely. And just to clarify, nobody is suggesting they just throw Jalen Duren to the curb. No, he has to be a centerpiece of a trade to get somebody great.
Otherwise, you're keeping him.
Yeah.
And I actually thought Langdon did a nice job yesterday of giving as much as an executive is going to give in that spot. He's not going to tip his hand.
Right.
He highlighted Asar Thompson, and we start to think about, well, now that the blood clots, knock on wood, are behind him, he gets a full summer, a full season, no more of this playing 20 minutes a night, get him up to 30, 35 minutes a night, playing him late in playoff games. Come on, JB.
Right.
There's more to unlock with him. There's more to unlock with Duren, especially if he can get even a mid-range jumper. And Jaden Ivey, it's this great what if because he didn't play enough last season, but it looked like his jumper was getting better. And Langdon said he's underrated as a defender. Look, you want to run those four back out next season and canvas the landscape.
Right.
If a star becomes available that makes sense, I don't get the impression that Langdon's going to hold back.
No, especially I don't think the price means anything because I think you have an owner who's willing to spend. Just the cost of how many of your good young players are you willing to give up if you're going to get that type of player that we mentioned? Or if you're going to go the John Collins or the Yabusele route, I mean, it's not going to cost you as much.
Look, they could use...
Yabusele obviously won't cost you anything because he's a free agent.
Yeah. There's going to be healthy discussions about the Pistons getting better. This is what happens when you win and you get a little taste of success.
good.
You always want more and more and more. I could argue, though, of the four teams in the town, they're the team that least needs to make a big splash. Like the Lions, you could say they're on the edge of a Super Bowl. You could justify really anything bold if it presented itself. With the Red Wings, they're just so stuck. You do want to see something aggressive. Yeah. And with the Tigers, you get to the deadline, that's when you really start to think about making this team a real World Series team.
Tomorrow I'll give you my Wings man crush for the offseason.
Wow.
It's a hell of a tease.
That's right. Absolutely.
You wanna, yeah, okay. No hints. We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I was driving home yesterday, listening to the press conference with you guys.
Yeah.
Langdon.
Yeah.
I thought he came across calm. I know people are going to freak out about patience and sustained success. I didn't get the impression he wouldn't make a move.
No.
He seemed very open to the expectations growing and having to adjust to those.
See, but I don't know if anybody's going to freak out about patience. I mean, they just tripled their win total.
Right.
And they've got a very young team that should only get better as they grow together.
Exactly.
So if the plan is to keep this core intact,
you don't make a move to make a move.
You can argue, let's make a big splash, but if you want to argue the other side and just stay the route, I would imagine they're going to win more games and be a better team next year.
Well, and as we brought up, look at the Eastern Conference playoffs right now.
And
You get a sense it's wide open.
The Celtics are going to get blown up. Are the Knicks going to be able to sustain this for much longer? Cleveland's down 0-2 to Indiana.
That's all injuries to me.
It could be, but I'm just stating facts here.
Yeah,
right now.
it's open.
But I would, if I were to argue one side or the other, I would say leave the team alone.
Well, you have to add something.
I don't know if you have to add anything.
They need a guy with size who can shoot from the outside. You have to. They have to.
I don't know if you have to. I think they could have beaten the Knicks without that. They didn't. But they could have. And if
eventually.
Eventually.
It doesn't have to happen this
yeah.
offseason.
Yes.
It would be
To win a
very good. There's a lot
championship,
that you'd
yeah.
like to add for sure. But,
Right.
And that would be a priority. But I feel like this is a long play with this team, and they're in a good spot. I will make a confession right out of the gate.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Rocket Classic has released their first set of names for this year's field. Past champions Cameron Davis, Tony Finau, Ricky Fowler, and Nate Lashley are all committed. This year's event starts June 26th at Detroit Golf Club. The Tigers have a doubleheader this afternoon at Coors Field to wrap up their 10-game road trip. Casey Mize is set to pitch Game 1, which begins at 3:10. It's unclear who will get Game 2. Gator Montero was seen in Colorado yesterday, and according to Cody Stavenhagen, is expected to be active as the 27th man at least. He could serve as the opener. After going through a period of struggle offensively and defensively, Trey Sweeney is hot at the plate, logging 7 hits in his last 2 games. A.J. Hinch enjoying the ride. Tarek Skubal shot up MLB.com's latest pitcher power rankings today. He's now number 1 in baseball after giving up just 3 runs in his last 5 starts. One of Detroit Mercy basketball's best players, Mac Mansell, is transferring in-state to Eastern Michigan before suffering an injury. Averaged 11 points while shooting 42% from 3. Michigan softball continues their Big Ten tournament run this afternoon at 4:30 in West Lafayette against the number 1 seed Oregon. With a win, they'll advance to the semifinal. After a night without games, the NHL is back in action tonight. The Hurricanes are in search of a 2-0 lead in their series with the Capitals. Face off at 7. Meanwhile, Vegas hunts for a 2-0 edge as well in their battle with the Oilers at 9:30. The NBA playoffs continue as well. The Warriors will be without sharpshooter Steph Curry, who will miss at least a week with his hamstring strain. It's his first muscle strain of his career, so it's unclear how long it will take for him to recover. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I think Jeremy Otto put it best. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't. He appeared to not be happy with his performance there during the update. He wrapped it up and turned the mic off and went,
yeah. We've all been there, man.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. How are you, Scott Anderson?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was happy with the Tigers win last night. Go to extra innings. That game was kind of annoying the whole way through. I mean, not a good start for Jackson Jobe.
Not particularly.
Trailing most of the game to the worst team in baseball, and then finally putting things together and ends up, when you look back at it, a heck of a game for the bullpen. 6 1/3 shutout innings from the bullpen. Yes, they were tested, but they bowed but didn't break. They get a tremendous double play late in the game that really kind of sealed things up, and Torque delivers with a big double in extra innings, and they win, thankfully. And now they get back at it this afternoon with a doubleheader in Colorado.
What a game last night. And yes, thank you, Brent Herter, for calming everything down. That game was drunk for about 3.5 innings, and then heard 6-6. 2-0, 3-2, 3-3, 5-3, 5-5, 6. I mean, it was just crazy. And then Herter comes in and calms it down quite a bit. And here's your 8-9 hitters. Trey Sweeney, 3 hits. Javi Baez, 4 RBIs. That's kind of what you expect out of your 8-9 guys.
Yeah, pretty much. It's back-to-back games now for Sweeney where he's had 3 hits or more. It's 4 hits the previous game. That's 7 hits in the last 2 games by my math. That's really good for somebody that you're probably not counting on to hit like that.
No.
And he's starting to show a pretty good swing. If he's facing right-handed pitching, I've never been a huge fan, as you know, of the righty-lefty matchup thing. More from a pitching standpoint than anything else. I always thought, look, pitchers should be able to get both guys out, and hitters should be able to hit both guys. But when it presents itself, lately it seems like it's so obvious that there's an advantage that the Tigers have. And maybe it's just the way that his team is constructed. They're really, overly heavy towards the split side, and Sweeney just looks very competent up there as a left-handed bat against a right-handed pitcher, and he's delivered. It's been really fun to watch him.
Okay, I said I'd make a confession right out of the gate. I'm doing something I've never, ever, ever done before. And it's happening in a very authentic manner. And quite frankly, I loathe myself.
Oh, no.
But I wonder if anyone else is doing this. I am very authentically. Do you know what I'm about to confess that I'm doing?
No.
Kang, do you have any ideas what I'm about to confess I'm doing?
No clue.
I'm authentically rooting for the Boston Celtics. And I hate myself for it.
Oh, no.
I am like really rooting for the Boston Celtics. And I didn't expect this. I just, when the game is on and the Knicks are coming back from their second 20-point deficit, it bothers me, and I am rooting for the Celtics. What does this say about me as a person? Or maybe people are with me. Maybe we're allowed this one time. We're allowed. I want the Celtics to win this series. And I want them to win it bad.
I'm going to give you a little comfort here. I'm okay with it.
You are?
Yeah, because it's the Knicks. And I don't like the Knicks at all. I don't like what the Knicks did to the Pistons, and I don't want to think that, because I thought the Pistons should have beaten the Knicks once that series got going. I thought the Pistons had outplayed them. They just couldn't finish them. And to think that the Pistons could be in a position here, they're different team makeups, different matchups. I get all that. But if Boston's not going to knock down the three-pointers, then you got a chance. The other thing is this. I'm looking both ways.
Okay.
I don't hate the Celtics. I never have. Even when the Pistons were playing.
Never have?
No. There were players I despised, but you know what the problem is? I always loved Larry Bird. Always loved Larry Bird.
Really?
Yes.
The only cool thing a Celtic ever did was when Kevin McHale shook Isaiah's hand.
I know, and
said,
here's the thing. I couldn't stand Kevin McHale, and then he does that, and I'm like, now I like Kevin McHale. And I always liked Bird. You've known this, I think, that I was always a huge Dennis Johnson fan. Like, he was like my first favorite basketball player growing up when he played with Seattle, and then gets traded to Boston at some point, or I don't know if he was traded or what, but ends up with Boston. I don't despise that team. There are players I've always disliked on that team, and I don't particularly like this team with Boston. But if it's between Boston and New York, it's not that hard of a decision. It really isn't. It's okay. You're rooting against New York. You're rooting against Spike Lee. It's okay.
Kang, are you rooting for the Celtics?
I can't say I'm rooting for the Celtics, Doug, but I'm not rooting for the Knicks. Like it is one of those. Like, how can you? I'm not like, I don't put on my New York hat. Not that I have one, or anything like that. It's just.
But I say these things happen organically. Like, I don't really. The game. When I walked in on Monday night for Cinco de Mayo to a Mexican restaurant, and we were sitting in the bar area, and the game was on, I found myself authentically rooting for the Celtics and rooting against the Knicks. And then I was pissed when they basically didn't get a shot off at the end of overtime. Then last night, same thing. And I can't believe that I have any emotion that is wrapped up in rooting for the Boston Celtics. I partially disgust myself, but I don't know, man. Are people with me, or am I just a bad person?
You got to do whatever makes you feel better.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm trying to cope with this. Like, I asked you this morning, like, does it make you feel better or worse that the Knicks are up 2-0? Like, on one hand, you're like, worse because you hate the Knicks, you don't want them to win. But the other hand, you're like, well, you lost to a pretty damn good team then. They're up 2-0 on the Celtics. Yeah. And if for some reason they eventually won the championship by some chance, you could be like, well, I mean, at least you could be like, well, we lost to the champions. There was nothing else we could do. That was the champions.
They got on a heater. Yeah. Ran into a buzzsaw.
The other side is you hate that team.
I hate that team.
Because they eliminated you.
Mm-hmm. All right, 248-539-9797.
I mean, Doug, it's default. It's New York. You're fine rooting. It's everybody against New York. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I know you.
I know you relish any opportunity to rip me on the air.
I mean, I don't know. Relish is the right word.
You look forward to? Relish is the right word.
I mean,
you
that's the word
enthusiastically
for that phrase is relish.
You
Yes, but
enthusiastically look forward to those opportunities.
I mean, if they present themselves.
But you're not going to use this as one of those times.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So we're licensed to root for Boston.
Yeah.
Detroit?
I think so.
Is Detroit in general licensed to root for Boston? Kang, you look uncomfortable with this.
I am uncomfortable. Yeah. Gator, you put me in an uncomfortable
Look,
position.
I'm not celebrating it. I think it's just the easy default. It's like the flow chart. You know, you get different things. That if rooting against New York, that's like number one on the flow chart. Fair enough. There we go.
So you know how you have a list, Gator?
Yeah.
And some of that's your list. It's whatever you want. You don't
Yes.
have anything deep rooted for like outside of sports, like for Boston or New York. You know, whereas you had a bad New York slice of pizza. I don't know, or you don't like
Right.
Boston cream
Sparrow
pie.
gave me diarrhea
Yeah.
or something. Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
Nothing for them like to help you in this situation here as a fan to root against one or root for the other.
I mean, this one is just default.
Okay.
It's New York, and like I said, the days of the '80s teams are long gone. And Larry Bird's way gone, But I do still, and to this day, if you see any story that mentions Larry Bird's stories from back in the day, I read it because Larry Bird was Larry Legend for a reason, and his smack talking is unbelievable. And I wish it was something that was talked about then. But now it just makes it even more legendary. But you're okay, Doug.
Well,
You're
the
good.
first person that tweeted back at us says, "You're insane. There is no team I hate more in the NBA than the Celtics. Go Knicks." 248-539-9797. Who do you want to win the Boston Knicks series? Hey, do you know what your water score is? Telltale signs, like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karch sent you. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Happy Thursday, everybody. Yeah, I am authentically rooting for the Boston Celtics, and I am disgusted with myself. But it's just happened. Like I'm watching the games, and I want the Celtics to beat the Knicks. I want the Celtics to get 20-point leads and not blow 20-point leads.
I didn't even watch any of the game last night.
Last night I was bitching that the Celtics didn't get a call.
I didn't watch the game last night because I was watching the Tigers, and I'm like, wait, what happened with the earlier game? And I went and found it on my app that it lost by a point, and I was curious. I'm like, did this come down to the last second shot again? So I went to the play-by-play on it and started with like 5 minutes to go.
Mm-hmm.
With 5 minutes to go, I think they had a 9-point lead, and I'm just scrolling through. I'm like, oh, there's a missed shot, another missed shot. Oh, here's a foul. Here's a foul. What? Are you serious again? This is how this is going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
And then saw that they blew it. Yeah, it was the last 12 seconds or whatever it was, and then turned the ball over on their last possession. Brutal, just brutal. And I'm not crying for the Celtics either. It's one thing to be rooting against the Knicks, which I am. I don't know if it means that I'm rooting for the Celtics, but you're openly rooting for the Celtics.
I found myself openly rooting for the Celtics.
I guess maybe that's.
I feel like I've crossed a threshold and there's no going back, and I'm.
See that maybe that's the difference. I'm rooting for the result, not for the team that's going to get that result.
It sounds like you're rooting for the Celtics.
Well, I mean, in by proxy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is Detroit in this moment licensed to root for the detestable Boston Celtics? Here's the feedback coming in. I'm 100% behind Doug. I've been hate watching these past two games. I've ended up very sad. That's from Whitmer. John in Lake Orion says, Doug also rooted for the Empire in the Star Wars film. There are rumors he cried when the Death Star blew up both times.
Was it true?
No, it is not. I am rooting for the Knicks. If the Knicks beat the Celtics, especially in 4 or 5 games, Boston will blow it up, and that leaves better odds that we will get Brown or Tatum. Unnamed texter, I am rooting for the Celtics. I am not rooting for the Celtics, sorry. I will never root for the Celtics. However, I will enjoy watching the Knicks choke. That sounds like you're rooting for the Celtics. You're just trying to word it differently. Right? Isn't he just trying to word that differently? I'm not rooting for the Celtics. I'll never root for the Celtics. However, I will enjoy watching the Knicks choke.
Well, again, this is how you have to reconcile things so that you do not root for the Celtics, but you're rooting against the Knicks.
His word play doesn't work here. He's claiming he's not rooting for the Celtics, and then he word plays it and tries to pull a switcheroo. And no, you're rooting for the Celtics, unnamed texter.
Listen,
guy.
Doug, it's okay. You can turn into this, okay? You want to be a Jedi, be a Jedi. How do you be a Jedi? The mind trick, right? This is what you have to do. Don't just turn on and start wearing, green and root for the Celtics. And all of a sudden you're going to find a love for Guinness that you've never had.
I'm a long way away from buying gear. Well, let me just say that.
I'm just saying, don't do anything. You can just openly root against the Knicks.
Yeah, but what that means is, as I'm watching the games, I'm like, that's a foul. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not a Celtics fan. What am I doing? But
you can watch a game objectively and say that's a foul.
Doug, don't be sad that you want the Celtics to win. Be happy that you want the Knicks to lose. I don't like either team, but I'm glad someone has to lose. All basketball fans should be rooting for a Knicks-Pacers East final. There's so much history already and some bad blood already with the teams. You're rooting for the Celtics? Leave now, pick up your crap, walk to your car, and go away.
That's how dirty it feels, Doug.
It does.
I can't believe you're rooting for the Celtics.
So you're the one that's going to pile on.
I can't root for the Celtics, man.
So-
The more
so-
I think about this, I can't.
So you know what that means? Kang's rooting for the Knicks.
Wow.
How you like that?
You are disgusting as well.
Yes, I know this.
Okay.
You're rooting for Cameron Payne.
Oh, I'm definitely not
You're
rooting
rooting for
God.
Jalen Brunson. You're rooting for Hart. You're rooting for Anunoby.
So when Hart says that's a foul, you're like, yeah, that's a foul.
Kang's like, word.
When Jalen Brunson
Preach is what he's saying.
Unethically flops, you're like, way to go, Jalen.
There it is.
That's you, Kang.
Get to the line.
Well, you know, the guy that doesn't like today's basketball, he's really in a bind because it's, what do you like worse, the flopping or the all just three-point shots?
shooting.
That's all that Celtics do. So what are you doing?
This is some sort of basketball, NBA, sports hell that we've been put in. This is like a jail sentence that we've got this series. And what's going to happen is the Celtics are going to like start to dominate, and I'm going to revert back. I don't know. It's an uncomfortable place for me. I don't like it at all. In the meantime, does this league have an epidemic of blown leads? What the hell is going on with the blown leads? I mean, is this a new path to victory? Quickly fall behind by 20 and then unleash fury. Like, what is going on?
It seems like teams are on a mission to get down by double digits and then battle back.
Mm-hmm.
But that's basketball. It's been basketball forever. That's why you got to play all 48 minutes, Doug.
Yep. Uncomfortable bedfellows. This is what this has led to, and I am rooting for the Boston Celtics. And I discuss myself. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we got a Tiger template out there.
Oh.
We do this every once in a while where we have a bunch of questions. Your job on the Twitter is to go there and answer each question. Here are the questions. Who will most likely sustain it? Mize, Torque, Baez. Who are you scared will not? Mize, Torque, Baez. The underrated hero so far is who? How many games do you anticipate going to this summer? And my favorite Tiger is?
Who's your Tiger?
Yep. So, fill out the template. We are intrigued to hear what the people have to say, and we will read your answers on the air. So, tweet them over at DunGator971. Fill out said template. And if you want to call in and answer any of those questions, I'm intrigued to see which of the resurrections, the career resurrections, people have the most faith in, Mize, Torque, or Baez. Because Baez again last night. Do you remember we talked about what has happened with Jared Goff? When you are skeptical of someone and then they prove that they're actually worth it, that's a way that somebody can become your favorite player.
In some ways, yeah.
Are we headed towards a summer where we might see people applauding Javi Baez?
Well,
people standing, Baez jerseys in the stands?
Honestly, I think he might get a standing ovation tomorrow night.
It's freaking awesome.
I think the fans over the weekend are going to appreciate Javi Baez. Now, assuming that it's the Javi Baez we saw in the first few at-bats last night, not the last couple of at-bats when he was swinging at everything outside. But, yeah, I think that the fans are going to show him a ton of respect, at least in game one.
248-539-9797. We'll get to some of the answers on our Tiger template. Also, I want you to make a prediction for me, a Tiger prediction. It is right in your wheelhouse. It's about Tiger prospects.
Okay.
Right in your wheelhouse, Scott Anderson. We'll get to that at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Services, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and in Stations 97 won the ticket. Walking around my neighborhood yesterday on a beautiful day, what did I see? Lots of green, lush lawns. Why? Natural Way. You see those little placards that are in their lawn to let you know that they are a Natural Way home, just like mine. You want that. You don't want the dandelions. Warm weather is here, and so are the weeds, and dandelions rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You got to stop dandelions before they go to seed. So go ahead and spray for those. Plus, it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. Call right now. You get the beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, and Natural Way's offer for the complete season is absolutely fantastic. I mentioned you get the free grub control when you mention my name or the station's name. Take advantage of this. It's something I've taken advantage of for nearly a dozen years now, and I couldn't be happier. People come up to me and say, what do you do with your lawn? Natural Way. naturally, is exactly what I do. There's no runaround with them. They treat exactly what they're going to treat for. And they've got the expertise to back it up. They come out there to custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home, let you know what has to be done, and then, boom, it's great. They're a locally owned company. For over 35 years, it's a company I've trusted. They're a Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families, involved in local charities. What more do you want? Call Natural Way today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
It's the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, Tiger baseball this afternoon, 3:10 first pitch from Colorado. Straight doubleheader. Second game started, expect to start around 6:40. And, of course, we'll have them right here on 97.1 The Ticket as, be nice to pull off the suite and come home to a packed Comerica Park as we got a summer of Tiger baseball to look forward to for the first time in a long time. A team with an expectation and a team that's living up to said expectation. You want to talk some Tigers? Well, we'll get to the template that we put out there on Twitter. Go answer, and we will read some of these on the air. Check it out, at DunGator971 on Twitter. All right, and follow us there as well as I'm going to try and get this thing over 70,000. We haven't made a real listener or follower push.
No,
it's not really our thing.
Yeah.
So I guess we're doing that now. We are pushing you to follow us. There you go. All right. So, Gator, I got a question for you. Okay. You love following Tiger prospects.
This is true.
During commercial breaks, all summer long, he'll say, hey, did you see what that lefty reliever did in Lakeland last night? I'm like, no, Gator, I did not. And you didn't see it either. You'll just see box scores.
Right, exactly. Just looking at box scores on
but
a daily basis.
It's become sort of a off-the-air joke here at the Carson Anderson program. But with that said, in late June, I am going to be coaching baseball for a tournament in Grand Rapids. When we are there, the Whitecaps are at home.
Mm-hmm.
When we are there in late June, Gator, will Bryce Rayner be there?
It's a great question because he's only played 17 games so far. He's had some he got hit by a pitch his first game and then missed like a week and a half of baseball. Came back, missed another couple games. They've been very careful with him. They're not playing him necessarily every day. They play him most days, but not every day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the 17 games right now. But he's got the batting average up to 305 after kind of a slow start. His OPS is 936. He's already hit 3 home runs.
This is in Lakeland.
This is Lakeland, which is a real deal baseball park, right?
Yep.
They say Lakeland is one of the tougher parks to hit for power in. And he's got 3 home runs in 17 games, 3 home runs in 59 at bats. He adds 4 doubles to the mix, and he's played very, very well as a 19-year-old. I mean, it's impressive. Will he get promoted by the end of June? I don't think so.
Well, here's something, and we follow Emily Walden on Twitter, who does a lot for Baseball America with the Tiger minor leagues. She quoted an NL scout yesterday on Bryce Rayner. Polish. That's a lot of polish for 19. Everybody talks about the exit velos. Sure. But he plays older than 19. Hell, he plays older than 24. He plays like a guy who understands being a pro hitter, and they've done this for a while. He had an exit velo. I don't know if this was yesterday's game, of 110.
I mean,
if he's that polished, and that's why I'm asking you, is there a chance I get to see him?
I think there might be a chance.
Yep.
I mean, if he continues, because like he's the last, 5 games or so, he's really kind of brought the average up, and he's shown this power. He's got a good frame. He's 6'3", almost 200 pounds. And when we saw him play the one game and had like 2 at-bats in spring training, he did not look out of place. So he steps in the batter's box and doesn't look like a 19-year-old kid. He looks like the guy, like she says, like a 24-year-old.
I think I said to you, polish.
Yeah, right. I like how it started. Look, there's so many ups and downs that happen with young minor leaguers. He's 19. Can he make it to high A ball by the end of June? He could. I'm just not counting on it just yet.
Okay, so I shouldn't count on it.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't count on it if I were you.
Okay,
but it'd be awesome if you're out there and he is promoted.
Scott Anderson, when I'm out there in June and go to a Whitecaps game, will Max Clark be there?
He may not. Max has played a little bit more. He's got 25 games under his belt. He's hitting .298 with an .829 OPS. He leads off for West Michigan, and they give him his days off too. But everything I've read about him is he plays like a flawless center field. The way they're talking about Len Henning had a column the other day up in the Detroit News about how he and Stevenson, the other young outfielder that's out there, that they just patrol 2/3 of the outfield, and if you hit it anywhere, near them, it's just it's going to be caught because these guys cover so much ground. They're both lightning fast. And, Max has started to show some power as well. He's got a couple home runs. He's got 5 doubles and a triple there. I mean, as the leadoff hitter, he's doing his job. He's getting on base. It's been a real nice start for him. His on-base percentage is actually .446 right now. Do I think Max Clark will be at West Michigan at the end of June? I don't. I think he'll get promoted to Erie.
Yeah.
Just staying on a pace like this.
What's funny is last year, the guy in the minors that was creating a buzz was Jackson Jobe. And we kind of talked about, he's not gonna. There's no way.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that's not
give him a taste.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
And there he was on the playoff roster.
Yeah. None of these guys.
No, it's unfortunate that McGonigal is the guy that you want to see. He's one of their top-rated prospects, and he got hit early in the season, hasn't come back yet. And he would have been one that was, I think, kind of on a fast track because they were trying to work him, and he's a middle infielder, but try to find some quick solution at shortstop if you can. They're going to move him over there instead of just playing second base, but he hasn't played yet. So, but Max Clark is taking advantage of his role there, and he's doing really well. They've got several minor leaguers that are off to really good starts this year. Another one is Roberto Campos, who is at AA, who's hitting well over 300 now at AA.
So if I go to a Tiger game in September, do you think I might see Roberto Campos?
No. No, because then you say, the other thing you have to look at, and something I haven't looked at, is the path that other players have. Like, is Max Clark going to be blocked at AA by some other outfield? And I don't think he is.
Well, they wouldn't move him up.
Well,
What do you mean by blocked?
Is it like, are there other guys that did the Tigers have a lot of really good outfielders in the minor league system right now at AA and AAA? And the answer is no. So it's not going to stop someone from like Max Clark or Stevenson from moving from high A ball to say AA ball. But when you talk about the Tigers making it up to the big league roster, well, there is a bit of a log jam. It is hard to crack the outfield lineup right now because Javi's playing well. They're going to have him center field. Riley Green is Riley Green, and Gary Carpenter are going to have him in the lineup most nights anyway. And Verling is coming back probably maybe this weekend. I shouldn't say probably, maybe. I say maybe even as early as this weekend, he comes back to this team, and he'll be in the outfield mix. He'll be in the infield mix. He'll be all over because that's the kind of player he is. It's not easy to make this lineup to the point where when Verling comes up, who goes down? Is it going to be Justin Henry Malloy? You know, Margot is healthy. They had to place him on waivers. He cleared waivers, and now they've assigned him to AAA. Like, what are they doing? They don't. You can't come up.
Kang, he loves this stuff, doesn't he? He loves this minor league stuff.
I didn't want to wear out the stat of the day button. Like, I think
I
there's only
hear
so
ya.
many usages. I felt like this thing would have been just all sounder.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. There it is. It covers all of them. So we got that Tiger template up there. Who's most likely to sustain it? Mize, Torque, or Bias? This is on Twitter. That's what I mean by up there on Twitter.
Thank you.
Who are you scared will not? Mize, Torque, or Bias? The underrated hero so far? How many games do you anticipate going to this summer? And my favorite Tiger is. Pat writes in via Twitter. Likely to sustain it, Torque. Scared he won't, Mize, due to fatigue. Underrated, McKinstry. He's been clutch. Games attending, 10 to 20.
Wow.
Favorite player, Riley Green. It's going to be a great summer. From Patrick McCullough, most likely to sustain, Torque. Scared he won't, Mize. Skeptical of Javi too, but we don't need him as much. Underrated, Dingler. Favorite player, Parker. From Bless Will Vest on Twitter. Most likely to sustain, Torque. His swing looks different from what I've seen, and from what I've seen, he's been making adjustments on the fly. I'm scared for Mize, mainly because of the injury history. Underrated hero is Will Vest. I will go to one for sure, but maybe more. My favorite Tiger is Will Vest since 2022. Bruce writes in, who's most likely to sustain? Torque. Who you scared won't? Mize. The underrated hero so far, Joey Cora.
Third base coach.
Yeah. They're tied for first. I don't know if Cora is the one to credit for this. They're tied for first in the majors and going from first to third.
Yep. Going into last night.
That was going into last night's game, and they did it again.
Yeah, they had several times last night.
How many times this summer will I go? 8 to 10, trying to catch as many Scooble starts as possible. My favorite Tiger is Torque. From Mustin, most likely to sustain it, Mize. Scared about Torque. Dickerson gave a great pop-up stat late night. I don't know what that means last night. Underrated hero, McKinstry. Dingler is also a contender. Games I'll go to 11. My favorite Tiger is past Anibal Sanchez, current Riley Green. Get him and fill out the template. People are still texting in and tweeting as I am wallowing in self-loathing today because I find myself authentically rooting for the Boston Celtics. Ugh. They have blown 2 20-point leads against the Knicks. Does anyone think the Pistons would be up 2-0 now if they'd won that series? Is it a direct transitive property? Had the Pistons won that series, they'd be up 2-0 on the Celtics? Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down, $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. God, things have changed. This is crazy. Larry and Vassar writes in the following. My favorite Tiger right now is Javi Baez. I can't believe I just typed that. But yes, my favorite Tiger is Javi Baez.
Love a redemption story.
There's this one. Tiger fans will not give Javi Baez a standing ovation, but they will give Javier Baez a standing ovation, myself included, this Sunday. Okay, if you missed it, it's a Key and Peele skit, and it's that is Key. It is Key's thing. The names, when he did the Tigers opening lineup like he did in the classroom, instead of reading the name Blake, he read Balake.
Right. Aaron.
Where's Jaqueline at? Like, it's a very funny bit, but he read the Tigers lineup on opening day. I think it was opening day. And he referred to Javier Baez as Javier Baez.
I like that.
And so people are thinking this is an alternate ego of Javi Baez. It's been successful. Javier Baez. Torque will keep it going. He's a stud. Baez will fall off. X Factor's McKinstry. My Tigers, Bo. I think obviously Bo Brisky. That's from Vrabel and Taylor. The thing about somebody falling off, it's like a fear that they can't keep it up. The Baez thing, the timing of this couldn't be better because Veerling and Meadows are out. And so guys who'd be playing in the outfield, and Baez has produced and played really well in center field. And even if he does fade as the season goes on, the contribution at what could have been a dangerous time for the Tigers has been spectacular. His timing is fantastic. So if he just caught lightning in a bottle, if that's what this is all about, and it seems like with each passing day, it feels less and less like lightning in a bottle. But could you ask for better timing? Hey, we lost 2 outfielders. Well, this non-productive shortstop, we're going to move him to the outfield. You're going to play really well out there and be productive.
Yeah,
the timing's incredible.
It really has been what's gone on here, and maybe it's as simple as the hip surgery. Maybe it is.
Could be.
I mean that's what's new. He had the hip surgery last year, and now he's not feeling the pain anymore. He's able to move better, get to the ball better. If he's got his balance, does that mean he actually sees the ball better? So if he starts to feel like he's reaching over, can he stop it from happening because he's got better balance because he's not in pain? I mean, I don't know. If you watched last night, his last couple of bats, he swung at several pitches that were way out of the zone, and it looked like old Javi. However, the first 2 at bats, he delivered 2-run singles. He had 4 RBIs.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll take 2 for 5 with 4 RBIs every night of the week. Don't care how he looks in the other ones.
Dude, it was crazy last because it was the same hit. Hard ground ball back up the middle. Both times. One with Jack White in the booth. He was awesome.
He was.
So here's the thing. You have limited time during play-by-play to interview people. How many players did they send to the plate that inning?
It
was like it was getting dangerously close to FanDuel having to give him a paycheck, and as we've seen, they're not down with doing that. But just cutting guys like crazy, that sucks. But he was in that booth for they came close to batting around, didn't they?
It was a long time, and he was interesting the whole time.
Yep.
He was, and he called the Gleyber Torres at bat in particular was interesting, and what do you think's going? Well, he's gonna have to hit something to right field, and it's what he was trying to do the last time up, and sure enough, it's a fly ball to right field that drives in a run, and they're like, well, you called it exactly how it was.
Mm-hmm.
That was it was really cool.
That's a guy who clearly knows his stuff, pays attention. It's personal to him. He loves the Tigers.
Yeah. It was a really cool half inning to see Jack White in the booth and answering all the questions that were asked of him. He seems very humble, totally down to earth, normal dude, big Tiger fan, and then goes back to his seats with his buddies that weren't like, they didn't look like those were the Queen seats. They looked like they were just normal seats.
They were in amongst the people.
Just hanging out with his friends.
The normies.
His band, yeah.
More people answering the Tiger template we have out there from Dog Stole Greg on Twitter. Torque will keep it up. I'm worried about Javi Baez, even though he did hit a ball in the left-handed batter's box last night for 2 RBIs. Underrated is Canely. Hopefully I'm going to 10 games this year. Scooble is my favorite Tiger. Steven writes in, Mize sustains it. Baez scares me. Dingler's underrated. My favorite Tiger is Mize. Tim says, Torque sustains it. Mize scares me. Sweeney is the unsung hero. I'll go to 2 or 4 games. Scooble's my favorite. From Andrew on Twitter, Mize sustains it. I'm scared about Torque. Underrated heroes McKinstry. I'll go to 6 or 7 games. My favorite Tiger is Carpenter for hitters, Holton for pitchers. From Bill, Torque will sustain it. Baez unlikely to sustain it. Most underrated is McKinstry. I'm going to go to 20 games this summer. I've been to 5 so far. My favorite Tiger is Carpenter. So there you go. 248-539-9797. If you want to participate, we'll be reading those throughout the day. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator, I'm excited to ask you about last night, AEW at the Masonic Temple. Now, you did not go.
I did not go.
But you watched.
I did.
And?
I watched most of it.
Okay.
I always record it, so I'll catch what I didn't see later on. I was very curious to see how the Masonic Temple Theater was going to show up on TV, and I had high expectations. It did. It delivered.
Yeah.
I thought it looked great. The smaller venue was great. The crowd sounded like it was great. They were into it. They cheered the right things you're supposed to cheer. They started chanting the things that you want them to chant, and a lot of it was so organic, and it was really cool to see this, this old venue, and it's not just the typical, pro wrestling arena event where you got, guys that come out from the back. I mean, when they come out different parts of this venue, it was really cool because you got to see like the historic parts of the theater, which is really kind of cool. Claudio Castagnoli at the end comes out of this to make his way to the entrance to the ring, came out of like the service elevator. They had one of the old doors that you swing close, Did
it have like the fencing?
Yeah.
The elevator fencing?
It was really cool. He comes out and almost
the
like
collapsing fence.
Yeah. Almost like through the lobby and then goes up a ramp and comes back down. It was cool. It was just really, really cool. And I'm glad that they're having another show tonight, the AEW Collision, which normally they reserve for Saturday nights, but because of basketball schedules that they're not doing that. So it's a live event again tonight. That'll be on TBS, I guess. So,
so Detroit did well with it.
I thought Detroit did very well with it. Yes. Yeah. And then they even had Detroit wrestler Rhino made an appearance last night, and the crowd was very hyped up for Rhino. He's been a local guy forever, former ECW champion back in the day. And so it was cool to see him get out there as well. But I thought it was really, really well done.
Cool. If anybody went and wants to report back, 248-539-9797. As venues go, it's funny. I've driven past the Masonic Temple 100 times. I've never been in it. On the outside, it's a big building. Inside, intimate.
Yeah, it holds, I think, a few thousand people. And for a wrestling event, because it's a televised event, one side is actually not going to be occupied because that's where we're going to have the cameras set up, and they don't want to sell too many seats on that side because of the obstructed view and all that. So you have to keep that in mind. And then you've got another side that is kind of like an entrance area that there aren't going to be tickets sold to. So you're really selling to 2.5 sides, kind of.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was pretty well attended. And again, loud and boisterous. And when you get the intimate setting for anything, it's better. Whether you're watching music or watching a pro wrestling show or whatever. Smaller, it just feels better. You don't want it too small, but you also don't want to get lost in the wash and being in some giant arena and have crappy seats and then not have the great experience. I imagine the people that went probably had a really good experience with the sight lines and everything else.
Well, if you were there and you want to report back, 248-539-9797. The other thing we want to do here is, as you mentioned, intimate setting. Music, sports, comedy, whatever. What's the best intimate setting you've ever been in? For anything. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Rocket Classic announced today all their past champions, with the exception of Bryson DeChambeau, will return this year. Cameron Davis, Tony Finau, Ricky Fowler, and Nate Lashley are all committed. They won at Detroit Golf Club coming up June 26th. The TGL, Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods' new indoor golf simulator league, has filed a trademark for Motor City Golf Club for the Sports Business Journal. The league denied comments saying, quote, it's still an ongoing process, end quote. The Tigers road trip will finally wrap up today in Colorado. Not before they play two. Casey Mize heads to the mound for Detroit, while Kyle Freeland toes the rubber for the home team. That's Rockies beat writer Patrick Saunders. Hear both games of the Double Dip right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 3:10. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so look, we got a bunch of stuff going on today. First of all, I'm wallowing in self-loathing because I'm rooting for the Boston Celtics very authentically, and that is something I never thought I'd do in my entire life. The Knicks are now up 2-0 in that series. I'm disgusting. Anybody else? We got the Tiger template that we have out there. Who do you think will maintain their hot start? Mize, Torque, or Baez? Who are you worried about not being able to maintain it? Who's the unsung hero so far? How many games will you go to? How many games do you anticipate going to? And who's your favorite Tiger? In the meantime, I will say it because there have been so many requests because we were doing the Javier Bays thing, and I said where it came from.
Right.
I'm going to say Oshag Hennessy. The principal Oshag Hennessy's office instead of O'Shaughnessy. Oshag Hennessy.
Gotcha.
All right. So intimate venues in sports, concerts, otherwise, the best you've ever been to. Kate, I'm going to ask you if this counts because it feels like an intimate venue, although it's kind of middle of the pack in the Big Ten. Is Kinnick Stadium an intimate venue? Because it feels like it. Have you been there to Iowa City?
Iowa? I have not.
Okay. It's
one of the few in the Big Ten I have not been to.
Yeah. It really feels like an intimate venue.
But what does it hold?
68,000 or 69,000.
I mean, Spartan Stadium holds like 76, so it's not much less. I would not call it intimate.
I will say it feels intimate. We have great intimate venues here. One, it doesn't get used for what it was used for. I would love to see Michigan State go play a game in Jennison Fieldhouse once a year. Yost Ice Arena is an awesome intimate venue. Smaller, fun, but most old school hockey rinks are like
rickety,
Munn,
and it's okay. It's got character.
Lawson in Western Michigan, those kinds of things. But I imagine, given that you go to concerts like 3-4 times a week, that you probably have a lot.
Though I think I'm going tomorrow night to Outer Limits in downtown Detroit. Check out the Mugs. They're going to play at 10 o'clock. So see my boys play. I haven't seen them in a while.
I'm sure they've missed you.
I'm sure they did. Well, I got the invitation from Tony, so yes.
Yep.
There are great intimate venues all over the place for music in particular. I mean, Detroit is just chock full of them. All these little bars and whatnot, and now I'm drawing a blank what the name is. PJ's Lager House, the Lager House, right on Michigan Avenue. It's just east of Old Tiger Stadium.
Okay.
Not even a block east. It's like a few venues down. And it is on one it's like 2 rooms in the venue. One side is the bar side, which has this nice long bar and a couple of tables that are set up, and then you can keep going to the back, and they have like an outdoor sitting area too, which is great. And then as you get halfway down the bar, you make a left into the room where they have the music venue. And it doesn't hold it maybe holds 100 people in that little room. It's awesome to see live bands there. It's loud, it's great, and they give all types of music a chance to play, and it's just a really nice venue to check something out.
248-539-9797. Adam in a truck writes in, my wife and I saw the comedian Dave Attell at the Comedy Castle in Royal Oak, smaller venue. We were pretty close. Randy in Tulsa, greetings, guys. A new intimate setting I discovered is the Temple Live in Wichita, Kansas. Just caught Jeff Tate, formerly of Queensryche, from the front row.
There you go. Doing Operation Mindcrime for the last time.
Let's go to Reno. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Reno?
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Gator, do you ever go to Sully's back in the day, Sonny's Blues Bar? I don't even know if it's still open, but went there on a happenstance, went with some people, and they said, you're going to love this place. It was like being in your living room. I saw Leon Russell there and Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't know if it was probably back when he was first started, but it was unbelievable.
Where was it?
I think it was in Dearborn, Sully's Blues Bar.
No, I'd never been there.
And, I don't know if it's still open, but Leon Russell had his trailer parked in the back. It was almost like a pull behind your car. It wasn't a drive. And you walk in, he was literally, 8 feet from us. And it maybe have sat maybe 150, 200 people at the most, but about as intimate as you can get, but it was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
No, I'd never been there, but that would be amazing to catch someone like Stevie Ray Vaughan before he hits it big in a small venue like that. I've been to Callahan's before they closed down in Auburn Hills. That was a smaller venue that I loved going. Once I discovered it, I loved going there because the sound was amazing there, and they always had pretty decent blues acts that would come through every weekend over the summer. It was really great.
The old Wisconsin Fieldhouse where the Badgers used to play. I was there in the upper deck once in the front row. Yeah. And you felt like you were literally hanging right over the court. Some of these old places, these old college basketball barns and college hockey arenas, they were awesome places to watch games. Absolutely awesome.
And you still have to be big enough, obviously, to house the court or the rink.
Yeah.
But if the seating is limited to 2,500 or 4,000 or whatever it is, it's really cool to be part of that.
Brian at Rochester says, I saw Shinedown at the Ryman in Nashville. Amazing experience. I don't know what the Ryman is.
It's a big-time theater in Nashville, yeah.
Oh, there you go. 248-539-9797. Hal is in Troy. Hello, Hal.
How you doing, guys?
Great, Hal.
I'm a country western fan, and when I was in Nashville with my wife, there's a place called the Bluebird Cafe. It's a little bit off of the main line of Nashville. It's like out in looks like a plaza parking lot thing where you see a CVS or whatever you call those lines of little stores, and you go in there. And you never go in there otherwise. You go in there, it holds about 250 people. And in the middle of this thing, it's kind of like a theater in the round. They have like 4, 5, 6 of the top Nashville country music writers, songwriters. And they'll sit around and chit-chat, and you're sitting there, just surrounding them. And they'll tell their stories, and they'll talk about songs they wrote and things like that. And, they'll start telling a story about this particular idea came to mind. I wrote this song, and then they start playing it. They all have their guitars and what have you there. Then they start playing it, and lo and behold, it's a Garth Brooks best hit. And it's and it's just they come up with these stories, and they're writing these songs for these stars out there.
What's the name of the place again, Hal?
It's the Bluebird Cafe.
It's called the Bluebird Cafe, and it is it's not expensive to get into. They got food, they got a bar. And
that sounds cool. Yeah, you get to see. I mean, that's the thing about the Nashville community is that they're all musicians and they try stuff out and they write songs for each other. So if you get to hear it, some song, that's a pretty catchy tune, and then you find out later on that somebody, a big time recording artist, records it. It's awesome.
Aubrey in Farmington Hills, you're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
So I called about a week ago, and I did a 1974 Chicago Bulls reset with the Pistons and got skewered, rightfully so. And kind of a
it was
side
funny.
note,
It was very funny. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. And as a side note, I was at church on Sunday, and my pastor happened to hear it, and he trolled me as well. But I'm going to set myself up again.
Let's go.
So Baker's Keyboard Lounge, 8 Mile in Livernois, one of the great venues in the entire country. had a chance years and years ago to see Ramsey Lewis and at that venue. So Baker's Keyboard, Detroit, iconic, one of the great ones in the country.
Aubrey, thank you for the phone call. We were talking about
still around, by the way, intimate 99-seat room.
Wow. We were talking about this because AEW was at the Masonic Temple last night, and you said yesterday this is going to be an intimate venue, and you thought it had a chance to be awesome, and then watch it on TV, and you thought it delivered.
I thought it looked really good on TV.
Best intimate venue, smaller venue you've ever been to, sports or otherwise. Obviously, we got a lot of concerts and small-time places that host concerts. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Becoming a member is easy by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. from someone who was there.
That's All Elite Wrestling for those who don't know what AEW is.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I probably should say that. Also,
professional wrestling.
I'm getting a little bit of support, not a ton, to the tweet I sent out earlier that I'm authentically rooting for the Boston Celtics, and I hate myself for it. Is it just me? Looking at the feedback coming in from Fariha Sharp. Me too. Completely disgusted with myself, but I can't make myself root for the Knicks. LOL. From Johnny, I have a good referral for a doctor if you want to get some help with this sickness. Jerome says I will not root for anyone. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a cop-out. If you're not watching anymore, I got you, but...
You know what's going to help? Drinking.
Get smashed?
I didn't say get smashed. I just wondering, it was that would be a great opportunity last night if you're watching the game to to try a Modelo with the foil. But
yeah, I would. You're going to be so disappointed in me.
Here we go.
I promised I'm going to drink the Modelo. Okay? And I walked into a store to get some Modelo last night. Fully intending to get Modelo.
What'd you walk out with instead?
30-pack of Busch Light Apple. Yes!
But why couldn't you buy the Modelo as well?
And a 6-pack of Modelo.
Yeah, like seriously.
Because I saw the 30-pack and I grabbed it, went straight to the counter, purchased it, got in the car, drove home, and cracked one open. LFG.
He doesn't care, Kay.
And I know this is not happening. This is classic Doug. It's not happening.
Wow, that hurts.
Well, I mean, the fact that you actually took it home and the first thing was crack open that beer that you just bought when you were supposed to. You had an assignment.
I eschewed my responsibilities to this radio station in this program.
I mean, I fulfilled my end of the bargain last night.
Oh, you fulfill a lot.
It's true. I had the Line and Kugel lime.
And?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a mid?
It was fine. I didn't taste a whole lot of lime flavor
you want
in
more
there.
lime?
Yeah. Wanted something.
He wanted
bits
of real,
different than just like
bits of real lime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a normal beer.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mitch. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mitch.
Hi, Doug.
Hello, Mitch.
How you doing? Gator, I got one for you. I went to Michigan State in the late 70s, and they used to have concerts on the Cedar River, and I saw the Allman Brothers.
Wow. On the Red Cedar?
Did you ever go to concerts on the Red Cedar?
No. Doug, did you?
No.
Did not.
Yeah, they had them back in the late 70s. They used to do it for the students. They probably had, 2 or 3 a year. And the Allman Brothers came my sophomore year, and we saw them. And there must have been, like 100 of us.
No, I never heard of that. I did. I mean, there's the legendary story that U2 played in Sensations, which was the downstairs of Dooley's,
right.
the bar there that probably holds a couple hundred people. But the U2 played there in the early 80s. But outside of that, no.
Might I ask, Mitch, where along the Red Cedar?
Good question.
It was right behind one of the dorms, and I can't remember which dorm. It was by where they had the canoe rentals. It was just up the river from the canoe rentals, where there was a big piece of land, like open space. That's where they had it.
I think maybe behind Shaw. Was that the one right there in the middle of campus?
Yeah, it could have been Shaw.
All right. Thank you.
Too many years.
I mean, outdoors, not exactly a small
Allman
venue.
Brothers. Yeah, exactly. But there's only 100 people there checking out the Allman Brothers back in the 70s. That's amazing.
Let's go to Jerry. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jerry.
Hi.
Hey.
Got one for you. It was on 6 Mile in Livernois, mid-60s. I think it was called the Chessmate or the Checkmate Club. It was a coffee house, and Blues Magoos played there. Siegel Schwab, Paul Butterfield, Bobby Blue Bland, and coffee back then was $0.25 a cup.
All right.
Some legends there. Paul Butterfield and Blues Band. Yeah.
It's funny. I knew we'd get some music ones.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd get all music ones. Right. We get some sports intimate venues, but there are a lot of great.
Okay, I guess because maybe sports doesn't feel like it's intimate with. If you're going to watch a basketball game, the court is rather large, or the rink is rather large for hockey, and obviously football stadiums are you got 100 20 yards with the end zone thrown
Waiting
in.
for a little love for the Arena or Callahan Hall or something like that. But 248-539-9797. Calvin is next. Hello, Calvin.
How you guys doing?
What's going on?
I have a couple of spots. The second one might be kind of a surprise. In New Orleans.
We lost you there for a second. Where in New Orleans?
It's called Tipitina's.
All right.
It's called Tipitina's in New Orleans. I saw Michael Franks there and Sade. One of the two of the best concerts I've seen. And Michael Franks and Sade were probably no more than 50 feet from us. And so that's a very good spot in New Orleans. And the second spot, and I guess it depends on how the venue is set up. We saw Jay-Z and the Beyonce concert at Ford Field, and Ford Field set it up nice. I mean, it was one of the best concerts I've been to. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it. I mean, we're getting very far away from intimate
not
venues.
Quite intimate. We're talking about Ford Field.
I went to this little place. It's called Ford Field. It's a pretty big venue.
It's large.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, a lot going on there.
Adam just tweeted us, is it Gator's birthday, minor league stats, wrestling, concert venues? Is Doug just letting Gator talk about whatever he wants today?
What's
Adam,
happening?
That's a good question.
We got any movie discussion later on?
Probably will.
Good TV?
It's on the agenda. And you know it's on the agenda. Mike and Fenton, you're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great.
I've got two. Back in the early 70s, I went to Bookies on Woodward and 6 Mile and saw Iggy Pop and Patti Smith. And then about 3 years later, up in Ann Arbor, Go Blue. At the Second Chance, they have a lower floor and then an upper balcony about 20 feet from the stage. I saw Joe Cocker, front row, upper bowl there, and he had probably 6 Heineken sprout along the stage where he could just waltz up and grab a drink.
That's it, huh? Only 6. Where was the Second Chance?
It's you know where Dooley's used to be.
Yeah, it's now Scorekeepers. Skeeps.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. It's across from Thanos, the pizza joint there.
Near Necto?
That's what it is now. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Mike. 248-539-9797. Jim in a car, you're next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
So mine might be, the venue was the Kalamazoo Wings hockey rink.
Okay.
But the interesting story behind it was I was going to Western Michigan back in the 80s, and a bunch of us guys were just sitting around going, what are we going to do tonight? And somebody said, hey, I think REO Speedwagon's playing at Kalamazoo Stadium.
Wing Stadium, yeah.
Yeah, Wing Stadium. And we went, well, does anybody have tickets? No, nobody has tickets. And this was during the High Fidelity Tour. Their big come out.
That was a huge record, yeah. High Infidelity.
Yeah,
yes.
High Infidelity. And so we said, hey, let's just go and see what we can do. And we went up and said, hey, is there any tickets available? Just, up in the nosebleeds. They said, well, it's general seating, main floor. We have those tickets available. We all said, go. We go in. There's no seats. There's no main floor seating. It's just everybody standing there. We walked right up to the stage and saw the concert.
Wow.
Wing Stadium was cool because it's like it's the other decent sized venue at the time, like in the 80s and then even into the 90s, where you would have big bands that would come through. But they didn't want to just play Detroit. They wanted, because of the geographical location, we'll play in the west side of the state too. So if you saw like Ozzy Osbourne or Aerosmith was going to come to Detroit, they would also go to Wing Stadium out in Kalamazoo, which was really great.
So another one like that I've been to is the IMA in Flint, which is where the Flint Bulldogs played. The Flint Generals played there. It's got a different name now, but I saw a box. I was there for a night of boxing. Remember Chris Bird?
Yes.
Boxer out of Flint. He fought there.
I saw ECW wrestling up there.
Did you?
Yep. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I remember going to Red Wings training camp up there too.
It's funny because some of these old arenas, they were just that. Only that was it. There was no bells, no whistles. There were seats, concourse. There might be 2 locker rooms. Sometimes there weren't. Underneath, it was just like hallways. There was nothing. Like, and that's what the IMA was. That's what a lot of those old places are. 248-539-9797. All right. Detroit Lions rookie minicamp starts tomorrow. We're going to call our shot. Who's going to create the most buzz? We will get to that today at 11:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get to some Tigers stuff a little bit later on. We are continuing to take your text. Fill out the Tiger template that we have tweeted out at Dungator971. We read a bunch of those on the air. We also have some lines. I don't know if these are bold-ass predictions, but we're just, who do you think is going to create the most buzz at Detroit Lions rookie camp, which starts tomorrow? We go to Christine. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Christine.
Hello.
Hi.
We was at the wrestling last night. It was really awesome. We saw Samoa Joe win. He's a Rock's concert.
He's
a Rock concert, you say?
No, he's a Rock cousin.
Oh, sorry, Rock's cousin.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah, Samoa Joe beat Claudio Castagnoli last night. That was cool to retain his
And then
AEW World Championship.
And we're going again tonight.
That's great. How were the seats?
The seats were wonderful. You could see everything. The Masonic Temple is a really small area, so any seat is really good right down there.
That's what I'm telling you, man. The smaller venues for the wrestling events are great.
And people don't realize Detroit is really safe downtown. It was wrapped around the walls, and the vibe out there was wonderful. Everybody was it was a nice, peaceful atmosphere. The food was wonderful. Drinks were flowing.
All right.
It was wonderful.
Well, that's awesome. I think you probably discovered something that many of us knew, but yeah, go ahead. Tonight's what?
Tonight, you think it's going to be better?
Tonight's supposed to be better.
Okay.
Why is that?
Better matches?
Better matches tonight, and it's supposed to be a full house. I was told it was sold out.
Okay.
Sweet. Cool.
Did it not look
So
sold out
everybody's
last
coming
night?
Downtown.
It didn't look sold out last night?
It was like 95%.
All right. Well, cool. Well, enjoy yourself.
Yeah, Detroit is that's fine. You know.
Yes, safer than people
Yeah.
want to give credit for. Sure.
Certainly.
Just block
Little
north
bit-
of LCA.
A little bit discovery there for Christine, but
Good. Well, good.
Yeah.
Get the word out there so people are
Bring your friends.
Don't have that fear.
All right, so Detroit Lions rookie camp starts. I was saying before when we were talking about this in the office, whether or not we should take out Tyleik Williams for this topic and say, other than Tyleik Williams, who do you think creates some buzz? And Kang said, leave him in there. Leave him in there because he plays a defensive tackle spot, which doesn't, like, the least interesting positions on the football field that create the least amount of buzz are indeed interior linemen. Centers, guards, nose tackles, defensive tackles. Not a lot of juice comes along with those players when you draft them. But when you don't have them, you covet them. When you don't have that guy, you really wish you did. And you want to be good there. Foundation with which all success, not all success, but many teams' success, and certainly this team's success, is relying upon being strong in the interior of the offensive lines. They got addressed. But does anybody create buzz? Or when we get to Monday, we are talking about this person's performance at rookie minicamp. Scott the Gator Anderson, is there anybody you think might create buzz?
Well, I definitely think you're going to have the buzz, obviously, from the first round pick, Tyleik Williams, because that's the guy that everybody's going to be looking at. I don't think offensive linemen create too much of a buzz. It's hard to do that, so you're starting to look at other players. Because of the need, Ahmed Hassanen is probably a guy that you're looking at.
The assassin?
Sure. And Isaac Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Wide receiver. I think it's interesting because it's a skill position. Bigger receiver. Kind of curious about that. But for me, it's the edge rusher.
You think the assassin's going to be the guy?
Yeah.
Kang, who you got?
I got wide receiver Isaac Tesla. I think there's a lot of eyeballs on him because of the resources given up to go get him, right? I think that's a pick that I think obviously Brad Holmes has a pretty good track record with his drafting, but there are some questionable eyebrow-raising ones that he's done. Last year he did this, 2 third-round picks or fourth-round picks were they in Vaki and Manu. This year it's Tesla. He kind of falls in love with these guys that are under the radar but fit a profile that he's looking for. I also think that he's going to be garnering a lot of attention this camp and this year is because Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. Khalif Raymond's on a 1-year deal. He might see some playing time this year, just barring injury alone, because he's going to be on the field for special teams. He's a good special team guy. But I think that position itself just, bodes well for people eyeballs anyways, right?
Yeah. I'm going to go with a guy that is one of my favorite draft picks, and that's Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU. Can't believe he was around to the 5th round. I am as enthusiastic about him being on this team as I am Tate Rutledge. So I think Frazier, the stat that he allowed 2 pressures his entire college career, it's pretty amazing to me. So I'm going to go with him as the guy that creates some buzz, like they stole one in the 5th round. But you know what's interesting is you bringing up Tesla. As we watch Brad Holmes' patterns, one of the things, trading up for guys that he just couldn't let get away. And he's got 3 in 3 years now. Tesla, Giovanni Manu, Broderick Martin.
For the mid-round guys.
Yeah. He couldn't let him get away.
Because he didn't want to let Terry Arnold get away either, but that's a first round.
Yes, but we're talking about in these camps, it would be awesome if Tesla was the guy that created the buzz. But as we work our way through OTAs, I mean, if Brad's flaw is this, I'll take it. Like, it's fine. Overall, the net of his work has been exceptionally good here in Detroit. But if his flaw is he can't resist trading up for 3rd-round guys that seem like they would be on the board later in the draft, I'll take it. But none of these feel, I mean, I guess it's early, but there's been very little buzz about any of the 3, to be honest with you.
No, but I'm just reading a quote from Brad Holmes after the draft, and you're talking about Hassanen, the edge rusher.
Yeah.
I mean, when I read this, I get reinvigorated and think I want to see what he does. Brad Holmes said, "We acquired him because he plays with his hair on fire. And as, let's call it developmental as he is, he plays hard." I mean, plays the hair on fire. That screams that's a high effort guy, and he was very productive the final 2 years at Boise State. So I'm curious, how does it translate when you're going against better competition? Boise State played decent competition, but now you're in a professional training camp, and we'll see. I mean, it's rookie camp, so maybe not see as much as what you will down the line when the whole team is there.
It's like the whole plays with his hair on fire, and he said the same thing about Tesla when it came to the Senior Bowl and the blocking drills. Like he was like the defensive backs hated when they had to do blocking drills against him. I feel like Brad Holmes would go watch these guys grocery shop and say, you should see the intensity at which he picks out his produce. And boy, does he hustle down the condiment aisle. Like he wants you going 110 with everything you do. And if you do that, you can get yourself on the Lions' radar. But who do you think, if you want to go bold-ass prediction, 248-539-9797, who do you think creates buzz over the next couple days at the Detroit Lions rookie camp? The list of undrafted free agents, I'm calling for the streak to end. I don't know if any of these guys are going to make the team. I just don't know that there's any empty chairs in the musical chairs on the roster where one of these guys can make it. I guess if you're with the Lions, you're hoping for injury. None of us are, but if you're trying to make the team as a UDFA, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough, in my opinion. 248-539-9797. You want to get in on that? Hey, just a reminder, you can stream this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show anywhere in the United States. Same thing through 971theticket.com. Additionally, you can stream with video on youtube.com and twitch.tv. On both websites, search bar, type up 971 The Ticket, and once you register, you can participate in the streaming chat, where sometimes we read what these people are talking about. And sometimes they're talking about something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It can be interesting, but go check it out, twitch.tv and youtube.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh, Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. Because they specialize only in auto and truck accidents, they have recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. White glove service. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the Lions and the rookie mini camp. Is there anybody you're expecting to create some buzz that will be early, right to the front of the line of hyped players in this rookie class? Jimmy in Romulus says, I'd like it to be Isaac Tesla, so we don't have to hear about how we wasted value, but I think personally it's going to be the Ahmed kid from Boise State, the assassin. It'd be nice to have another high motor edge, whether he's a rookie or not. From an unnamed texter, the only report I need from these rookies is someone saying they'd be shocked if Tate Ratledge isn't a day one starter. I don't know Tesla's ceiling, but I have no doubt we'll see a couple catches this year from him. Next one, JP in Lake Orion. I look forward to seeing Prescorn. Local kid, played at Ole Miss. I think he's a solid tight end prospect that I hope to see make the team.
Something else about the guards, like I said, it wasn't even thinking about this. If we were there at practices, I actually would be trained watching them, because I would imagine that Tyreek Williams is lining across from them.
It could be interesting
on a bunch of occasions.
Yep.
So to see kind of where they meet, who's got the advantage there.
Yep. Look, I mean, the conventional is not what is done here. And the unconventional, if it wasn't working, there'd be a whole bunch of calls saying that our general manager is trying to be the smartest guy in the room. Well, it just so happens that he has proven to be the smartest guy in the room on most of these things. So it's worked out very, very well for us. 248-539-9797. All right. Gator, you put something in your show sheet that you're excited about a new television show, or the possibility of a new television show, a spinoff of Yellowstone.
Yeah, apparently they've been green-lighted for 12 episodes, and it'll be a spinoff that focuses on the character of Casey Dutton, who was the youngest son of John Dutton. And it'll have something. It's something, I think it's called Y Marshals, like Yellowstone Marshals, because he's going to be working with the U.S. Marshals. So developing storylines with that. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I will watch.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be good or not, but it'll have my attention from day one to at least check it out, because I loved Yellowstone so much. But I'm surprised this is maybe I haven't been paying attention to the other ones that have been talked about. I know there are multiple spinoffs that are being pitched, but out of the characters from Yellowstone, I would think that if you had a story about Beth and Rip, that would be the one that would be more interesting than Casey. But I think there's interest in Casey.
As you said, maybe you've missed it, but there's a headline for you right there.
There it is.
The headline reads what, Gator?
Beth and Rip's Yellowstone spinoff confirms name and release dates. So now we got two. We got two.
It's funny. I had, independent of you, printed up this story about the Beth and Rip Yellowstone spinoff, and then in your show sheet, you're like, Yellowstone spinoff, and I'm like, I got it. And I'm like, wait, featuring Casey is in the works. And then you wrote, is he more interesting than Rip? And the answer is no.
Nobody is.
But this Yellowstone spinoff featuring Cole Hauser's character and Kelly Riley's character, Beth and Rip, is entitled The Dutton Ranch, and will preview in the fall. It'll premiere in the fall.
In the fall?
In the fall.
I don't have to wait that long.
No.
That's awesome.
Yep. Now, my question is am I going to be able to watch this one? Because all the prequels, I've watched 2 episodes, and then you have to subscribe.
Right.
And I'm not subscribing.
Yeah. I watched. I still haven't gone back and watched it, because now I have Paramount
What is it,
Plus.
1883 and 1974 or whatever it is?
1923 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gone back and watched them yet. I will at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I will, because this is kind of why I got Paramount Plus, one of the reasons.
Okay, so you've subscribed, but you haven't watched it.
No, I've ended up catching some other things that I wanted to catch up on first, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot that I need to see.
Yes. Kang, you don't have time for anything anymore, But you've not gotten on board with Yellowstone, correct?
I have not. I have not. Sounds like a great show. Critically acclaimed also by you guys.
Yeah. If you're going to carve out time for anything, and I know time becomes very valuable with small children.
Here we go.
What are you going to
mean
carve?
like TV viewing?
Yeah.
You know what? I watched I did carve out time for this. God, why can't I think of Squid Games? I finished that second season that came out.
Yeah.
And now I don't know if it's a second part of the second season
There's
or
a third
season
season
3.
that's coming out.
Yeah, because it hangs on it's a cliffhanger.
That's
by
what
the
I
way.
said. There's a cliffhanger that goes to 3.
So that's coming out in like this June.
Did you like Squid Game 2?
It's not as good as 1. I'll say that. It's not as good as 1. We'll see how this ends up. It's not finished yet. You know, obviously the phenomenon that was Squid Game 1. I mean, we were talking about it. I felt like
it was a phenomenon.
Yeah, everyone was talking about it.
It was crazy. I mean, I couldn't wait to finish. I would watch episode after episode. I think I killed it in 2 days.
Oh, you crushed it. I think you were the third on our show, right? And then, but you crushed it. I think maybe before even Doug finished.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were the third on board, first to finish.
Yeah. First
is what you mean by
right,
that. Yeah.
So I wonder if does this happen with it, because it happens in lots of things. It happens in music. It happens in TV. When something gets popular, like when it starts off, it's kind of raw. Like the production values of the first Squid Game felt a little raw, but because it was so damn popular, when they came out with season 2, was season 2 much more polished? Does it look more produced and look technology wise? Does it look sharper and better, or is it very similar?
It's very similar.
Good.
About the same.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's not like all of a sudden a Transformer shows up.
Yeah,
like doesn't turn into a Michael Bay production.
Really is authentic to the Squid Game brand. Then is what you're saying.
Well, okay, so is this spoiler alert? We let people know what happened in the first Squid Game at this point. It's been years.
I mean, what do you want
to talk about the premise? I don't think you want.
No, I'm talking about the ending.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that.
No? All right, I'm not gonna say anything. Well, the ending. If you watch the ending, you have to get over that to watch season 2. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean.
I know it was
the
very
whole premise.
controversial.
Yes,
the ending
exactly.
I was pissed with the ending.
Yeah.
Very upset
You
with
have
the
to
ending.
try to get over that part and
That's
then
gonna be tough.
watch this on its
own.
own.
I do need to see this because I love Squid Game.
So I think I know your answer to this. You guys just brought up Yellowstone, how much you guys love it, and then spinoffs.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that Stephen A. Smith is going to be a guest star on Law & Order this week? Not even guest star, maybe a cameo or something like that.
I saw a clip of him online doing something.
Okay, so he's going to be in Law & Order. Is the obvious answer for you guys, if you could be make a guest appearance on any TV show, it'd be Yellowstone?
No, Doug wouldn't say Yellowstone.
Oh, he might say some other show.
He's going to say Severance.
Is he? Doug?
Severance.
So that would be for you. Like if they say, "Hey, Doug Karsh, we're talking to your people right now. We can get you, on Severance in the next season for."
Yeah, that'd be. I'd love to be on the show Severance. Yeah. I'd love to be to find out what's going to happen. I don't know what character I would be. I don't know what role I could possibly serve. They're going to introduce new characters and
healthy office guy. tall, healthy office guy.
I suppose I could be that.
Gator, are you Yellowstone?
Probably Yellowstone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Yellowstone's over. You need to be on Dutton Ranch with
Rip and Beth. I can be Rip's best friend.
Hey, this is a cameo, dude.
Right?
you're not gonna get
short-lived.
Yeah.
And then they kill me off.
Oh, okay.
And then Rip's got to avenge my death. Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Dude, jeez.
That or
Scott Gator died a hero.
Yeah. Or it could be fun just to be walk in. There's a scene my cameo is I walk into a bar and Beth's at the bar and I go to sit down next to Beth and start talking to Beth and I get completely emasculated by Beth. And then I walk away with my tail between my legs. That could be fun.
Both would be on brand.
Yes.
Beth emasculating and you getting trashed by a woman you're trying to pick up.
Yeah. So Beth is not Egyptian.
Yeah, try that line on Beth Dunn.
Would that be fun?
Beth, that's a lovely name.
All right, what's your name? Okay, buddy. She'll throw a buddy at me. If I get called buddy, that's worth it. Yeah.
Okay, so what would yours be, Kang?
It would have been Game of Thrones. Although I don't think there's been one Asian person in any episode of Game of Thrones.
Well,
was there?
No. Trying to think if any of the Unsullied were, but no.
Do I have to be unsullied to be on there?
Yeah, you have to be castrated. Sorry, buddy. That's how it works.
If you're going to be in the show, you got to really.
Yeah, you got to make a sacrifice.
Own the part.
Or used to own the part.
Some say after you get married.
He's already there, people.
Right? You can't kill what's already dead.
Ed Sheeran had a cameo.
I know that he loved the show that much that he was, I think he tried, and he got onto the show.
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah, he sang as like a minstrel in one. It was very, very short. Yeah.
Did he get killed?
I don't think he did. It was just like one thing where he's around a campfire and he's singing some song at the campfire.
Gotcha.
Wearing an awesome NFL jacket, but it was strange.
Satin. Coming up next hour, we'll get to some Tiger stuff. We'll reset what we asked on Twitter. 12:35, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Might need some help with something.
Oh, okay.
List your assistants. So they do walk-up music for high school baseball. The kids get to choose their walk-up music.
Mm-hmm.
So, you make the 7 seconds that it plays as they make their way from the on-deck circle to the batter's box. So Sunday, being Mother's Day, one of the team parents that's in charge of these things said Saturday for the game that they have, they're going to let the moms choose their son's walk-up music.
Oh, no.
So my wife took this concept to her classroom and had her kids come up with a list, and maybe you can help choose the walk-up music for my son. All right, you ready?
Okay.
Here are the choices. And Kang, maybe you can give your 2 cents on this as well. Twinkle Twinkle.
What, a little star?
Yeah. The My Little Pony song. Bluey. Barbie Ice Spice. Barbie theme song. Swamp Song from Tool. California Girls. Sophia the First. Paw Patrol. Bubble Guppies. Or Dora the Explorer.
This is for your youngest son.
Yeah, when he walks to the plate.
Does she not like?
No.
Or is she just trying to be funny?
She's trying to be funny. I don't know if the class is trying to be funny, but.
Well, if you're asking the class, I guess. All right. So,
yeah, so it's a bunch of fourth grade kids are coming up with these, what they've decided that they should do. But. Now last year they had parents pick your kid's walk-up song. And I'm like, I want to pick the song that used to get me hyped up before I played rec basketball in my late 20s. Which is Owner of a Lonely Heart by Yes. There's a lot going on in that song.
There actually is. There's more than you may know.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you during the break about it because I saw something online the other day, ironically, about that song.
Is that right?
Yes. I don't know the theme from Paw Patrol.
Kang, do you know any of these?
Oh yeah, all the kid shows. Come on, man.
King and Bluey are tight.
That's the song I would choose.
Is it?
Yes, the Bluey theme song.
I was about to ask you how it goes, and
now I really want to hear it.
Bluey. Well, first they name everyone in the family.
Do they? Who is in the family?
Bingo.
All right.
Mom. Dad.
So this is like Gilligan's Island.
Bluey.
This is they just list off the characters like they did in Gilligan's Island. And the rest.
Professor and Marianne.
Yeah, the and the rest part was really weird. We just like stop listing.
The rest of you people we don't really care about. Yeah.
They're a big part of the show, and they just and the rest of them.
They really made the most out of living on that island for a while.
They did.
Yep.
I
mean, to have coconut cream pies.
Yeah.
And living in the way that they lived looked like it was awesome.
Yeah, you could probably do like
a hammock is great.
A Gilligan's Island camp.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, I really want to hear Bluey though. Like if you can find it.
Oh yeah, we can get it in the system.
I mean, Bluey. I want to hear what Paw Patrol sounds like. Because it's animals. I love animals. Love the cats and dogs. Big fan.
Yeah, well, it feels like the tenor of this is going to turn into how to humiliate my son, which is...
Yeah, I mean, there's a Tool song, which probably is probably the obvious one that he would want to have out of all of us. Something...
Yep.
Although I'm not sure what song that is.
I'm going to guess here we're getting, are there Celine Dion jokes coming in yet, Kang? Or are there like hundreds of Celine Dion jokes?
No, that song's always playing in your head, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, well, maybe we'll effort some of those songs. So, Tigers win last night. Extra inning. Spencer Torkelson with a double. Tigers came from behind. Crazy game. Javi Baez had 4 RBIs. And by the way, I looked up the third inning. The third inning, the Fox Sports, not Fox Sports anymore. I don't know if it was a Tigers or FanDuel. Somebody tweeted it out. The third inning where Jack Black was in, or Jack White.
Right. Different Jack. Different color, different Jack.
Yeah, Jack White was in the booth, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. That inning lasted over 13 minutes, and the Tigers sent 8 to the plate. You can have a 1-2-3 inning that's over in like 45 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, thanks for joining us.
They do that, and then when they do, usually it's like, can you stay with us another half inning? Like, please, please, please. But fortunately, I had plenty of time with Jack White, and it was great.
It was great. But what's crazy is the Tigers' 8 and 9 hitters, Javi Baez and Trey Sweeney, went a combined 5 for 9. Trey Sweeney had 3 hits. Baez had 4 RBIs. They were exceptionally good last night. Straight doubleheader today, 310 and 640. Jackson Jobe, look, I mean, I don't know. It's a data point that I throw out, how you pitched in Denver. It's kind of like the Dodgers series. I don't think it's particularly important because I'm not sure what real reflection it has on who you are as a player. I'm sure he'll be glad to get out of there. But credit Brant Herter came in and settled things down because that game was drunk for about 3.5 innings, and then Herter shut him down. Tigers continuing to get good work out of the bullpen, and another big night for the resurrected Javi Baez and the resurrected Spencer Torkelson.
Yeah, and for a moment there, it looked like Sweeney had a 4th hit, and I think they later on changed it to an error. That was in the 10th inning on the play that got the second run to score in the 10th inning. But Sweeney's been the last couple. I mean, that's 7 hits in the last 2 games. Could have been 8 hits in the last 2 games, and he just looks really confident up there against right-handed pitching. And he's played a pretty good shortstop. He had a few games where he wasn't so good, but for the most part this season, he's been very good at shortstop. And the fact that he's hitting above 250 now, a lot of that's in large part to having 7 hits in the last 2 games. But, you know, if he's going to show that he can hit 250, you'll take it. If you're playing a competent shortstop and you're hitting 250 is like, you know, back in the day hitting 290 or something. So it's nice to see. And he's got a little bit of pop in the bat, too. He can pull the ball over the wall in right field. He's well capable of doing that. He's done that. I think he's had 3 or 4 home runs this year, too. So I like what we've seen out of Trey Sweeney. He's been very, very steady for this team.
The qualified hitters that are currently hitting over 300 is starting to dwindle. Last year, when it was all said and done, I think there were only 8 in Major League Baseball that had a batting average over 300. Batting average is a statistic that gets less emphasized, it feels like, year by year, but it is now down to 21 qualified hitters in Major League Baseball hitting over 300. The Tigers have none of those guys as it stands right now that are qualified on ESPN's website.
Yeah, do you know how many at-bats it takes?
I don't.
Qualified, but I got to believe they're close because Baez has 99 at-bats right now.
Yeah.
He's at 313.
It doesn't appear to be any. The lowest number I'm seeing is 101, so he's obviously very close. Yeah. The Baez thing has been remarkable, but so is the Spencer Torkelson thing, and so is Casey Mize, who will get the start in the first game today for the Tigers. It's part of our template that we put out there on Twitter that we'd like people to answer. There are 5 topics. Who will most likely sustain it? Mize, Tork, or Baez? Who are you scared will not? Mize, Tork, or Baez? The underrated hero so far is blank. How many games do you anticipate going to this summer? And my favorite Tiger is blank. Fill in the blanks. Answer the questions. From the Fenced Breaker. Writes in, Torque is legit. Baseball savant is a bloodbath. Baez due for a regression. The hero so far is Dingler. No drop-off in pitching staff performance with Rogers hurt. So that's good to see. How many games do you see? I'm in Arizona, so maybe one in September when we come home on vacation. Favorite player is Scooble. Ken writes in, my favorite Tiger is Baez. I just root for a total professional who has all class, even though the fan base treated him poorly. Mize will sustain. Torque will be Alonso 2.0, 35 homers, but bat 210. Did the fan base treat him poorly? I mean,
treat who poorly?
Baez.
Yes.
Ken
but it doesn't mean it wasn't justified.
Yeah, I mean.
But I think.
If it's justified, is it treating someone poorly?
Well, was it treating someone with respect, Doug? People.
I mean, I'm not a booer, so.
Yeah, but I think people take personal attacks. They go a little further than that. But I mean, was it justified based on how he played or performed? He wasn't good for 3 years with this team, and now through 29 games for him, he's played very well. But yeah, I think that you could say that he was treated poorly.
I think if it's, I mean, if you took personal attacks, if you went over the line, that's one thing. I think if you just booed him, it's par for the course. If you're a highly paid athlete that's not performing, I don't know if that's being treated poorly. It's being somewhat justified with how you're being treated, but I'm not a booer. Steven writes in, Mize will sustain it. Baez scares me. Dingler is underrated. My favorite Tiger is Mize. David writes in, Baez will sustain it. I don't know what work. I think he means torque. He's worried the torque will regress to a mean. Carpenter is the most underrated hero so far. I'll be to 30-plus games this year. My favorite player is Green. Don Cars 177 on Twitter says, torque will sustain it. Baez, I'm worried he will go into a slump. Zach McKinstry is the underrated hero. I'll go to 5 games this summer. My favorite Tiger is Scooble. 248-539-9797.
I do want to give some props to Kerry Carpenter because he crushes right-handed pitching, as we know, and did all last season, but could not hit lefties. He's got 24 at-bats against lefties, which is not a ton, but he's only got 117 total. So he's got 24 against lefties. He's hit 250 against them with a couple of home runs.
Yeah.
You'll take it.
Yep.
Right? That justifies putting him in the lineup on most nights.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new player performance trends. Want to see if a guy is hitting the over consistently, or maybe they're flirting with a triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app, see who's heating up, and once a game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late, and here's the deal. You can bet $5, your first $5 bet, and get $200 in bonus bets if said bet wins. So I've always talked about this. Find the alternate spread on a prop bet, bet the over on points scored for like Jaylen Brown or whatever, and make it a real low total. You won't get much on your $5, but you get the $200 in bonus bets. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is it. This is 100% it.
Yeah, because it'll cut off after he says mom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I'm sending her the text right now. What is this, Bluey?
Oh, yeah.
All
this
right.
is what I would pick, too.
Don't act like you don't know, Doug.
Yeah, Doug.
There would have been a time where I would have absolutely, like, I can sing you Dora the Explorer. Dora the Explorer. Because that's what was big when my kids were watching that kind of stuff. But now it's apparently it's Bluey. But I'm just telling back, vote is Bluey. Got it. Good. Son's walk-up music for the Mother's Day game.
I mean, it sounds like it's like an accordion with the.
You got a good ear for that stuff. I'm going to take your word for it. Is not a keytar in there or anything?
It might. I mean, it could be a keytar. It could be a keytar.
Well, that's what we will do.
I like it.
Gator, we have white smoke.
Really?
We do. White smoke billowing from the Sistine Chapel.
We got news from Vatican City?
It appears that there is news from Vatican City. A new pope has been elected.
Conclave is done?
Conclave is over. Interested to see the analysis when the new pope is announced. Pope has been elected to lead the Catholic Church.
I hope it's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Adam Schefter has tweeted out, I'm not kidding, by the way. Adam Schefter, white smoke, a new pope has been selected. He will soon appear at the central window of the St. Peter Basilica.
Yes, it's all right. Yes. Schefter really did tweet that out.
Yes.
God bless him.
Is Mel talking?
Was there been a Woj bomb? Woj would know who it is.
Dude, Schefter beat Rappaport again.
When the Pope comes out and waves to the crowd, the new Pope, is that when Mel's allowed to talk about all the attributes of this Pope?
Well, what happens first is the commissioner goes to the podium and says, the pick is in.
Right.
The 267th Pope.
Do they boo the guy announcing this, too, as well? Like we do boo Goodell?
The Carmelengo gets up there and says what he's got to say. Look, I have no knowledge of any of this stuff. I'm just going by the Angels and Demons movie that I saw with Tom Hanks. That's all I know.
I didn't see it.
That's why I said Obi-Wan Kenobi, because Ewan McGregor, the actor who played Obi-Wan Kenobi, was playing the guy who ended up being, this whole thing.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Really good movie, though, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, I highly suggest you watch it.
Which movie is this?
It's called Angels and Demons. It was the sequel to Da Vinci Code.
All right. Yeah, cool.
Really good.
Probably should see Da Vinci Code first.
Da Vinci Code's great.
Yeah.
If you like a mystery.
I'll put it on the list. The thousands of movies.
That means Doug's never going to see it.
Probably. All right. So there you go.
We have white smoke. We don't know who.
We don't know who the Pope is yet. We await the pick. Is there a countdown clock? We got 7 minutes to announce the pick. They're not trading the pick.
They got to go to pick number 2.
The Catholic Church didn't trade the pick.
Right. Trump's holding out that they're not going to actually say who it is, so he can. I'm going to use my voice, and I'm the Pope because I didn't say it quick enough.
Pope Orange Overlord.
It's when the Vikings didn't get their pick in time, and then they lost. A couple other teams just immediately put their picks in.
That's right. Okay. So we were talking about the Tigers and filling out the template that we've got online. Look, this team continues to play well. You know what's really weird? So do the Cleveland Guardians. And now Kansas City, like, it was supposed to be, look, Chicago's going to stink and everybody else. Right now, Detroit, Cleveland, and Kansas City, as well as the Tigers are playing, 2 games separates third place Kansas City and first place Detroit. Cleveland's a game and a half back. I mean, it's very, very early. Obviously, we're approaching that magical 40-game mark, which will take place Sunday, barring that they get the 2 in today and the 3 games between now and then. It's supposed to be pretty decent weather. But, one of the things that makes a race interesting is teams that are hanging around to make it interesting. But it's tight early on here. It's tight. In fact, let me look this up. It is indeed. No, the National League West is closer through the top 3 teams. Dodgers lead the way. Padres and Giants both a game and a half back. But But the second tightest race in Major League Baseball, right here in the American League Central.
Yeah, and like the National League West, 3 teams with at least 20 wins. It's an impressive start.
Yep.
We've been very impressed with the Tigers so far, but Cleveland is right there. It won't go away yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the Royals are also there. And it's not just beating up on your division as much as people want to look at that. I mean, Kansas City, for instance, they're 9-8 in the Central Division, but they have a 22-16 overall record. Like, they've done well outside the division.
So the one thing that's happened with the Tigers is they have come across a point in the schedule where they should feast on opponents. We talked about how bad the Angels offense was. Now they're playing a 6-win team. So, this is the time where they should really be stacking wins before stuff gets tougher. They have played their share of tough series. Yankees, Padres, Mariners, Dodgers have all been on the schedule. But so it's not just the scheduling trick that's got them 10 games over. But Kansas City's won 5 in a row, which has helped them cut a little bit into this lead. Detroit continues to get the job done. But, this is the point of the schedule where you got to stack wins. Got to stack wins.
Yeah, that's why it was so important to win the game last night. I'm like, you're not going to lose this game. Come on, not to the worst team in baseball. And now you've got a doubleheader today. Casey Mize is pitching the first game. Don't know who's pitching the second game of the doubleheader yet, but I like their chances of winning the series.
I got to hand it to the NFL. They just tweeted out something hysterical. It's a picture of their set from the draft. It's Arizona, and it says the pick is in.
It's not poor taste, right?
I don't think so.
We're having fun with it.
Yeah. If you don't understand the significance of Arizona, it's because they're the Cardinals. Yeah. Very, very clever NFL. So white smoke, we expect an announcement shortly who the Pope will be. 248-539-9797. You think you're going to make it down to Comerica at all this weekend?
I think I might.
Great. I'm kind of wondering it might be, I don't know if we can go Sunday, Mother's Day, briefly, but we got some stuff to do in between. I'd like to just get down there and have the Mother's Day game. And look, they're winning, good weather, packed park. Nothing's better. Nothing's better in the summer in Detroit than when we got a good baseball team.
And it's not even summer yet.
It's not even summer yet. But Spencer Torkelson, big hit last night, part of this resurgent Tiger team. He continues to get the job done, which is great. You got Scuba going on Friday, Scuba Bobblehead Day, Saturday, Mother's Day, Sunday. Should be a good weekend. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35. What are you dying about back there?
You guys got to see what the NFL Twitter account.
We just mentioned it. The Cardinals.
Sorry,
no, it's okay. The Cardinals.
Dying.
Yeah.
I'm tired. That's what I was laughing about. That's why.
Yeah. Cardinals pick is in. Yeah. Got it. It's pretty clever. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, I don't know if it's true, but I saw this today and I thought, wow, there's something I really don't care for and don't really feel like we need. Would you like me to share it with you? It's a new stat in baseball.
Would I?
Yeah. According to baseball account online, Talking Baseball. Tell me if you care to see this stat. MLB is launching a new stat called True Home Run, which will track balls that clear at least half of all major league stadiums. Starting in 2026, players will have separate home run totals based on league-wide ballpark eligibility, tracked by StatCast. True home run.
I will say this. I have always had an interest like, okay, that's a deep fly ball that's caught in left center field of Comerica Park. How many other parks would that be a home run in?
Mm-hmm.
I've had an interest in that.
Yep.
So this fulfills that, I guess. So It doesn't bother me too much. It's not convoluted. I mean, it actually is. It's an easy stat for people to understand.
It's going to be, what is the average ballpark size? And does this ball get out in the average ballpark? Right?
Yes, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that we'll ever cite this. You know, Torque has 7 true home runs this year.
You know that, yeah. I'd be curious. It's more of like an end of the season count. You know, it tells you if you're punished or not by your own ballpark.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably the type of thing that'll be used in contract negotiations.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is I'm a player that's been punished by my own ballpark, or, hey, yeah, that's fine that you hit that many homers in Boston. That's what you're not doing here, right? That kind of deal.
Yeah.
We're going to negotiate for you based on your true home run stats. I don't know. I don't know if I will ever use that in just regular conversation. I guess we'll find out. So there's that. Tigers in action this afternoon. Short show for the guys at 2 o'clock. And we, of course, will carry it live here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're just joining us, White Smoke, new Pope. Don't know who it is just yet. Announcement will be coming up shortly. He'll introduce. This is like the 200-something Pope. Did you know that? Did you know that popes went that deep?
I did not.
Yep.
Did not.
Nope. A lot of popes.
Well, you can think about it. They've been around for a long time.
Popes have been around for a while. And, of course, it was the greatest ticket text we ever got.
100%.
There's no question. It set the bar. Hasn't been topped yet. When somebody, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was during another search for a Pope.
I think it was one of our...
it was instant feedback fun.
Instant feedback fun.
I can't remember what the topic was, but somebody sent over the ticket text. Poping ain't easy.
Poping ain't easy.
And
I think it was the Pope Mobile had just come out or something. Maybe, or like it was making a tour, like tours, like what would you call the Pope's tour?
There
or
was
something
something
like that.
Yeah, there was something with that.
Yeah. Poping ain't easy. Classic.
Well, we do have some listeners that have been keeping track of the instant feedback fund forever.
Yeah.
And perhaps if they're listening, they
could send over
tweet
what,
out,
what the hell it was.
Yeah.
That was a good top 10.
Because Poping ain't easy. No. And it just ain't.
Question for you. Do you expect the Toronto Maple Leafs to win this playoff series that they're ahead 2-0 against the Florida Panthers? Or will they find a way to collapse like they do on an annual basis?
No, I think they'll win this series.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think that their core 4 of players that are really, really good. This is just the time for them to advance. I don't know if they're going to go further than the second. I don't know if they're going to play for the Stanley Cup, but I think they'll get to the conference final.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fan base that has been tortured, and we're here for it. But they took that. They were up 3-0 in the first round, and a loss was still in play.
Yeah, we've seen that happen. Yeah. And it's delicious when it does happen. But no, they're a very good hockey team, and if they, I would it benefit the Red Wings if they didn't? Like if they somehow failed from this point on, if they lose the series in 6 games, does that mean that like Mitch Marner is? There's no way I'm not coming back. I'm tired of this. If he's scapegoated in any way,
I like it. Sure. Leads to the beginning of the end of his Toronto.
Because in order to land Mitch Marner in free agency, he has to be a free agent. He has to want to come here as opposed to just re-signing with the team he's at. So that's the guy I want to target in free agency, but will he even be there?
Yeah.
Let's hope he is.
All right, here we go. Time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Find new either menu items or stuff you can get in the grocery store. Gator, we've talked about the Uncrustables in the past, the pre-made
peanut butter and
jelly sandwich. They're circular, frozen. Put them in your kids' lunches. They thaw by lunchtime. Lunchables is now coming out with a competing product, except they're a little different. The Lunchables has figured out how to make this classic lunch staple dippable. They're taking the jelly out of the sandwich and turning it into a dip. So it's a crustless sandwich filled with just peanut butter, and there's a ready-to-dip cup with either grape or strawberry spread. Kids can then dip their pre-made peanut butter sandwich in the jelly dip. Gator, the Lunchable alternative to the Uncrustable. Are you going to eat that?
No. No, I'm.
Would you ever even eat an Uncrustable?
Probably not, because I'm more than capable of making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's not that hard, and I enjoy making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I still eat them to this day, and I go heavy on the peanut butter. It's got to be the smooth, creamy peanut butter, and it goes edge to edge, and I leave the crust on the bread, the whole thing, whatever. I can make my own. I don't need the Uncrustable version, and now that's just getting lazy.
Kang, you have kids, and so I don't know if the Uncrustables are in your freezer. Are they?
No, they're not. Actually, my kids, they're like, on peanut butter and jelly right now for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Kenny loves the Uncrustables, by the way.
The Lunchable version that is dippable. Are you going to eat that?
Will I eat that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big peanut butter and jelly fan.
So you'll do this?
I'll eat it, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wonder in the next, what is it, about 3.5 months, if Uncrustables are gone from our freezer forever. I don't think I will ever have one of these. There was a time, though. They could have been prominent in our life, but no.
But this I wouldn't see. Let's say you enjoy the Uncrustable, but why dip?
I don't know.
Why the extra bit?
They're just doing something to be different.
I'm a big fan of dipping, though, man.
I love the dip, too, but I mean, if I'm just going to put it on a sandwich, it's already in the sandwich.
All right, next up, Ritz has launched a new cracker.
Okay.
It's called the Sun-Kissed Cracker. This new limited edition offering is baked to a crisp, or as they put it, with a nice tan, and adds an extra crispy crunch to the traditional buttery flavor we all know and love. Flaky and golden, these new baked snacks can be enjoyed on their own, straight from the box, or paired with a vast selection of toppings. So I guess it's a little crispier version.
Well, I think it's a healthier version, too, because it's baked. So this sounds to me, it's like their version of a Sun Chip, but it's going to be, I would hope it's thicker like the Ritz. I love a Ritz cracker. I think it's awesome. And you're going to give me a baked version of it? I'll try it all day long.
Okay. Yeah, this sounds like this could be dangerous for me. Like I have a lot of these. I think Ritz, they're underrated, right, Gator?
They're really underrated.
Like no one talks about them ever. But they get the job done every time.
Like if you're preparing for a party, you're gonna have people over, and you got hors d'oeuvres going, and you're like, oh, we need. Don't forget to get the crackers, and like you look at the highfalutin crackers, or do you just say, you know what? No, Ritz. It doesn't get better than Ritz. Buttery, flaky, awesome.
Yeah, I think I'll try these. I think I will give it a shot. Yeah, I think I will. Next up, Tropicana has just dropped a new drink, spicy classic lemonade. It delivers the sweet, refreshing flavor fans expect, now with a spicy kick. According to the ingredient label, each bottle contains filtered water, cane sugar, lemon juice concentrate, natural flavors, but now chili lime flavor. Gator spicy lemonade from Tropicana. Are you going to eat that?
I'd try it. There's no question I would try it. And then if I liked it, I'd probably, that'd probably be a great mixer with tequila. Probably an awesome mixer with tequila. I love tequila and lemonade. Tequila and limeade is the best. You're going to give me a spicy lemonade with the chili lime in there? I think it'd be perfect for a tequila drink.
Kang, you?
I know this is a thing now. Like kind of getting a little spice into the cocktails. It's not my thing though. Like I don't need it. I don't need the spice into it. Like I don't need water to rinse down my spicy drink. I feel like I'm double dipping like 2 beverages because of my first beverage.
Yeah,
It's too spicy.
I'd have a concern if it were too spicy, then I don't like it. But I'm curious enough to try it. You're not even curious enough to try it to see if it's just a hint?
Those sampler ones,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd try that, I guess. But I just don't think I'd be into it.
You brought up something maybe with tequila, but otherwise, I don't need red hot lemonade. I don't need flaming hot lemonade.
But it doesn't say flaming hot.
It doesn't, but this is not something I would ever think it would be good.
Do you like V8 juice?
I do at times.
Did you ever get the spicy V8?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not terribly spicy. It just adds a little kick to it.
No, but that's like Bloody Mary stuff, and that's different. I don't. Lemonade doesn't need to be spicy.
Okay.
Yep. Not interested.
I understand.
All right. Cholula, the hot sauce,
Love that.
has come out with some new products. I'm just
I
going to
need
give you a
some more.
couple.
I'm out.
Yep. They're coming out with something called Cremosa, creamy cilantro lime cremosa sauce, and chipotle cremosa sauce. Perfect way to layer flavors on top of your favorite dishes. The chipotle cremosa adds a rich, smoky flavor, while the cilantro lime features a tangy pop that can brighten and balance out any spice-filled dish. Gator, you want this cremosa or cremosa or whatever it's
I will
called?
try it all. I love Cholula sauce. I think it's tasty. There's years ago all you had was Tabasco, right?
Yep.
And Tabasco I didn't like, and then you started getting like Louisiana hot sauces. I'm like, oh, that's actually flavorful. I like it better than Tabasco. And then you got Frank's Red Hot and all this. And when I first discovered the Cholula sauce, I'm like, this is awesome. It's flavorful. It's not too spicy. I use it on my breakfast burritos, and coming up with different variations of whatever they're going to have, I'd like to try it all.
Okay, so you're a yes. Kang, you?
Yeah, as much as I don't want spiciness in my drinks, I don't mind it at all with the food. And I agree with you, Gator. I love the hot sauce that is. And you're going to different flavors of this hot sauce, and those sound delicious. I'll try them.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot as well. They also have a sweet and spicy chamoy. Dip and drizzle fruit, garnish drinks, and finish savory meals with this bold and versatile condiment. Cholula's chamoy is made from a blend of the brand signature original hot sauce, chili d'arbol peppers, and sweet hibiscus. The thick sauce adds a sweet, spicy, and sour kick to any dish it touches. The chamoy. You down for the chamoy?
I am. When I first read about this, I'm like, this sounds like something that'd be really intriguing. And it's a Mexican condiment that it goes on anything. It can go on shaved ice, can go on ice cream, can go on fruit. They can rim it for margaritas or other things. I'm curious about it. I'd like to try it.
Kang, you?
Yes, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'd probably do anything Cholula does except for lemonade. Next up, Cheez-It launches new frozen pizzas. Cheez-Its teaming with Palermo Group to create a trio of heat-to-eat pizzas featuring Cheez-It flavored crusts. Pepperoni, as you'd imagine, is a pepperoni pizza with a Cheez-It crust. Italian 4-cheese is a blend of mozzarella, yellow cheddar, Parmesan, and Romano cheeses with a Cheez-It crust. And the Cheddar Jack Supreme, Italian sausage, green and red peppers, black olives, onions, yellow cheddar, Monterey Jack, and marinara sauce with a Cheez-It crust. You want a Cheez-It frozen pizza?
All three of them in my belly. I'd love to try it. I don't know if it'll be good, but I'd love to try it. I love Cheez-Its. I love pizza. I actually do love frozen pizza. So I'm always looking for the next great thing.
All right, he's a yes.
This sounds great. I'm in too. This sounds fantastic. This is a marriage that needs to happen.
I don't think I've had a frozen pizza in over 20 years, and I think the streak will continue.
Wow.
And there it is.
Wow.
Another edition of frozen pizza to me.
Not even the Stouffer's French bread?
They might have. I'm sure they've gotten better than they used to be, but I don't particularly miss them. So.
But this one's got a Cheez-It crust. Do you like Cheez-Its?
Cheez-Its are good.
You're not curious?
Not really.
What about
it's
bagel?
I like pretzels too, but I've never had the pretzel crust pizza.
Oh my God.
That's like a giant pretzel.
When you have the pretzel
with
crust,
pepperoni.
you're like, why isn't this always around? It's delicious.
Bagel bites, Doug. Bagel bites, little mini pizzas, basically.
No, I don't do a lot of frozen foods like that. But don't act surprised.
No, I'm just asking, man. Seeing.
I mean, you talk about easy to make. I mean, it's just throw it in a toaster oven or an air fryer, and there you go.
All right, big name edge rusher is now available. Any chance his next stop is Detroit. We'll get to that at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Some sad news to report. He's had his health struggles, and it's been talked about quite a bit. Unfortunately, Chet Lemon has passed. One of the most beloved players. I think you really are special if everybody loves you. Everybody loved Chet Lemon. Everybody loved Chet Lemon. And he was better than a role player for sure. Like, I mean, he was a regular, he was a starter, but he wasn't like their best player. And, you know, that's an interesting place to be. Best players are loved, but when you're not the best, but everybody still loves you, and I think that's a unique place where Chet Lemon was. Now, given at the time, was a lot younger, Tiger center fielder, 84 World Series team, and I wasn't following them closely, but it felt like everybody loved Chet Lemon.
They did. I mean, he was awesome out there in center field. He was an offensive contributor to those teams. And it was Jeff Seidel of the Free Press wrote a story last year about Chet and coming back they were honoring the 84 team, and he was coming back and all that, and he wanted to come back, but he had all these health issues. And if you have a chance, Google the stories, Jeff Seidel with the Detroit Free Press and Chet Lemon. It's amazing writing. I mean, I don't get choked up from reading stuff all that often. I was bawling reading this. It was just an amazing story of Chet. And then he had a follow-up story a few months later too, was equally as good. And you come out of that, and he had this condition that unfortunately he was susceptible to multiple strokes. So he was unable to talk. He could communicate, but he couldn't talk. And he would like say the same, not even word, but sound all the time. But the way he said it had different meanings. You know what I mean? And just his family, the way they responded to it, it's really heartwarming in a really dire situation. And you know, he had baseball clinics that he was running in Florida and all this, and that his son has taken over a bunch of stuff, and his wife by his side the whole time. It's just a really, really great story to read, and it's a sad day with Chet Lemon's passing.
Yeah, Free Press was the one to first report it. Jeff Seidel, where I saw it. So again, our thoughts and prayers with the family. Great Tiger, great Detroit sports legend. All right, before the break, I mentioned that the big name is now made available. The Panthers are releasing edge rusher Jadeveon Clowney. Scott, he is going to be 32 next year. His numbers have trended down. He's had a weird back half of his career where he has gone from unproductive to productive to unproductive to productive to mid-production. Those are his last 5 years. Tennessee in 2020, 0 sacks in 8 games. Cleveland in 2021, 9 sacks in 14 games. In 2022,
played in 4 games. He's never lived up to the billing of being the top pick overall. As you mentioned, he's never had a double-digit sack total. He's had 2 years where he's had 9.5 sacks. But he doesn't get it done. He has been available forever. It seems like this guy's hit free agency, and since he hit free agency after that rookie contract, he's played in Seattle, Tennessee, Cleveland, Baltimore, Carolina,
and only multiple years in
Cleveland. So, yeah, I don't have a desire to bring him here to the Lions. I think the Lions have their project with Davenport. I'm holding out hope that they're going to sign Zadarius Smith or perhaps Von Miller. There are better options, I guess. I'll put it that way. And maybe Clowney comes out and has a nice season. And somebody's going to give him a 1-year deal, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. You know, at this point, when you're 32 years old and he's coming off a 5.5 sack season, it's nothing special. So does he even get a contract offer at this point?
You know, it's funny because we do want the 32-year-old Zadarius Smith. Jadeveon Clowney had, and we fall into the trap of talking about sacks and sacks only,
right?
As a measurement of a player's a success or failure?
Because it's hard to come up with legitimate or reliable stats for pressures or quarterback hits.
Yeah, his QB pressures the last 5 years have gone 11, 32, 12, 23, 22. And, I think this is good news, though. Supply and demand, as you said. Does he get a contract? Maybe he doesn't, but it adds to the supply. So somebody who's, in need of an edge rusher, their answer might be Jadeveon Clowney. But, yeah, I can't really see this working out unless it's a really cheap prove-it deal. And I would suspect he'd want more assurances than a really cheap deal or more. He might not have a choice. It's basically if Detroit's the only team that's interested. He made $6 million last year. You'd have to think that he's not making anywhere close to that this coming year. Although, could he have taken a pay cut and stayed in Carolina? I suppose it could have renegotiated. He wasn't going to get 13.775, which was on the contract on the books for this year. That was his cap hit. Jadeveon Clowney, now a free agent. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. Want to know if you would ever wear this. If you would ever wear this. We'll get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Rookie minicamp starts for the Detroit Lions tomorrow, which will be fun. We start getting some buzz about the 2025 Detroit Lions. Jadeveon Clowney just released. So he's in the pool of the possible edge rushers. Neither of us really think he should come to Detroit. Kang, I didn't get your 2 cents. Did Jadeveon Clowney, you have any interest there?
I mean, yeah, you definitely kick the tires on a guy like that, but does he do what the Lions want him to do, which is kind of be a 3-down guy, stop the run, set the edge, as well as get to the pass rusher? I think that's what the Lions kind of look for. Like, I think we all want, kind of the big splash, get to the quarterback guy. I think they're looking for more of a fundamental type defensive end, a bigger, 280, 290, even maybe defensive end.
Yeah.
Who knows what Clowney's got left? But, yeah, it's definitely worth looking at. He cannot be expensive at this point.
That's the thing, and that's what I keep going back to. Got to be cheap.
But what's cheap? $5 million? Because that seems like it's more expensive.
I would say cheaper than that, yeah. Much cheaper than that.
But you're saying he's coming off what would have paid him 13.5.
Well, I don't know. You wonder if when he signed that contract, if he ever thought he'd see 13.75. Because he was making 6 in year 1. He had to know that unless he went and balled out, and 5 sacks is not exactly going to score you that kind of contract. I mean, I would think something closer to $2 million, it would make sense in Detroit. But do I think they'd rather have Zadarius Smith? Yes. But that doesn't mean Zadarius Smith is going to want to come here again. So I don't know. It doesn't seem all that likely to me. 248-539-9797. Tigers afternoon baseball today. Casey Mize going in game 1. Believes that Cater Montero, I don't know if it's been officially announced, but it's the belief that he will get the start in game 2 as you get to call up the extra player. And then the Tigers come home for a big weekend series. All right, Gator, saw this and I wondered, because this is a really cool concept. Meyer is teaming up with a clothing company called Born in Detroit Apparel, and went and checked the stuff out online. And I actually like it. I think it's pretty cool. I, of course, was attracted to the trucker hat.
For all the trucking you do.
Because that's what I need is another hat.
Yeah, well.
Short a hat. Their mission statement is 4 million people, 200 diverse and unique communities. All are proud to call this city home, show the world how we rise from the ashes, persevere, and have the grit to get any job done. And much of the gear, not all of it, but much of it, say the slogan, Born in Detroit. I was not born in Detroit.
Nor was I.
I was born in Champaign, Illinois.
I was born in Cleveland, Ohio.
Would you feel comfortable wearing something that said Born in Detroit?
No.
I don't think I would either.
I wish, I love Detroit.
I do too.
And being here, as long as I've been here, most of my life like 90% of my life, 95% of my life has been spent here in Michigan and in Metro Detroit. So I love it, but I don't feel like I have the right to take ownership and say something like born in Detroit when I wasn't. When people ask me where I'm from, I can say I'm from Detroit if they're from out of town, but then I quickly say, Metro Detroit.
Right.
Because I feel I can't take ownership of that. I don't live in Detroit proper. I love Detroit. I'll talk glowingly about Detroit. I will sing the praises till the cows come home. Love it. But I don't feel like I've earned that.
Yeah, I look, like I said, the stuff is really cool. The trucker hat that I like is like a brown one. It just says DET on the front, but it doesn't say Born in Detroit. And I don't know. I mean, maybe we're taking ourselves a little too seriously to not say, because how many times when people, like you mentioned, I think a lot of us when asked, where are you from? You say Detroit. But maybe you don't live in the city. It's just more, it's simple that way, and people get it. You don't have to say, I'm Melvindale or whatever.
Right.
So, you just give it the easy, I'm from Detroit, but I don't think I could wear something that said Born in Detroit because I was not born in Detroit. Kang, would you Wear something that says born in Detroit?
I probably wouldn't, but I wouldn't have a problem if anyone else did and they weren't born in Detroit. Does that make any sense?
Well,
I'm not going to go up to someone and be like, were you born in Detroit? If they were wearing that shirt or even care. I would just think,
you know what's
they
funny?
like this shirt.
And I don't think anybody would, but on the off chance that somebody would, and I'd have to say, well, no.
Sheepishly, just turn around no, kick some dust.
Right?
You almost can wear it more if you're from Florida or another state. Because no, man, my cousin lives there in Michigan, though. I don't know. He sent me this.
Right.
But if you're from here, I probably wouldn't be able to. For me, that's my personal choice. I don't think I could.
Yeah. It's cool stuff, though. Got a
no,
website.
It's absolutely cool. And they obviously want everyone to
well, that's
it,
the thing.
You know?
With the mission statement of 4 million people, 200 diverse and unique communities, they're letting every community around here co-op, that we're all Detroit.
Yeah. Maybe they put in really small print Metro on top of Detroit.
It doesn't appear to be the case. Does not appear to be the case. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, you brought this up in your show sheet. I had not seen or heard of this, but apparently it is going on, and that is there are communities around here that are having deer problems.
Yes. Issue with too many deer, whether they're a nuisance because they eat everything, plants and flowers and all that, or if they're just problematic because of car accidents.
Yeah,
it's a problem. It's a problem in a lot of communities. And now they're starting to cull the herd in some of these communities where, by lethal means.
Hometown Life has a story about the cities of Southfield and Farmington will join Farmington Hills in an inaugural deer call early next year. In unanimous votes on May 5th, both city councils approved resolution to allow sharpshooters from the United States Department of Agriculture to reduce the deer herd in 2026. So they had this in Ann Arbor for a few years. I think they shut it down a couple years ago, and I don't think it's been back. But our question isn't, we don't want to debate whether or not they should shoot the deer. Just wonder if you have a deer problem. If anybody has a deer problem out there. Because I've never had any issue with a deer, but I've never struck one with my car. We don't have any impressive flower beds that they might be eating or anything like that. So I don't know. It's kind of an easy no for me, dog.
They're in my neighborhood and they're in force. There's a ton of them.
Is there?
Yeah. But I don't mind them. I love the deer. I love to see them. I think they're beautiful creatures. I don't have any issue with hunters at all. There's a reason for a season. I get it. I have no problem with that. And with these communities that are deciding whether or not they're going to allow for culling of the herd, I'm pretty sure that the harvesting the meat goes to a good cause. It's not they're just not just going to kill them and throw them out. You know what I mean? So there's an impact with that. But in my neighborhood, I hope they don't do this because I like to see them.
Yeah, I do too.
And I don't think I've ever seen a dead deer on the side of the road in my neighborhood. So I don't think that's ever been an issue. I could be wrong, but I've never seen it. And do I see them sitting on people's lawns and eating stuff all the time? Yeah, I do. But it doesn't bother me. So I'm fine with not going to that length. And yet I think I see more deer now than I've seen before.
I recognize, and I think the thing that where you get into the practicality of it, I mean, deer car crashes are dangerous.
Yes.
People can get hurt. People can get killed.
They're massive animals.
And the story goes on to say there are at least 2 car deer crashes per week in Southfield. Now, on your side street, your surface streets, if you're not going that fast, certainly that cuts down on how deadly they can be. It doesn't mean they can't be. But you start getting into the highways and the freeways and the 4-lane roads. You don't want to smoke one on Telegraph.
Yeah, right. Well, that's or just main roads. The mile roads or whatever, the north-south roads that are main thoroughfares, whether it's John R. or the Southfield Road or Lasser or whatever. You do see them, and when they cross the road, your first instinct is to hit the brakes and lock up the brakes.
Let me make something clear here. We don't want to turn into a debate as to how they should be removed or if they should be removed. We're just wondering if you have a deer problem and what is the problem.
Do you find it to be a nuisance, or are you fine with seeing them?
Yeah. Are you sort of still in, hey, they're pretty animals, and when I'm sitting in my backyard and they come walking through, I'm excited? Or are you a get the deer the hell off my property kind of guy? 248-539-9797, 97.1, The Ticket. Saw something from the NBA that shocked me. Shocked, I say.
Shocked.
Get to that in 132 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Talking about the story. It's Hometown Life printed it. Was this today? I think it was today. About the decision to cull the herd of deer, Farmington Southfield approving a plan to thin the herd. And look, I've realized that we can get into a conversation about how to do such a thing, but we're more interested in whether or not you have a deer problem. You personally, and if so, what is it? We go to Matt in Pinckney. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey now, guys.
What's
Always good hearing you. Now with the Odyssey app, I travel a lot more, and I can even listen to you guys on planes. So
that's awesome.
Loving life now.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Hey, so couple issues I've had. I live in a subdivision out in Pinckney. All the lots are about an acre, so it's kind of countryish, but not really. So last year, I had a pack of coyotes take a deer down in my backyard. That was kind of fun.
Did you see it?
And I did not see it, but what I did see this year is kind of the same thing. I saw about 6 deer on my Ring camera getting chased down by a coyote. They went blitzing right through my backyard.
Wow.
So that's not fun, thinking there could be coyotes just running around just anywhere looking for them. And then the last incident happened this year in the winter. A car hit a deer, snapped its back 2 legs, and lucky me, the thing wandered and crawled its way into my backyard, so I had to take care of it. And just to tell you, it was still alive, so that was not fun. But to tell you how many deer out there, I called every one of my hunting buddies I could think of, and nobody wanted it. You could process it, because it's going to be put down anyway. But they had so many deer already from hunting that they couldn't even deal with it. They couldn't do nothing with it.
Part of this comes, like you said, you got an acre. If you're out, you're country-ish, it sounds like, is a way to put it. It almost, like the coyotes and the deer, do they come with the territory like you knew what you were getting into when you moved out there?
A little bit, but
yeah.
The last couple of years are the first couple of years I've seen anything in my yard like that.
Okay. Yeah, it's really
so it's getting worse.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I don't know, but like Jansen would laugh at me. I would hate to have to put down a deer. Like I would. I'd be a total wuss.
Well, I couldn't do it. I'd have to call the police and have
somebody else go
DNR
do it
or whatever. Yeah, I'm not doing it.
We go to Stacy in Commerce. Hi, Stacy.
Well, I don't have a gun, so what am I going to do? Just let it throw?
Well, Gator, they're going to shoot him with crossbows, so you don't have to need a gun, really.
Well, fair enough. Yeah.
First off, go Blue, Doug.
Go Blue.
Great topic, great program. A quick story. Deer during the rut season, the deer will go from Commerce Township to Farmington, whatever. They'll range a couple of miles, so killing them in Farmington doesn't stop them from going to Commerce or Southfield or wherever they go. So that does help. There was a story where actually something that happened. Deer were chased across the road. They both got hit by a car. Cop come out and shot them. We took both of them. He said, "Fantastic, thanks for cleaning them up." But the cull program over in Farmington, those deer, some of those are trophies that can be upwards of $5,000 to $10,000. I've seen pictures of 10, 12, 14, 16-point bucks that people will pay big money for those actual trophies. I would love to be part of the cull team.
Really? How do you get that job?
They did it in Grosse Ile. They did a draw. You'd had to go shoot your crossbow to show them that you're a hunter. You have to be licensed and the whole 9 yards. But they did hand them out. And a friend of mine, he actually was able to take 3 of them.
So is this like in our communities? Are you going to be wandering around with your crossbow in our neighborhoods?
No, I do enough with that in Commerce Township. My neighbor wants me to shoot every one of them. The problem now is the turkeys have
turkeys are another problem.
And there's 70 of them that run through her backyard and on her roof. She wants me to shoot them all, but I said, Judy.
Yeah. Dude, I saw 40-something by my mom's house a few weeks ago. I'm not kidding. I counted. There were over 40 turkeys by my mom's house. And she says, yeah, every night around 7 o'clock, they come in from wherever. They come down from trees, and they walk around the neighborhood like it's a gang. It's amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
What's going to happen now is all of them have already mated. Mating season around there was pretty fun to watch too. But now the eggs, them 40 turkeys are going to be 90 turkeys with all the eggs and the brood going on. That's what drives the coyote population up.
It's getting crazy.
Trading one for album for another.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding the Born in Detroit shirts. Would you wear them? Would you wear it if you weren't born in Detroit? I was born in Detroit at Sinai Hospital, 1965, and I would wear that, but I don't think people who weren't born in Detroit should. That's from TT in Brooklyn. How is wearing a Born in Detroit shirt any different than wearing a Lions jersey? It's the same thing, isn't it? That's from Tony in Metamora.
Well, no. I mean, one says born in Detroit, and the other one is a fan of the. You're a fan of the city.
Well, if he's saying you don't play for the Lions, you're a poser if you wear a jersey. Is that what he's getting at? I don't know. I was born in the great city of Ann Arbor, and I wouldn't wear something that said I was born in Detroit. I lived in Rochester Hills, and the deer were a huge problem. They were everywhere and would fight dogs. Really? Car accidents and the roadkill is terrible. Rochester Hills, Auburn Hills, Lake Orion, Oxford, and Oakland Township needs deer culling. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So I don't want the shark music, so I'm going to be quick.
Good.
But after listening and being on hold, I heard so many stories that are so true. I called to talk about Livonia. Gator, I'm sure you're familiar with the One Under Bar and Grill.
I have been there once. Yeah, I think I have music
the
there.
The deer up and down that road and the side streets are out of control. And I also work in Oak Park. And at 8.5 in Coolidge, where my shop is at, we saw a deer like the previous gentleman talked about that somebody would pay $5,000 or $6,000 for in front of my shop on 8.5 Mile in Coolidge in Oak Park. And the turkeys, there are so many turkeys everywhere, it's out of control. So they really do need to invest. The state of Michigan and the DNR needs to really invest in cull programs in a lot of places, because when you're driving down 5 Mile Road in Livonia at 11 o'clock at night and you see a 10-point buck run across your vehicle, I mean, it's for real. I can't make this up. It's crazy. And then to see a deer that's worth, like that gentleman said, $5,000 or $6,000 to an average hunter, that's a monster deer that they would put on their wall and they would tell stories about forever. And they're everywhere in Livonia and Oak Park. It's out of control.
They're all over the place. I mean, you're talking Livonia, Oak Park, you're talking Farmington and Southfield. I mean, they're everywhere. And well further north, the question is it a problem for you?
248-539-9797. Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. I live in Farmington Hills. Yeah, and I've been listening. And absolutely, it is the worst I've ever seen. I've only been here 5 years, but we had the problem down in Dearborn, where I'm from, too, and they did a cull down there. It doesn't matter. Grand River, 11 Mile, 12 Mile, Drake, Farmington Road, it's out of control. Same thing with the turkeys. In Farmington Hills, we're not out in the country-ish like you were saying with the guy from
Sean,
Pistons.
I don't know. We're over-modulated like crazy. I don't know if you have us on a headset or something, but it's kind of hard to understand you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. Appreciate it. Gator, we do have breaking news. According to Adam Schefter, he writes, the pick is in. The Cardinals elected Robert Francis Prevost as their 267th pontiff.
See the guy from Chicago?
He took the papal name Leo the 14th.
So he's Pope Leo?
Yes. And is he from Chicago?
Yeah, he was born in Chicago, Illinois.
How many American popes have there been?
Chicago's having a hell of an offseason.
They really are. Colton Pouncey tweeted out, the new pope says ketchup on hot dogs is a sin.
I just asked Shefty what the cap hit is on this.
What are the ramifications here?
Quick Google search. How many American popes have there been? And the answer is None. This is the first American pope.
I'm going to repost this.
You think the Cardinals reached?
So Ted Wynn had tweeted out, and I've retweeted it from our account at Doug and Gator 971.
Hold on. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a picture of the new pope. You may want to check it out and tell me what you see.
Did Adam Schefter just break the news on who the new pope was?
Like ahead of anybody else, really?
If he did, this has got to be his crowning achievement. Did Schefter? There's no way Schefter broke this news.
All right, so I'll just tell you what the picture is then.
I'm sorry. What is the picture?
It's a picture of the Pope with Roger Goodell holding up a Bears jersey that says Pope 1 on it.
Okay, is this a joke?
He's a generational Catholic.
We should have known after the Cardinal Combine.
His compassion is through the roof. His understanding of Catholic laws is unprecedented.
I got to know if Schefter broke this story. Oh, my God, the Pope's from Villanova. He went to Villanova. Big East Pope. Wow.
Maybe it doesn't.
Here it comes.
What's
What's this guy's RAS score? That's Verticus on Twitch.
Vertical leap.
FBG 25. Pope had great shuttle times.
Does RAS stand for religious athletic score?
Yes.
I think so. Wow. All right. So there you go. Dude, if Shefty broke this story, it's unbelievable. All right. Something from the NBA. Couldn't believe it. We got to bring in our guy from Kang Collects to confirm it. We'll do that today at 1:32. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. And I saw something and I was like, no way. The first signature shoe for Las Vegas Aces center Asia Wilson by Nike hit the market on Tuesday and sold out in less than 5 minutes.
Wow.
WNBA player Asia Wilson, Las Vegas Aces. And I'm going on, I'm like, wow, that's impressive. Wouldn't have expected that.
What about the Pope's kicks?
And then Kang and everyone were like, yeah. Shouldn't be surprised. And this blows my mind. The number one shoe by minutes played in the NBA in February was the Nike Kobe 6. Okay, so this is shoes worn by NBA players.
Mm-hmm.
Number two for NBA players in minutes played in the NBA in February were the Sabrina 2s.
Sabrina Ionescu?
Yeah.
Really?
Kang from Kang Collects do the podcast. Everybody get your podcast, Kang Collects. I'm shocked. Should I not be?
No, I can understand you being shocked and surprised if you haven't been following, and I think it is a little surprising. I think for people that love shoes, but I think my theory on this is, especially nowadays, there's a lot more signature shoes from different athletes than there was back in the day, right? Let's start with Jordan and the real first signature shoe for an athlete. They don't want to wear their competitors' shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're Giannis, you're not going to wear Jason Tatum's shoe.
Right.
That's weird. Like, they don't like that. So they're going to go Kobe, legend.
Yep.
Obviously, Michael Jordan, legend. Sabrina is not in their league. It's not a direct competition, and she's got a nice shoe.
But she can knock down threes, so maybe I can knock down threes if I wear the shoe.
I'm not sure where that ranks when they decide to wear her shoes when they're playing, Gator, but the point is that I think, they're not, they don't want to wear their, it looks like the kids would say they're glazing over their opponents. They don't want that.
Yeah.
They want to just, they're their own person. If they're not wearing their own shoe, if they don't have one, they're going to wear someone that's not like a direct competitor or direct competition.
So I just looked up the shoe.
Which one? The Asia Wilsons or the Sabrinas?
The Sabrinas.
They're nice shoes.
They're not bad. I'll tell you the thing that stuns me that is way different is low tops.
Oh yeah, those are definitely, looks wise, they're definitely more popular.
They're way more popular than they were when we were kids. My son, I don't think has a pair of high tops, and he played high school basketball.
Wow, ankle breakers.
Really, but so the Sabrinas were the number two. Okay, so this Asia Wilson's shoe selling out shouldn't be a huge surprise. Will players wear these in the NBA now?
Maybe. It's a little bit surprising to me because she's a low post player, and generally for shoe sales, you're looking for like guards or wings. Like guys that post up, they never got the love that they really probably deserved as far as shoe sales go. Like me and Evan were talking before the show, like Shaquille O'Neal, I think his first shoe kind of did okay, but I mean, then, tails off. I think guys, your regular citizen doesn't know. They're not looking to back their opponent down. You know what I mean? They're either looking to shoot a deep three or like jump in the air and do something, incredible. Right?
Right.
So that's why. So Asia Wilson's more of a low post player. So we'll see. But her shoes obviously have done already great out the gate, and they're going to release them again, I think, today.
Does Joel Embiid have a shoe?
I don't remember if he does. Like his own signature shoe. I know he's got a contract.
Right.
Does Caitlin Clark?
She is with she's with Nike, but I don't know. See, I don't follow the women's shoe game.
Well, maybe you should start.
You should start, right? I mean, given
But
that
we're counting on.
Kings collect.
If you're going to continue to not have Rico on the show, then yes.
Yeah, Caitlin's got her own shoe, but I mean, I don't wear. I know these are unisex, but I don't wear like women's basketball shoes. I just don't. I don't know why. I'm actually at my age. I feel like I shouldn't even wear any of these shoes anymore. I'm moving on to more discomfort.
Understood.
House shoes.
But this is interesting marketing. So NBA players are more likely to wear a women's endorsed basketball shoe than the shoe of an opponent. I didn't think of it in those terms. Are any of these things going to be collector's items, or are they just too mass marketed? Like the way Jordans have become collector's items.
Yeah, these are way more mass marketed than they were back in the day. I mean, good luck getting a original pair of Jordan 1s, now they're like, 500 to 1,000 to 2,000 depending on condition. but they have retro, right? You can go back now. They re-release these things. Like
right.
collector's items, probably not the original shoe, but you never know. Probably better off getting them signed if you can.
My graduation gift for my son is he wanted some of those old. I don't even know what they are. Do you know what the hell I bought my son? The gray Jordans.
Oh yeah, the 11s. Yeah,
Is
those
that
are
what
sweet.
they are?
Yeah, those are
Yeah, the
sweet.
11s.
Oh, those are sweet.
Yeah.
He looks good. Hey man, you look good. You play good.
Do you? Okay, so what's on Ken Collects this week? It's the latest edition of Ken Collects.
I spoke to the owner of Indy Card Exchange down in Indianapolis. He has a great card shop there. And the connection with Michigan is he's right by Grant Park, I think it is called.
Yeah.
Which he told me a ton of Michiganders come to his card shop because parents are taking their kids to these travel sports.
Dude.
And so what's Grant Park, Doug?
Grant Park is massive. Baseball, soccer. I think they have basketball. I think the Colts train there.
Wow.
It is acres and acres and acres of fields. They have 3 indoor fields, full-size indoor fields in one facility, and there's hotels everywhere all around it. It is, I mean, it's probably the single most impressive youth sports facility I've ever seen. They are capitalizing on the market. Grant Park, Indianapolis. If you haven't been there, parents, and your kids play, you will be there.
You will be, yeah. So
Yeah,
he has
baseball
a
and soccer.
He has a card shop about 15, 20 minutes away from there. So between like tournaments and games, I guess he gets a lot of people from Michigan heading to the shop. And we talk about the Caitlin Clark effect also on the hobby.
Should people open up a? What this would do well? If you open up a pawn shop near one of these facilities, would that help?
Like Grant Park?
Yeah.
To pawn off their kids what?
Well, because
equipment?
there's such. I mean, these youth leagues and the travel leagues are such money makers. You know, sometimes people are struggling to make the ends meet. Would it make sense to open up a pawn shop?
So people will pawn things so they can go buy stuff?
No, people pawn things so their kids can go play travel ball.
Oh, gotcha. It ain't cheap.
That's
There are
what I'm saying.
fundraisers. There are fundraiser and scholarship opportunities, but I'm telling you, Grant Park, Schaumburg, Illinois, they exist for these sports, these youth sports. All right. Trajan Langdon said something yesterday. Is he right? Is he doing it the right way? We will get to that today at 1:46. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Baseball's back in the D, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all your Detroit baseball action. Starting this season the way they ended last year, there's a lot to be chesty about. Solid pitching, solid hitting. This team is entertaining to watch. Why go to Twin Peaks for baseball? Why not? For starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs, so you'll never miss any of the strikeouts, stolen bases, or grand slams. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment packages, boasting numerous 98-inch TVs for your viewing pleasure. Pair that with the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees in a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also feature an extensive bar with all your favorite high-end bourbons, tequilas, craft cocktails, shot specials like $4 Jack Daniel's flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve. They're available every day from, to jumpstart your evening. And you won't want to drink on an empty stomach, will you? Their cooks are in daily from 7 a.m. to prepare tons of scratch-made favorites like the house-smoked brisket, the ribs, the wings, the hand-cut New York strips, my favorite, the Chipotle chicken. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I'm going to parachute in on something.
Yeah?
Yep. Completely parachute in a minute. But first, mentioned before the break, Kang, you saw this yesterday when Trajan Langdon spoke and spent a lot of time preaching patience, how they're sticking with this core. He didn't fully commit to the idea that they wouldn't make a big splash move, but he certainly didn't hint towards it either. Did we get a lot of pushback from ticket techs that want to see him go big?
No, not really. No. This is the one time I think where the fans are listening to the GM president and saying, yeah, patience is cool. Right now.
That doesn't happen very often.
No, I think this was so unexpected that they see that there is a lot more room to grow. And so, yeah, the patience he can use the patience card now, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he can. Look, everybody would love to land some giant superstar player. Love to have,
correct.
Giannis, whatever the case is. But the reality is those trades are hard to come by. And if you were to make a trade to acquire a player like that, you'd have to give up 3 players of substance and a bunch of draft capital. And, okay, yeah, get the player, and you'd have a superstar, and you've got a budding superstar in Cade Cunningham, and maybe that's the model, they have 2 of those players. Or do you take a chance and see what we got here? Because you just increased from 14 to 44 wins in one season, and you've got a really young core that you're working with, and you didn't even really see what it's like when you have your secondary scorer in Jaden Ivey playing alongside Cade. Now, these players, now they've got this taste and this experience of having played in the playoffs. They know what they have to do in the offseason to work at and get better instead of just thinking, I wonder what it would be like if we were a playoff team. No, now you know.
Right.
Now you know. And when Langdon was talking about, Cade taking the next steps, and it's basically what he said, he's like, well, now he knows what it takes in the offseason and what he's working for because they've gotten a little taste of that. But to have all these guys growing together, and there is so much more room for Arsar Thompson to grow, for Jaden Ivey to grow, for Cade to grow, let alone Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. This is the core group, and Ronnie Holland. These are your core guys.
It's really interesting just because I feel like we have reached that rare case scenario. People are cool with patience.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very much. I mean, it makes sense. But I think it makes sense at other times, too. And people are like, no, do it now. Let's go.
I think it's different if they went from 14 wins to 30 wins.
Yeah.
There's a difference because it's an impatient level. Okay. But the fact that they made the playoffs, not just made the playoffs, but they were the 6th seed and competed very strongly with the New York Knicks, who are now up 2-0 over the Celtics.
Didn't get swept.
Exactly.
It wasn't.
And you can make the case that they should have won a couple of those games and actually that they'd be the team advancing. But it didn't happen that way.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with it. And I don't want to give up 3 of the players that I just mentioned to land a superstar player and then roll the dice and see how that looks when now I've got 2 and what do I have left over to play around them? Now you're going to start finding guys in the cheap and all that. I'd rather go with this crew, see what we got next offseason. You'll have Tobias Harris coming off the books. He'll be an expiring contract, and then you could see if the free agent class is better than what this year's free agent class is.
Yeah,
and add to it that way. But I don't want to trade away guys from this core just yet before I've really seen them play. I want to see Ivy and Cade Cunningham play for a full season with Jaden, with the rest of these guys.
Arsar Thompson, Jalen Duren. Yeah, there could be a time here in the next couple of years, probably as early as next year, where people go, okay, something needs to be added. But
yes,
but right now, strange.
Right. So
people endorse the patience.
This morning when we were talking in the crosstalk and afterwards with Stoney and who was in for Jansen and Costa, and Stoney was saying that he thinks they absolutely have to go out and get a big that can shoot.
He was adamant.
Yeah, he was, and I'm not there yet. I wait a second. This team just won 44 games, and they're going to get better. Now maybe that becomes a screaming need. That you'll look at this and say, wait a second, they really don't have that guy. And it's clear that they don't have someone that's like 6'10" or taller that can knock down a 3-point shot. But just because other teams do, does it mean that this team has to? Or can this team get away with not having that, but they have more support in other parts? They have more guards that can shoot. They have an inside-out game. This is a team that's there to play. They play defense. They rebound well, and they win games without having that big that can shoot.
Well, it makes you wonder. Another round of offseason veteran acquisitions. Is there something that the GM Trajan Langdon has up his sleeve that can add on to what he did last year? I mean,
Right.
He's got to sort out who from last year he wants to bring back.
Exactly. Does he want to bring Beasley back? Does he want to bring all these other guys that they have that are free agents? There's 4 guys.
Tim Hardaway. Yep.
And Paul Reed.
Okay. Congratulations to Donnie Kelly. He is the new skipper of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Donnie Kelly, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's the new skipper of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
He's not the new Pope.
He is not the new Pope.
Okay, he's
no.
the Pirates manager.
Yes.
Got it.
But it's no coincidence.
He ran for Pope. Instead, he got named the manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So, Donnie Kelly.
Good for him.
Yep.
Good for Donnie Kelly, baby.
Yep.
I wonder how proud Jim Leland is of Jim and taking over Jim Leland's former team with Pittsburgh.
Okay, I'm going to parachute in on something that I know nothing about, admittedly. I know nothing about this. And I kind of hope Mike comes in for crosstalk. Not that I expect it, but I kind of hope he does because it's right up his alley. Sovereignty, the horse that won the Kentucky Derby,
Not going to the Preakness?
is not going to the Preakness.
Right.
If you win the Kentucky Derby, you should have to run in the Preakness. It should be required. You win the Derby, you run in the Preakness.
It's a quick turnaround, dog.
This sport has very little window to capture the country's attention. Now, there's something about health reasons, and I'm not sure. That's where parachute in, Doug doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right. I'm with you.
But running the damn race. How am I going to watch? Do I care now about the Preakness if there's no chance at a Triple Crown? I'm not even sure I care if there is a chance at a Triple Crown, but I care way less. You win the Derby, you should have to run in the Preakness.
I tend to agree with you. When I saw that story the other day that the horse is not going to race in the Preakness, I thought, well, why not? Isn't it what you do? You're a horse. You're a horse.
You run.
Thoroughbred. You race.
If you were healthy enough to run in the Derby, did something happen in the Derby?
Maybe got caught a cold. I mean, it was bad weather. It was muddy.
I'm parachuting in.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm licensing myself to have
It seems
ridiculous
so simple.
takes.
It's like, why aren't you racing?
You license yourself for ridiculous takes if you don't know anything about it. And
The
you
whole
admit
thing is trying to chase the Triple Crown,
Yeah,
isn't it?
run in the Derby. Sovereignty should be required to run in the Derby. Is the horse is the horse life in danger? Are they retiring the horse to stud already? Is that what's going on? I don't know. Don't know anything about it. There's probably some logical reason. Something that makes all kinds of sense.
Got a bad hoof.
Probably.
Got a hoof.
Horse hoof.
It's got a hoof.
Something that makes me go, oh, that's why.
Also, for the Kentucky Derby, wasn't everyone a descendant of Secretariat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that like having a race at the family cookout?
Yeah, kind of.
Everyone gets a T-shirt.
You're all related.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Everyone gets a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Aaron's on Twitch said, it's load management, Doug. Yes.
Obviously.
Load management is ruining horse racing. Load management.
Now I want you to lean into it. Totally parachuting in, but lean into it.
No excuse. None. In fact.
What are we even doing here? What are we doing?
You know what?
You win a Kentucky Derby and you're not going to race in the Preakness? Why are you even in the game of racing?
Horse racing
You're
is
an embarrassment.
Horse racing is unwatchable.
I mean,
back in my day,
come on.
You won the Derby, you ran in the Preakness.
Next thing up, Preakness.
Yep. But now,
get your sleep, take your vitamins.
All the horses hang out together.
I mean, come on. What are we doing?
There's no fighting in horse racing anymore. And now we're load management. We're skipping the Preakness.
They're just soft. Today's horse
is soft.
Soft.
Today's horse is
SAWFT, soft.
Rico is here.
Don't forget they have now the new Horse Live Tour.
Right?
They got their own races.
Saudi money. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha.
Something to look forward to before glue.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Soft.
That was something.
I don't know. When I was watching Sovereignty at the press conference, he had the towel around his neck and said, he's having some problems, some legal problems.
Well, he didn't say on to the Preakness.
No.
I'm only taking questions on the Preakness.
No, he did not. Maybe Mike can explain.
Mike's in the mood.
Is he?
You know what? I'm just here until the Tigers start. Mike's going to take you to the Tiger game.
Is he worked up about something?
Oh, I wonder what.
Oh, did he lose money on the Pope?
No, the Celtics. Who I'm ashamed to say I'm rooting for. First time in my life.
Really?
I don't even know who I am anymore.
I mean, I was listening to you guys because I was at picking up some supplies for the house, and
Supplies, some canned goods?
No,
water?
for yard work.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And replanting some grass seeds in some spots.
Nice.
No, I was actually rooting for the Knicks. And
I can't. And I'm disgusted with myself. I'm wallowing in self-hatred right now.
Well, and here's the thing. They're going to win the whole thing.
Who, the Knicks?
Yes. They better not win. What do they call them? The Nova Knicks.
Yeah. Well, we
Where's
got
the
a Nova Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have a great show. Short one. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Okay, even I think this is probably a little over the line there.
I mean, at this point, I'm ready to run out the tunnel and slap hands. Like, yes!
Oh, my dear God. Okay. All right, listen, Evan, you know what? Make sure we run it again tomorrow. But I'm not sure how comfortable I am with that, and that's me saying it. But if David and Rico aren't offended, I'll roll with it.
Who do you think gave him the critiques? Hey, he's from Chicago.
Non-denominational?
Both of us. Change the music. He's from Chicago.
So we've got 3 segments. We're not going to waste any time. Let's dig in.
Hi, guys. I'm here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mike, it's all on you.
No, because I want to involve the people in this. The headline would be Jason Tatum's a bitch. But if you want something more nuanced, here's my question. So the last 2 games for the Celtics are 2 of my top 3 in my lifetime worst playoff losses as a fan for the Boston Celtics. The other would be Game 7, 2010 Finals. Kendrick Perkins can't go because his knee ballooned up, and Ray Allen owed the Mafia money. Lose to the Lakers like 83-79. If Ray hits one shot, we win the title. I digress. You blow back-to-back 20-point leads, and your 2 stars who make a combined $95 million have a look on their face like they've both filled their diaper. I got nothing for you. But I started thinking about, okay, beyond, like, we're not in Boston. No one cares about what I would do, or fine. We're sitting in Detroit, and we just had this conversation yesterday about how, man, I wish our GMs here would speak more about championships. And you know the type of fan I am. If you're not going to win the championship, there's going to be hell to pay.
Right.
Like if the Celtics lose this series, oh no, bet your ass. I want Joe Mazzulla fired, and I want one of the Jays, Tatum or Brown, launched into the sun, traded. Like that is how this works. Because basically the Boston Celtics are turning into Rico's loser-ass Atlanta Braves, where they won 16 American NL East titles but 1 World Series. That's the Celtics. Tatum is a cupcake.
Why did I just take a stray?
Because it was warranted.
Okay.
Now listen.
You're hurt right now.
My question is this. Every fan has experienced what I've just experienced. But it's totally subjective what the composition of your worst singular playoff loss is. Now, it can be stylistically where you had a big lead and blew it. It could be what was on the line. Maybe you only believe in your mind it's qualified if it was in the championship round or game. For other people, it could be something first round, second round, but it's the way it happened, a bad break. I think of Kenny with puck luck. Hey, yeah, the puck went off a guy's sack, off the pipe. Not that one, but the actual where the goalie stands, right, and then into the net. For baseball, look at the Tigers. Fenway, security guard, Torrey Hunter. Wasn't the World Series, god-awful playoff loss. So I wanted to ask the people, look, I can do whatever you want me to do, but I'm just very cutthroat about it. I've hated Jason Tatum for a long time. I think he's Charmin, and if I see another commercial with Superman in it, my head's going to explode. Along with, can we stop walking into the game with your son? No one cares. Send him to mommy. Daddy has to go to work now. I want to take Deuce Tatum and launch him on a SpaceX rocket. And I'll determine he gets to come back when the Celtics are up 3-2 in the series. Then Deuce gets to return to orbit.
You can't send a kid in orbit.
I can do whatever the F I want when I give you a max deal.
How in the world did Mikal Bridges just end the game on both your stars? That's the irony,
because
he snatched it from Brown.
They are cupcakes.
And then
they
Tatum
are soft.
Goes in the air and is like, oh, where'd you come from? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they are gummy bears. That's all they are. I mean, last year, they won the title. Tatum wasn't the best player in the finals, and the Celtics had an easy path. I've never hidden from that. And then we played Luka, where there are plumbers driving their van around Detroit right now at 206 that are in better physical condition than that kid. So now you come back this year and you tank 2 games up 20 at home, and I got to look at both their faces or blank stare idiots like they're NyQuil'd out of their mind. Yet one of you is getting traded. That's how this game works. So my question is, you, Kenny, David, and all of you in Detroit, what is the singular worst playoff loss of your life? Now, I could name 50 of them. I'm not going to do that because it's up to you guys. So like Rico, Kenny, David, I'll start with you guys. 248-539-9797. What is Or do you want time to think about it?
Oh, no.
Does something stand out for you?
I have a local one, and then there's Jaquiski Tart.
I want the one that resides where your heart used to be. And now it's filled with rotten organ matter.
It's just the one that I would always ask him if we ever did a podcast or anything. Rashid, why did you leave Robert Ory?
Big Shot Bob, the false double team.
Why?
Okay.
It sounds like we don't call him Big Shot Bob. Like, what were you doing? Yeah, that one right there. I
think a lot of people would share that. I believe it cost the Pistons a championship.
That was back to back.
And yes, they had opportunities, and yes, they blew Game 7. But bottom line, it was over.
They would have never got to Game 7.
It was over in that moment.
Yes.
So you're going Big Shot Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, Kenny. Your singular, any sport, singular worst playoff loss that would compare to Jason Tatum filling his diaper in back-to-back games.
So this might be a recency bias on my part. It probably is. And likely the right answer is one of the hockey playoff losses, but recency bias, the Lions not going to the Super Bowl, the Niners game, it still sticks in my craw.
Essentially.
The second half of that football game, Vildor, and everybody knows the story. I'm not going to re-adjudicate it. I don't want to, but
you basically were the Boston Celtics. You didn't blow a 20-point lead. You blew a 17-point lead. You gave up the ability to go up 20. Not that I'm bitter. And, yeah, you lose the right to go to a Super Bowl. I think it's not recency bias.
No.
Kenny, I'd argue, first of all, it was the biggest game for the Detroit Lions in 33 years at that point in time, since the NFC title game, where, by the way, they were 17-point dogs against Washington at RFK.
That one, they had no shot. So this one, they actually had a chance, and they were winning. That Redskin team,
right?
Man, it was
no one thought the Lions
hammer
were gonna win.
versus nail. Just to put it like that.
All right, David, the conclave. Your singular worst playoff loss that would compare to what I have just witnessed from the Celtics the last 2 nights, where now I'm not even angry. I simply want either Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum's face in a different city next year.
I go back to 2013. The
Take us
Detroit
through it.
Tigers were up 1-0 in the series in the ALCS against the Boston Red Sox and went into the 8th inning up 5-1.
Uh-oh.
It looked great coming back home up 2-0. It looked amazing. And then David Ortiz decided to hit the grand slam, and one Boston cop decided to raise his hand. I wanted to not hit David Ortiz, but I wanted to hit that Boston cop. I wanted to knock him out.
You can't strike a police officer, David.
I was not going to Boston to do that, yes. But that just, oh my gosh, that one right there. To this day.
Joaquin Benoit.
Oh. I mentioned that the other day to David, and he really did get upset.
A lot. And again, these happen if you're a fan long enough. What's the reason you're not hearing chair smashes? Yes, it helps. My team won a championship last year. But I'm used to this with the Celtics. They've been the worst fourth quarter team all year. And Tatum and Brown, they're not killers. They're not. And look, I have friends back east who get mad at me because, you still hate Tatum? I'm like, yeah. Because in the big moments, he plays like a bitch.
Okay, but
he's soft. He's just not a killer. And I can't make you the face of a franchise. Do you realize there are idiot Celtic fans who think he's a top 10 Celtic all time?
No, Mike.
Really?
Here's the thing. Here's where you are Kendrick Lamar. They not like you, okay? You are a unicorn. You, my friend, most people, when their team wins, you kind of, that's your guy. Okay, you may not put him on, but that's your guy. They're never your guy. Tatum, Eli Manning have won things for you. These are the teams that you rooted for all your life, and you hate them both.
Well, Tatum got carried to a championship just like Eli. So they're actually the same person, except one uses their nostrils to breathe, the other's an open mouth idiot.
So most people would say, he may not be everybody, but he won us something.
You ever see Fargo?
You don't give them credit for doing anything.
You ever see Fargo?
Yeah.
Wood chipper scene.
Okay. You don't. You're the one person, man. It's like
either Tatum or Brown goes in the wood chipper. I'm done. I'm out. One of them can't be in that town next year. Listen, it may work in a cute little town. Boston ain't putting up with that. This is the type of choke artistry you don't recover from. You got to blow it up.
Now, if they come back, then it's all's forgiven?
No, all's not forgiven because you stressed me out.
Still got it.
Inappropriate. Inappropriate. You upset my father? No, all is definitely not forgiven. Maybe if you won 4 straight. But if you get to a game 7 and I got to hold my dad and make sure he's okay. No, you stressed me out. I'm angry at you.
Does it make it sweeter?
No. No, sweeter would have been a sweep and some rest. Now I'm shopping Jason Tatum and I want to know where I can send him.
Tatum game-winning 3.
Yeah,
in Boston,
right. In what
game
lifetime
7.
will he hit a game winner? Kobe will hit a game winner before him and he's dead.
This is what I mean. You built different.
Okay, time out.
No. You're built different.
I know, but hold on, because I use facts. I'm not one of these fans who runs around grabbing their beanbag. Ready? Give me Jason Tatum's moment. I'll hang up and listen. Okay. No, take your effing time.
No, I'm.
The show doesn't go to break until you produce Tatum's moment. Okay. Go ahead. I'm such a bad guy.
I didn't say you were a bad guy. I said you're built different. That's not bad. That's just saying you're built different.
He's fake. He's a front runner.
Because the hate you have for Tatum. I've heard this with Eli Manning, and I'm like, dude, won you 2 Super Bowls. Don't care. Man, okay. You hard on the people.
Because if you're going to be a legend and you're going to play underneath those banners, you know what? You live up to what's up there, not what's on that floor. Jason Tatum, if you talk to any of the old school Celtics, they'd look at this kid and they would snicker and go, bitch. He's not a killer.
No,
he's not a closer.
I can't see him on the same team as McHale and
they would have murdered him.
Bird.
No, please.
Like, son, you're going to step to the lane. You're just going to keep shooting.
So what is your version of what I've just watched the Celtics do in singular format? What is the worst playoff loss of your life as a fan? And I don't care what team it is. You might be an out-of-towner. No problem. I don't care what sport it is. I have one that I thought Rico would use, and he didn't. I'm going to ask you about it next. No smarm. I'm just going to ask you.
Okay.
248-539-9797. We'll take you to Tiger Baseball, and I hope someone takes Tatum to a different town. All right, Northville Lumber, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They do it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. Northville Lumber has all the Trex decking you need. You can stop by the showroom, take home some samples, buy it where the pros buy it. It's Northville Lumber. Head online today at northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Take a look outside, folks. It's gorgeous. It's going to get warmer as the days progress, and that means you want to take care of your lawn to make sure it's looking its best this summer. How do you do that? You call 888-GET-GREEN right now. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. They will hook you up. When you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control as well. Like I said, the warm weather, it's here, but so are the weeds. Dandelions will rob your lawn of the water and nutrients it needs. You can stop dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it is not too late for Natural Way to come out and treat for crabgrass, but you got to give them a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Hey, by the way, David, if you could go in the kitchen, Rico needs a flashlight and some tweezers to find that Jason Tatum moment. You keep looking, big guy. You may eventually stumble on one. The point is,
the sad reality. So I'm like, let me YouTube this. And the first clip that came up is where's his big moments?
Results inconclusive.
He had a good game against the Orlando Magic, it looks like.
Hey, Kenny, hand gesture it up. Now, one question before I go to the people, because I've asked about worst playoff losses in history. I'm surprised for you the answer was not the 2011 NFC Championship game, or as I call it, Kyle Williams Gate, where the Niners had no business losing to my Giants, but Kyle Williams fumbled 2 punts. 2. Yeah. That's 2 more than 0, Rico. That to me would haunt me if I'm you, because that was Harbaugh's best team.
It was, but I mean, I kind of blocked that out. That one was just, it was hurtful, but I didn't think that was a team that was going to win the whole thing.
All right, fair.
So it wasn't that amount of, like last year, or 2 years ago, when I'm like, okay, Kyle Shanahan, like, you guys could actually win this thing.
Jaquiski.
No, that was Greenlaw pops the
you just
Achilles.
got a lot of disappointments, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's go to the people. I'm allowed that after what I've watched the last 2 games from those cupcakes in Boston. Anthony is on a cell.
Hey, that's 2.
Okay, fair. Anth, what's going on, brother? How are you doing?
What up, Uncle Mike Valente? What's going on?
How are you, sir?
Hey, man, you a real New York asshole, because I was just about to say that, because me and Rico
the language, you can't, I mean, I know you meant that as a term of endearment, but you can't attach the second word to the first there. Ant, love you. Can't have that. He was comfortable.
He was. I think he was going to speak about, Kenny, the NFC Championship game.
It's okay.
I don't know how we got there.
No, because Anthony was comfortable.
But
that was a term of endearment. It's just not acceptable on the radio. Let's go to Drew in Roseville, 97.1. Drew, what's up?
Well, how do you follow that? I guess I'll have to watch myself.
Just keep it clean, will you, Drew?
All right, I'm going to tell you my playoff loss, but then I got a question for you, Mike, after I'm done. So give me a second, all right? My singular biggest playoff loss, and it's showing my age. I'm 50 years old, and I was in my sporting high time. I was 13. It was the summer of turning 14, and it was the foul, no foul. It was Isaiah's greatest game in the playoffs. And
Lambeer on Kareem.
Remember, yes.
Yep.
And I don't know if you remember. I think you might have been a little bit too young if you were even alive then. But at that time, when they lost that game, they lost that series, the word around town here was, is the NBA going to allow the Pistons to win a championship? Because of that foul being called, because they win that game, it's over. I mean, that was the clincher. It was 10 seconds or 5 seconds to go. I mean, it was just, I cried for a week, Mike.
Oh, my.
I mean, literally cried for a week. I thought there's no way they're going to let our team win a championship because we're too mean and we beat people up and all this other stuff. So now that I said that, Mike.
I was about to say, I vividly remember that because, and nowadays NBA, they would just review that play and it would have gotten reversed.
No, it's right on the baseline.
But Drew,
thank you.
as much as people talk about the phantom foul, the one that gets me was a few years earlier with Isaiah throwing the ball.
Oh,
away.
Berg steals the ball,
don't even go
passes
there,
it
man.
over to DJ.
I cried for a month after that one.
I was devastated.
Yeah.
Hate
'Cause
to
we
see
had him
it.
where we wanted him, but we gave it away. But my question for you, Mike, is, I listen to you guys every day. I'm a very, very avid listener for you guys. I missed the episode or the day when you explained to me how you're a Yankees fan that likes a team from Boston. I'm a little aloof on that.
No, I got you covered. No, I've explained it a bunch, and it actually makes a lot of sense if people let you explain it. So no, it's no problem. I grew up in the Albany area. That's on the border of Massachusetts. In the old days,
Shout out Troy.
So, shout out horrible hometowns. The point is, in the old days, you got a cable system. It was different. So we got New York and Boston channels on the cable box. The other thing was, my dad was a Celtics fan and my grandfather was a Celtics fan. So that was the zenith of Bird, McHale, Parrish into NBA on NBC. I really didn't have a choice. And TV 38 was the Boston channel with Bob Cousy and Tommy Heinsohn on the call. And that's just how I grew up. And remember, by the time I got to like 8th grade, Bird's back was shot. He was in a wheelchair. Kevin McHale's legs didn't work. And then, oh, cool, we got Len Bias, dead. Oh, that's okay. We got Reggie Lewis, also dead. And then it was just ML Carr, Rick Pitino, nightmare. But that's how I'm a Celtics fan. Blame my dad and my grandfather.
No. I know. I get
and
that.
the TV channels.
No, but Mike, that's how I ended up. Because people are like, how do you like the Braves? TBS.
Well, their games are all over America.
And the thing was, because they played in the National League, it didn't conflict with the Detroit Tigers at the time. I can root for both teams. It was like two separate sports.
So yeah, that's the how. Also, there's a for sale sign out in front of Tatum's house. Let's go to Scott 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, pal?
How's it going, Mike?
Good.
First of all, I had to say, Tatum, absolutely embarrassing. I normally defend the guy, but he didn't even have control of the ball at the top of the key. I knew it was over.
He didn't know what he was doing. Mm-hmm. And then the worst part is you shouldn't need Joe Mazzulla to save your ass. If you're an all-NBA player on a Supermax deal and you're the face of a franchise, come on, man, 2 and a move. You got to get a shot to the rim, and instead he got his lunch money
and
taken.
You still got a timeout that you could have used.
Yeah, he's an embarrassment. Scotty, how about the practice jumper wide open on a dribble drive kick out? That's a practice jumper that a big-time player's got to hit. He wasn't even close. I mean, I got a million of them. He's been garbage this series.
Yeah, hopefully he's gone. Anyways, my playoff loss, definitely the 2015. Matty Stafford, Calvin Johnson, unfortunately Brandon Pettigrew. Losing to the Cowboys and CJ retiring the next year.
The flag that wasn't a flag that was a flag that it wasn't.
That's right.
The issue I take with that game, and I mean, look, we don't need to rehash the whole thing. You scored 6 points the last 3 quarters of that game. You just needed to do something, and it would never have been an issue. You did nothing.
I can't deny that. I just wanted to see him win. I'm a young Lions fan. So
I know. No, it's what's interesting is Scott chose that over the recency stuff. Like the NFC title game, to me, if
you want to know why? Because in that game they were cheated, and he feels like that moment. If you got that moment back, I think David, it may have been with you that I talked about that Louisville Michigan game, or maybe it was with Rieger. But I was just like, it was still 7 minutes left in the game.
It was, but they robbed us. We should have won that game because of that.
This is 7 minutes left in the game.
Oh, Michigan Louisville?
Yeah.
That's the
championship.
Game where, you mean where you let some bum named Luke Hanover hit like 83s?
I hated it.
Huh. How did you get robbed?
It's the block.
Oh,
that was
block. But I'm like, if it was the final play of the game, I give you there was 7 minutes to go.
Almost the amount of time the Celtics went scoreless last night.
So
right back. There we go. Yeah.
You know what?
14 straight shots.
Think about this over the break. Were you as confident going into that game as Paul Pierce was?
Make a triple word score. Go Wyatt Langford. Let's go. All the catchphrases all at once.
How confident was I?
Were you as confident as Paul Pierce that he threatened? I'll walk to work in my robe and barefoot.
Well, first of all, when you say stupid stuff like that, the universe punishes you. So you're going to end up walking to work.
He's still walking right now.
I would assume. He's also not in the greatest physical condition. Look, was I confident? Yeah. And up 20 again, I'm like, okay, just do the job. I don't care about style points. Just get this puppy home. And they did the exact same thing because they are soft trash, blow the team up. Honestly, do you want to know what was going on in Tatum's brain the last 12 seconds? Here's a live look. Yeah, there you go. Jason, what's your plan on this last play? Maybe he was thinking about that. I don't know. It wasn't scoring the basketball. Hey, let's go live to Jason Tatum's brain in the fourth quarter. Argue it. Argue it. Rico's gone, but argue it. Here, I'll just tell you about FanDuel.
I felt so bad for you.
No, don't. Look, dude, they won a title last year. There's nothing to feel bad about. I'm in vengeance mode. I want the whole thing blown up.
Okay, Thanos.
Right. Thanos should be the president of basketball ops for the Celtics. Each jewel represents a trade I make this offseason. I want him to snap his fingers and make Tatum disappear. Poof. Spider-Man mode. Okay. Vapor. There's just a pair of gym shorts and a T-shirt at the podium.
Crease up the mic.
FanDuel. Hey, you want to bet against Jason Tatum? Go for it. FanDuel will let you do it happily. And once the game starts, you can get even more interesting. Like when the Knicks fall down by 20 and they're plus 3,000, just go ahead and rifle that live bet in there because the Boston Cupcakes are going to spit the bit. You're going to get rich, and it's a win for everybody. Am I right? FanDuel.com/ticket. Join today and make every Celtics collapse mean more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, we haven't checked in on Ticket Text. We're going to do that right now. Tiger baseball next. They're awesome. They continue to win. Casual bullpen night last night after Job got blown up. 6 1/3 scoreless baseball. Chalk it up. I mean, again, I know it's the Rockies, but whatever, man. That's a game where your starter pitches like ass, and you're asking your bullpen to basically hold it at bay. Yeah, it's probably a game you lose. Not them.
4 RBIs by Javier Baez.
Still can't. I can't go there.
You can't?
I can't. It's May 8th. You got to get me to July for me to believe in that. I've seen Javi have a good month before.
Okay.
I can't. Don't ask me.
I've seen a good 10 days, but okay.
David, Ticket Text coming in. What do we got?
Rooting for you, Javier.
Game 163 between Minnesota and the Tigers. That was a playoff loss. I can't get past it.
That was the ball four that
hit
contacted the fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that the jersey is not a part of the person.
Correct. LeBron just dominating quarter 4 and overtime against the Pistons. Still hurts me today.
I've lived it. I've lived that twice when he was once with Cleveland and once with Miami.
The funny thing, I remember being at that game, and I was just like, did anybody else score in that?
No.
It was just him.
In fact, they didn't.
MSU versus Bama on New Year's Eve. That is Luke and Grand Blank.
Really? You had expectations, Luke? Okay.
Carolina Super Bowl loss 2015 still haunts me.
Wow. The one where Cam Newton decided he didn't feel like diving for the fumble?
Business decision.
Yep. Someone said, this is Mike from Romeo. He says, everyone brings up the big shot Bob, but game 7, Pistons Spurs, Billups' performance was horrible. Only shot 8 attempts, 3 for 8. I cannot stand that game for that reason. 1993 Wings Leafs, game 7, or Borchevsky, overtime game winner for Toronto.
Shout out Doug Gilmore.
That's before Kenny's time. Jason in Heartland says, Lions at San Francisco, hands down. That still hurts.
You know what, Mike? One for you.
Hey, by the way, how's it going on the Tatum moment search?
I've given up. I thought you were just being mean.
Yeah, but his sub has steak.
Okay. No, I was going to say the Isaiah Lewis running into the kicker, Big Ten championship game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all time bad. All time bad.
Green Bay Packers at Seattle, 2014 NFC title game. As a Green Bay fan, still makes me sick.
That was the Ha-Ha Clinton Dix game.
Yes.
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
the one TJ, the onside kick or something? Yeah. The guy went hero mode.
My worst playoff loss is Game 7, 2009 Stanley Cup Final. Lidstrom had a tying goal robbed by Fleury.
No, hold on. Game 7, with about 2 minutes to go, he rang one off the crossbar.
Yes.
Sorry.
You okay over there, Kenny?
I think the problem in that series, too, was also Wings are up. Was it 2-0 or 2-1 in the series? And they're on a power play. And it was Chris Letang shorthanded. And it flipped the whole series.
Thank you, Mike.
So,
Thank you for that. Appreciate you, buddy.
Kenny is supposed to
I
hurt.
was there.
Kenny, we're all in pain today.
Why are we doing this? Is a terrible exercise.
If I'm in pain, we're all in pain.
No. Unified pain across the front.
You knew the second this topic came up, it was just going to be pull that scab off.
Everybody gets one.
Hey, remember when your team lost this one? Yes, Mike, I do.
Remember when your team sucked and now my life sucks too? Play the Rico drop. My life sucks now.
No, but it doesn't. Listen, nobody goes back-to-back in professional sports anymore, especially the NBA. If the Celtics didn't win one last year, I would be irate. But this is the opinion I've held on Mr. Tatum for years. So this is actually like a full circle moment for me. I've already lived this in the NBA Finals, up 2-1 on the Warriors, and Jason Tatum proceeded to play the rest of the series with a full diaper. Absolute leakage everywhere. And we blew the series against the Warriors. Go watch. Hey, how's the search going for his big moment?
We've quit. Hey, Kenny, which playoff loss was worse, last year or the year before for the Lions?
I just don't like the word leakage being used there. That was gross.
I'm just talking about when a kid fills a diaper, sometimes the diaper don't hold it all in. That's Tatum in the fourth quarter.
No, geez. Whew.
Well, David, you know. You got 17 kids.
I've dealt with that. Someone says, trouble with the snap. That is Ross in Lapeer.
Right. Now, again, not a playoff loss.
Correct.
But I understand the individuality of that. Yeah, that's a once-in-10 lifetimes game. I did the playoffs for a reason, because it does hit different in pro sports in the moment, and you're in the playoffs and you endure whatever you want to term the last two Celtics games. It would be the equivalent of, to me, what a Lions fan has endured. Blowing a 17-point lead in the NFC title game into rookie quarterback dusting you, your team turn it over five times.
At the crib, yeah.
Lions fan has endured that. It's just not in the same week. You at least had a year to heal up before getting punched in the face by prime Mike Tyson again.
And some will say they're not healed right now. They're still healing.
Okay, that fair. David, go ahead.
Johnny from Rochester, originally from Chicago, lifelong Cubs fan. It is a Steve Bartman, hands down, costed us going to the World Series.
I'll never forget Moisey Salou just pointing and screaming and pointing and screaming. Like in that moment, you never realized how bad it was until they went to the replay and you see headset nerd guy. But like Moisey Salou was going irate.
Yeah, because it wasn't like the play still going on. It's like, hey, you're still playing. There's no timeout. That poor guy got ran out of town.
Is he alive?
Don't know. We don't know anything about him anymore.
He got ran out of town.
He did the Mel Tucker, huh?
No,
just disappeared.
I remember he said he ordered a pizza and the pepperonis were basically profanity-laced F you. And he knew at that point he couldn't stay in Chicago anymore.
That's terrible. I mean, that's just terrible. Well, there's Rico with your pepperoni assault of the day.
But hey, we got a new pope.
Tiger Baseball's next. Let me tell you about Victor's Home Solutions. It's very simple. It's a complete operation, high level, customer concierge team. Check. You're going to get prompt follow-up, all your questions answered, and they'll keep you in the loop. Installers who install to a perfect standard. Check. They have that covered. You also can get new windows for your home, save money on those energy bills, and no matter what, Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on